Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the channel. I am Samuel Ronan, future president of the United States. Let's go. It is Conspiracy Friday, and I think we finally managed to start the stream without getting interrupted by a freaking ad. Yay! You just have to get the stupid thing to run for 5 minutes, which is dumb. But hey. Happy Friday, Oshun, and of course, greetings from Boston to Drea. So, with today's stream, obviously it's Conspiracy Friday. We will likely not be streaming until midnight, hopefully. But I think what we're going to cover today, which obviously in the stream title, I think what we're going to cover today is going to be largely the RNC recap. Probably hitting the news on Biden stepping down this weekend, which is still very much so what everybody's talking about. And of course, the comparisons that the RNC convention was idiocracy brought to life, which that's not lost on me. It's not lost on you. It's not lost on many Americans. Now, that being said, I have looked at Project 2025 today, and there are 2 certificate programs that we have still yet to do. It definitely seems dry, and Friday's supposed to be more of a fun day. For instance, one of them's called The Art of Professionalism and Time Management for Political Appointees. That's going to be rough. Now, one that might be interesting would be Hidden Meanings, The Monsters in the Attic. Now, that could be some rhetoric stuff. And another one would be How to Work with the Media. Not that I think that's going to tell you how to actually get on the news or something, but it'll probably help you at least understand like what are typical MSM behaviors. So that's possibly one that we could go over. But I think we're going to do this a little bit more laissez-faire. Again, it's Friday, hair down day. We're probably not going to go hardcore, but we're still definitely going to do politics, of course. And then at the end of or towards the end of the stream, we'll go ahead and play some Age of Empires. I know people have been requesting chess lately, so we might even play chess. And, of course, go over some conspiracy theories. I've also been told that even if you're a political streamer, like we are, you can go ahead and do things like pop culture. And there are quite a few things that I would actually like to discuss in sports. Namely, the Olympics are coming up, and Bronny James and his debut in the NBA. So, with that, we've got the alien agenda, which I just realized I did not lock, nor did I keep it in source memory, so that's not good. But that's not what we're starting off with. What we're starting off with, there's apparently more information about the rally shooter. Had been researching mental illness, live now from Fox, right? So, a lot of us research mental illness because a lot of us are probably mental ill or victims of capitalism. And so we want to make sure that, you know, what's going on there, right? The other thing, too, though, is they're trying to dissect and discredit the rally shooter from being an actual Republican, because obviously that would discredit the narrative that they are trying to get. And I just realized I didn't keep a bottle of water near me. So one second. So all that to say, the investigation on the shooter is obviously going to continue and I think that's going to dominate the news for at least a few more weeks, especially as the Secret Service starts wearing out and those hearings start to happen. Now, that being said, VP to hold major calls with donors as of 23 minutes ago. That's probably one we should watch. What's another? Well, actually, if we don't click on it now, it's probably going to disappear, isn't it? That's how that works. So let's just start off
popular summer spots.
strong, I guess. Let's
We're
hear
also
what
getting
this
some brand new
implies.
information on Vice President Kamala Harris that she is now scheduled to hold a call with major Democratic donors in about 35 minutes, 3 o'clock today, and that she's doing it at the request of the Biden campaign. NBC's Yamiche Alcindor is reporting from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Also with us, Michael Hardaway, former staffer to Congressman Hakeem Jeffries and Senator Dick Durbin, and Democratic strategist and senior advisor to the Lincoln Project, Joe Trippi, who has worked on campaigns for Howard Dean, Jerry Brown, and Doug Jones. All right, Yamiche, what can you tell us about this call?
Well, Vice President Kamala Harris is finding herself in this position where she's both publicly and privately supporting the president while being ready to take over the ticket should he step down. And part of what she's doing for the Biden campaign is now reaching out to donors today in the 3 p.m. call. She was asked, campaign sources tell us and the team here at NBC News, that she was asked specifically by the president's senior advisors to do this call. I want to read part of an invitation to that donor call. Take a listen to what I'm going to read. It says, "We continue to find ourselves in a rapidly evolving environment," the invitation says. "With the stakes as high as they are this cycle, we have to remain focused on the critical work that needs to be done to protect our democracy. To that end, we are hosting a 30-minute briefing today at 3 p.m. to discuss urgent emerging needs. We will be joined by Vice President Kamala Harris. We will also hear from leaders working on the front lines with voters." And I have to tell you, Chris, this is really coming at a time where donations to the Biden-Harris campaign have really dried up. I've been talking to some grassroots groups who say that they really are terrified in this moment because they have voter outreach efforts that usually get millions and millions of dollars at this time that aren't getting any money. One source even told me that there's a group in Ohio that's thinking about shutting down its operations for voter registration because they're worried that
Oh my goodness. If they shut down operations in Ohio, which is a major battleground state, and often whoever wins Ohio wins the presidency, I think there's only been 2 elections where the winner of the presidency did not win Ohio, and every other of the 46 presidents of the United States needed Ohio to win. So Biden's probably going. And I'd say probably definitely going. It's just a question of kicking and screaming or quietly. And the likelihood is probably kicking and screaming.
The money just isn't going to be there. So this call really shows that the vice president is continuing to step in, continuing to try to bolster this ticket, while also, of course, still navigating whether or not she's going to actually be at the top of the ticket.
All right, I have to go to you, Joe Trippi, with that latest bit of reporting, because we know our reporting has shown that the Democrats were already talking about, the campaign was already talking about taking in about 50% of what they thought in July. Now that's down to 25%. But there are a lot of supporters of Joe Biden who believe that will come back if it gets settled that he's staying in the race. It's not like they're going to go over to Donald Trump. How worrying do you find the money question right now?
Are they really just going to talk about the donors?
No doubt about it. Is very.
Then that's not important. We could watch this again, but it was hard enough to listen to the first time. A lot of the whole VP Harris is ready to rise to the top. His full speech, Jesus, that was 37 minutes. It felt like it was 37 minutes, actually. What do we got? We got a Dem-funded ad. That's
Why did no one tell New Hampshire drivers about this new rule?
If you are currently insured, drive. Just this morning, Biden's campaign chair says that the president is absolutely staying in the race. But despite all that, we have new reporting this hour that things could be changing.
Is that an aid or an ad? No, it says TV-funded ad. Let's see this ad, damn it.
Senior aides are telling CNN that there is a growing belief that he might quit soon. One senior lawmaker on the Democratic side is telling me that while pressure is building on Biden to drop out, the timetable could be fluid as the president recovers from COVID. That lawmaker said some advisors around
he's recovering from COVID. He's old. He's
some of the polling information that shows he could lose the race. But of course, there's still
he's losing every single poll
President Biden,
in
insisting
America.
He should keep on running. Joining us now is one of those
Biden's
Democrats,
arrogance won't let him step away gracefully, which is dumb because he said to begin with that he'd be a one-term president.
And let me ask you
and
this,
we could have respected that. We could have been like, you know what?
Grim picture on the
Time
record,
to pass the
though,
torch,
you're here with
but
us.
no
We
torch to be
appreciate that.
passed.
What's the state of the president's re-election campaign?
Folks are hard at work. Canvassers are knocking on doors. Folks like me are traveling the country. I just got back from Milwaukee, a great visit to Milwaukee to offer counter programming and talk to some of those canvassers. I've been to Arizona, Pennsylvania. While some folks are commenting to reporters anonymously, the rest of us are on the record and working hard to make sure that we win this election.
So did we
in
get a good
November.
night's sleep with that what seemed
I'm
like
sure you
forever
saw this,
talking?
Senator
I mean,
John
besides
Tester of
knowing that
Montana,
crap
that's
show was
a
finally
swing
over.
State that, where he's a bit
I
in danger.
certainly
but he's
slept
the
in.
second
I don't know if I
Senate
got a
Democrat
good
to
night's
call on
sleep.
President Biden to drop out of the race. That's on
He
top
got
of
taste of that
23 House
POTUS
Democrats.
power.
What are you hearing from
Are you
your
talking to me?
colleagues?
Because I stayed up late,
that there are some,
like an adult,
there are some of your colleagues
discussing the news. Actually, I was getting distracted by the game, but hey.
What can you tell us?
If I'm not sitting in the Oval Office
I am
signing
actually
paperwork and
hearing
executive
more
orders,
from
I can stay up
colleagues
late and
who
play
are
Age of
doing what I'm
Empires to keep my
doing,
brain
which is
occupied.
doing the work to win in November.
Then I can handle
supporting
those
our
3 a.m.
ticket,
phone calls, right?
President Biden and Vice President Harris doing everything we
Biden.
can to make sure that we defeat Donald Trump and J.D. Vance.
Where's the
and that we
damn
never,
ad?
Ever allow
That's what we wanted to
Trump's
watch.
Project 2025
That
to
is the
come to
whole premise of
fruition.
this video.
There is so much at stake in this election, Jim, and
Is this
And
the
let
ad?
us choose a new nominee.
One who can bring new energy, new hope,
and make
There we
sure
go.
Donald Trump never gets near the White House again.
Our country's future is in your hands.
So please, be the leader we know you are. Pass the torch, Joe.
Pass the torch.
Pass the torch.
Pass the torch.
Pass the Torch is responsible for the content of this advertising.
That's
Congressman,
awesome. Hold on. Let's watch that again. Let's watch that again.
Of the ad, I want to play it for you. Get your reaction on the other side.
President Biden, you saved democracy in 2020.
Now you have a chance to do it again.
It's time to pass the torch and let us choose a new nominee.
one who can bring new energy, new hope,
and make sure Donald Trump never gets near the White House again.
Our country's future is in your hands.
So please, be the leader we know you are. Pass the torch, Joe.
Pass the torch.
Pass the torch.
Pass the torch.
Pass the Torch is responsible for the content of this advertising.
There is literally a brand new super PAC that was developed for the sole and express purpose of putting that ad out to tell Joe Biden to drop out. Like, that's how bad it is. A super PAC formed to be like, hey, pass the torch. It was pathetic. It was intended to be pathetic. Like, the whole situation is pathetic. Like, not like that ad is money and resources that could have been spent supporting a candidate. Instead, it was to encourage the existing candidate to step down. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign is literally doing victory laps. Had a whole ass convention regurgitating all of the Trump rhetoric. And then Trump himself was, speaking for an hour and a half, it felt like? At least an hour. No, it was probably closer to an hour and a half, wasn't it? Anyway, the fact that donors and spenders and ads and all this, that, and the other are spending money to get Joe out is kind of indicative that he needs to go. Now, whether or not he listens to that is kind of up to remains to be seen. What I would also say is, and this isn't me being cocky or arrogant or anything, but when I ran for DNC chair, I literally shifted the entire conversation from we need a national donor function to improve the DNC improvement plan, and then I came up, I was like, no, we need a 50-state strategy that invests in rural communities, because that is where we are lacking. We already know we're going to win in New York City and Los Angeles. We don't need to dump more money in there. We are losing handily in rural America, in small towns, in cities and populations that aren't as diverse as the major cities, as the major metropolitan areas. And that's where the Democrats struggle the most, is in places that are predominantly white or conservative leaning regardless. And within literally 5 minutes of saying that, the very next future forum that was held, everybody was parroting the same thing, because I went viral. Because I said the thing that Democrats specifically wanted. So I say that to bring this up. I am a registered Democrat. I have ran as a Republican. I also said that we should run in Republican primaries with Democratic funding in those areas where it would be impossible to run as a Democrat. But I am a registered Democrat. I am going to be 35 years old on Inauguration Day. I'm a natural born citizen. I know there's like question because born in Germany, but my biological father was a soldier, and according to U.S. Citizenship law, children from U.S. soldiers born overseas automatically get citizenship. And even if that wasn't enough, if you adopt a child young enough as an American soldier specifically, like military member, they also are treated as natural born citizens. So no matter what, no matter how you want to slice it, I am a natural born citizen that can run for president and should run for president. So I am a millennial from Ohio, just like J.D. Vance. I served in the military, just like J.D. Vance. Unlike J.D. Vance, I was actually poor. Unlike J.D. Vance, I did not have sexual relations with a glove. I also don't want to disparage against minority groups and give laissez-faire economics to foreign powers to take our farmland. But the antithesis, right? J.D. Vance, the bad from Ohio, Sam Ronan, the good from Ohio, going head to head. Granted, I get it, J.D. Vance is VP, but since my recognition is less, right? I'm not a national name by any stretch of the imagination, or at least not as much as I was in 2017. That contrast would be very strong. And then we can throw, let me remember what her name was on here. Not Lady Chaos. It wasn't Blake Woods. Oh, see, now I'm looking like a fool. Did she not? Okay, well, we could have a transgender VP. We could have Kamala Harris as VP again. Of course, I'm sure she wouldn't like the fact that I was on top of the ticket. But even so, Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket and then two Ohio boys going at it in the VP ring. I would mop the floor with J.D. Vance as much as I would with Donald Trump. So I think there's a strong argument to get a People's Choice nominee, somebody that people actually want, somebody who actually is a contrast to what's out there, because obviously establishment politics is not working. So, to be fair, whether it's a bad thing or a good thing, they do victory laps over it. Tariffs that hurt farmers, before he knows it, it's hurting them, and does a reelect me again move by paying them off. He runs victory laps over it. Yeah, I'm so tough. Your birthday is on January 20th? No, my birthday's on November 22nd. I'll turn 35 this year, but on Inauguration Day, or on Election Day, I'll be 34. But I turn 35 during election month. Tough break, because with the exception of Obama, you've had to celebrate with a horrible candidate being sworn in. No. So I truly think we should, and I get that our channel is fairly new on Twitch and all that fun stuff, but I really think, and again, this isn't about arrogance, this isn't about cockiness. I mean, I'm putting it on the stream anyway, right? Princess Kayla, I couldn't remember your name on stream. Thank you for commenting. Redeem something, so there's like a record of you. But yeah, I genuinely think if we made a strong, thank you. If we made a strong, compelling argument to be VP or president for DNC right now, here, during this election, to contrast Trump and Vance, which, yeah, Trump and Vance sounds very close to Trump and Pence. That's, oh, did the Discord link not share? I thought I allowed links to go through. Are you not a mod? Mods would have that authority. Sorry. Try it again. But yeah, I think we really should. And the way I think we do that is through reels, like short form videos. And I was talking to Oshun earlier about this today. We obviously can't just say, hey, we want Sam Ronan because of reasons. We want to actually have the contrast and like the actual definitions and the actual explanations as to why. So let me find it again. So what we got is, let's see. And we got, all right. So if we could make a video highlighting that those are my demographics, and then everybody picks a policy from the website that they like, we could potentially make it go viral. That whole Ronan 2024, Ronan is the right way, thrive with Ronan 2024. And thrive, of course, stands for something. And right, a unified message as to why Ronan is the right way. Exactly. And that's our campaign message, right? Is the right way. You know, however, we just make sure that that's in the hashtag or something. I know it might be a little bit too soon for a growing stream channel to be saying, hey, let's just run with it. Obviously, we don't have the funding or the resources, but y'all are better at social media than I am. There are ways to make videos go viral. And of course, if I do it and just Oshun does it, it's just 2 people. If 6 of you guys do it, if 74 of you guys do it, if the 32 that are subscribed even do it, that's what builds the movement and the momentum. Bronins for Ronan, right? There's also riding with Ronan, right? Because I think Biden tried to do something along those lines. Riding with Ronan. There's all sorts of slogans that we could be using. So as long as you throw those into the videos, and then shorts can be posted on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. So there's 4 channels that can be utilized for the price of 1 video content. So I think there's a strong opportunity here. If we truly want, because Bernie's not going to run again. He's just not, and they're not going to give it to him. AOC is not going to run. Nobody from Squad is going to run. Obviously, I'm too left-leaning for the Democratic Party too. But I have, I have your left-leaning policy positions. I have some right-leaning policy positions. And then I have some, I wouldn't call them neoliberal, but that are more moderate. And we can make that case. We can make that case that I am a balanced candidate that is going to lead the nation the right way. And that going viral would possibly compel the DNC to, at the very least, have an open primary at the convention. Now, if that's the case, then I will go to the convention. I will force my way into that building if I have to. Obviously, within reason. But I think if they're going to have a contested convention, anybody can throw their name in the ring. So if we can build momentum leading up to that moment, I think it's well worth the shot. In fact, when is the DNC nominating convention? August 19th in Chicago. So that gives us literally a month. That gives us literally 30 days to build momentum for the DNC convention in August. So it's worth considering. It's worth doing the work for, I think. Obviously, it's going to be completely grassroots. It's going to be completely organic. And hopefully, with your guys' support, we can get an honorable mention in the DNC and perhaps even sway the audience. TikTok is where Gen Z hangs out, and that's when corn harvest season begins here in Georgia. Yeah, and if we want to, I don't know. As long as we can get those videos out and about, I think that would be a huge step in the right direction, not only for us as a campaign, but also to hold this nonsense accountable. Let's see. Introduction to Project 2025. AOC reveals why she hasn't backed calls to replace Biden. Well, that's a little too late because he is going. The RNC was unhinged. It absolutely was. We could talk about that. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be in after the weekend. First, I mean, we just saw, there's ads and super PACs that are already formed to tell him to step down. That's money that could be spent supporting another candidate. So, yeah, there's no way in hell. I think AOC is trying to make nice with the Democratic Party and try and actually get like a cabinet position or something if the Democrats were somehow to win. Logistically, it's a complete nightmare for the Democrats. That's true. Let's hear. I know it's from Fox, but
I want to thank you.
Terrible audio quality from the Republican Party that actually has the resources.
Great to have you both. Here's a headline from the AP. Obama's balancing act. Obama's dilemma. Balancing Democrats' worry about Biden and maintaining influence with the president. And then a close friend of Biden said this, Kevin. I want to get your take on it. Now, this is a close friend of Biden. He says his choice is to be one of history's heroes or to be sure of the fact that there will never be a Biden presidential library. I pray that he does the right thing. He's headed that way. So that's his friend basically saying he should do the right thing by withdrawing. But his campaign manager's just on TV 20 minutes ago saying, no, they're full steam ahead.
Yeah, I watched bits of that interview with Jen O'Malley Dillon, who was talking about their field campaign, the fact that they have knocked over 100,000 doors just this past week. So they're focused on that kind of messaging. I think at the same.
But 100,000 doors in a single week, and there are 270 million households in America, 150 million households in America. 100,000 is nowhere close. If that's by the week, right? 100,000 times 52 is 5.2 million doors. And there's more than likely, actually we could look that up. How many households in America? 127 million. 5.2 million divided by 127 million is a little over 4.1% of all doors in America would get knocked in a single year if that was your limits. That is a terrible statistic. I guess the female vote could go something like this: vote for Ronan. He won't Samsplain to you. Yeah, that would be. I love the energy. But yeah, the Biden campaign is saying we're going strong, knocking on 100,000 doors. That's not good enough. That needs to be 100,000 a day across the country, of course. Let's see. Now, 100,000 a day would be 365 million, which would be every single door in America 3 times in a single year. Now, that would be impressive. When I worked on Trent Smith's 2018 congressional campaign, I went out and knocked on thousands of doors across Georgia. Right. And when I ran for state representative, I knocked on or dropped literature off at least 20,000 doors, and I got 13,000 votes. So obviously it works. But I was doing that full-time day in and day out. And obviously not everybody is as much of a masochist as I am. And back then, I mean, 2017, that was what, 7? No, that was 2016. So that was 8 years ago. I was 26. I was much younger and much more spry and a lot more enthusiastic back then, right? And a lot of the energy in the Democratic Party is just not there. The enthusiasm is just not there. It was there with Bernie Sanders, and now it's gone. We need to re-energize the base so that they will knock on 20,000 doors in like 8 weeks or something crazy like that. Sadly, they put in a nobody who did no campaigning and lost. Yeah, well, them's the ropes, right? But that seems to be the course that the Democrats want to choose. So I definitely say we do an online promotion and push for the Ronan 2024 campaign. If nothing else, it'll give us practice for the 2028 campaign. Hopefully, my investments mature in 2025 accordingly, and then we can actually start building the infrastructure that we've been talking about. I don't think much more of this is going to be useful unless there's actual discussion.
But for Biden, none of these other candidates beat Trump either. And he's been saying since all of this push, since the debate started happening, that, look, if you can show me the data, if our argument is that we want to beat Donald Trump, that someone else is better to do that, then I'm happy to have that conversation and consider it. The data doesn't show that right now. Kamala Harris is, of course, being floated as a potential option. Logistically, this is a complete nightmare for the Democrats. She's the only one who can actually take over the campaign funds while you have all this talk that she can't be the nominee. There wants to be this open convention and a fight, which really begs the question, if she's not qualified to be the nominee, then why is she qualified to be the vice president, ultimately could be the president in that position? So I think they're actually being very unfair to President Biden. There are reports that Joe Biden and former President Barack Obama haven't spoken since the debate, that relationship has been very frayed. And let's remember, these are the same people who have pushed Biden out before. They pushed him out in 2015. Feel like it got.
So I just happened across an article here. It says, if the 2024 presidential election were held today, who would you vote for if the candidates were Trump, Michelle Obama, Biden, RFK Jr., AOC, Gretchen Whitmer, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Ron DeSantis, Nikki Haley, Shapiro, Vance, and Wes Moore? And AOC actually got 10% in this poll. That's crazy, actually. And that was conducted between June 28th and July 5th from young people 18 to 34, 2,000 respondents with a 2.2% margin of error. And Michelle Obama was neck and neck with Donald Trump with 21% to his 22%. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, no, I can absolutely share that link. You got to scroll down a little bit for that. That did not work you know what? Whatever. I'll just post it here in chat real quick. Or in chat, I mean on the stream. So right here, if the election were held today, it looks like there are Democrats who would win. But again, this is amongst 18 to 34-year-olds, which is a very high voter base, but is not including the entire, obviously, electorate. And then there's some more polling. And then where was the one that I just saw with... Here we go. That's the one. If it were held today, who would you vote for? Trump, Michelle Obama. And again, amongst young people, 18 to 34. In Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Ohio, that's what you come up with. And it's not bad, it's just not great. You know what I'm saying? It's not bad, but it's not great. And it's not broad enough, right? Polling that's only one bit there is kind of not enough, I think. I saw a bit of Bernie's appearance on The Late Show that he was on last night, and he was saying stuff that he won't be getting after he joined with the neoliberals, like climate change action, right? Someone did mention Julian Castro as VP to energize the base, given he's much younger. Ugh. As if that's all there is to it. Sure. And the winner of that election is... Yeah, I mean, they said that it was the Democratic nominee amongst young people. Amongst young people, Michelle Obama would win. AOC would win, even. So, it's kind of... Well, here it is again. Because I didn't delete it. This is how it would go. It looks like Whitmer, Newsom, Kamala Harris, Michelle Obama, you know, amongst young people, all of them would win, including Biden, right? But once you start getting into millennials and, Gen X and boomers, these numbers get skewed. That's the reason why Trump is polling so high, is because... Yeah, you're going to have to dig real deep to the young, first time to early young millennials. And 34 is actually, I mean, if I'm an elder millennial, then yeah, that's like a very broad group there. That's the funny thing about polling. You put more voters in the mix, neither of them would win. Right. Which is why if young people want a young person running, and if the country wants fresh blood in politics regardless... Okay, well, You couldn't be my VP this year then anyway, because the VP has to meet all of the requirements to become president under the Constitution. That's actually one of the reasons why. What was I gonna? I think when I ran for chair, I was considering reaching out to like one of the big names, be like, I'll be your VP. But that obviously fell flat in the course of history. But I couldn't have, because I wouldn't have been 35 during that time regardless. You could be a senator. Yep. And that's my goal, by the way. Like, okay, here's the thing, right? I know it sounds ridiculous. Let's go ahead and make TikToks and shorts talking about me being president for the Democratic Party when they have shown no signs of actually being open to having outsiders come in. But if we can show unity of purpose, structure, and the beginning stages of infrastructure, I think that will mesh with the American people. Still might not get us the bid, but that's not necessarily the point. The point is in delivering the message and continuing to build upon that message. And I think that is worth considering. I'd love to run against John Ossoff in 2026 or Raphael Warnock in 2028. Yeah. It's certainly, hopefully by that time, we have enough of a following and infrastructure and resources to where we can support candidates just like you and train you in what's necessary and provide you the resources and team and staff to actually run. Because the fact of the matter is the major parties don't do that. They don't train you, they don't support you, they don't provide resources, they don't provide staff. If you have money and you can afford those things yourself, you can run under their ticket. But that's it. And that, to me, defeats the purpose. So we're not building a new political party. We're just going to build the infrastructure to run within a political party. Hey, Lady Chaos. I actually worked on their campaigns in 2020 and 2022. Oh, I do regret that today, especially knowing what I know now. Well, that's the thing, right? The old bait and switch. Lucky for you guys, I'm too autistic to do a bait and switch. I am pretty much set in my ways at this point, and those ways are anti-Nazism. Oh, I'm sorry, anti-fascism. And I don't really know. I don't see a way in which that changes. I really don't. There might be concessions I have to make, right? As president, I can't have my agenda done for me because part of it requires Congress and the Supreme Court. That's just a reality. But what I can do in executive orders, I absolutely will do. And what I can't do, I will probably have to make concessions. Like, we might not get the entire kitchen sink, but if we can get a faucet and hot water, I'll take that victory. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reality we face. But I think people are willing to have a fighter in office more so than they are someone who will just get everything under the sun and the dream wish list, right? People want somebody who's willing to go to bat for them. And why wouldn't I be that person? I am that. I am the one that needs to be going to bat for. So it like J.D. Vance, he's already a senator. He's already independently wealthy. He went to Yale, for crying out loud, right? I might have to go back to a state college just to keep a roof over my head and use my GI Bill, right? That's the kind of person I am. I am a regular citizen suffering the consequences of this economy. And I think that message, that appeal is not going to be lost on the American people. That's how dumb this country is. Hello. I've also been working on building a Dump the Corruption movement. I have the Facebook group in case someone wants in. Exactly, you do fight. That's how ignorant and underestimating Blue MAGA is about voters who won't vote for neolibs. We know we can't get everything, but the status of the political climate now is that you can't get any concessions with these people who are running the show, right? But that doesn't mean I wouldn't fight, right? That wouldn't mean, it wouldn't just mean it's like, well, if I want to pass any legislation, I'll just give in to the first offer they provide, right? I'll fight tooth and nail, but I'll also fight dirty. It's like, well, our friends in the Senate and House don't want to support this initiative, this policy that will help millions of Americans out of poverty during one of the most horrific economic crises of our time, thanks to the Trump administration winning again and having 4 more years to deregulate industry and pass the burden on to the working class. My agenda has already been passed. That can be passed through executive order. And I've been lambasted for that. I was ruling with an iron fist and a strong arm. Unfortunately, though, there is a lot of work that still needs to be done, and a lot of work that is being mishandled by Congress in so doing. So I encourage you, my countrymen, to reach out to your senator or your congressman and tell them that you want to support the president's agenda, because they will, in fact, benefit from it. I could fight dirty too, no filter. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, I could give a very deadpan speech that isn't overly, and it is antagonistic, but not vulgar, right? I could just be like, Dad's disappointed. Dad has to go ahead and yell at the kids again, the unruly children in Congress, just not wanting to clean their rooms or do their chores. We gotta give them some positive reinforcement or some healthy encouragement to do the right thing. And I think that approach, that kind of just, I'm disappointed in you as like Dad's disappointed in you kind of thing, would be very, very effective. We need a George Galloway type in Congress. Yeah, sure. We need a whole lot of types in Congress that isn't fascists. So, yeah. Let's see. Going back to that, we don't need that. Sure, Obama. Biden family discussing possible exit plan. Yep. Could leave race in a matter of 2 days. Good. I think that pretty much covers that. I don't really want to discuss the assassination attempt. It is what it was, and it was what it is. What to know as Evan Gershkovich gets 16 years in jail? I don't know who that is. Former agent stunned with Secret Service's action at Trump rally. Oh yeah, sure, fine, whatever. Oh, we missed the free and equal presidential debate with Jill Stein. Dang. That's something we could certainly watch. I like how 14 minutes of it was waiting.
If you want to do more, want to hear more about the contract from the
we will address the pressing issues on voters' minds, the economy.
Wow, it took 22 minutes to get into this. All right.
Immigration.
Just catching a break, taking a shower, so I'm going FK, but we'll keep this up. Thank you.
Freedom Fest, a gathering celebrating freedom and open discourse. It provides the perfect setting for a robust exchange.
I was actually in a Zoom call with the Green Party US during the free and equal debates. Nice. Nice. That's awesome.
Of ideas. Stay tuned until the end when we announce how you'll be able to vote for the winner of tonight's debate. Before we meet our candidates, it's an honor to introduce my co-moderator for tonight, U.S. Congressman, Kentucky's 4th District, that is, Representative Thomas Massie. Welcome.
Now people are detective red threading that the FBI was in on the plot because they say somebody from the FBI was taking pictures of the shooter in the audience or something like that. And this is not a stage thing accusation going on. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. If it ends up being staged and a false flag, I'm happy to eat crow. It just, until it is deemed so, I'm willing to just believe, and based on hear me out. Redeemed. Okay, hydrate, you thirsty nerds. Okay, hold on. Let's hydrate. So, to be clear, the fact that there was a uniformed officer, a local PD, that climbed on that roof, had the gun pointed at them, and then scampered back down. The fact that that was facts, the fact that that was real, the fact that that happened, tells me this couldn't have been staged. It's that it was a mix of incompetence poor planning, lack of resources, lack of respecting the threat, and then just straight up incompetence. And if all of that was staged, then yikes. They're very good actors. Like, oh no, we don't have enough resources. Whatever shall we do? Oh no, there's a person with a ladder going over there. Gasp. Right? Like, this would be some middle school level acting going on, right? Gargles the shower water? All right. Y'all are literally chilling on my shower caddy. Well, don't get your phone wet. You're both gonna get Ebola? Why would I get Ebola? I'm confused. That doesn't make any sense. But to my point that the shooter, plus he was a registered Republican, he was looking up Biden, and he was starting with Trump, and he was going to go after Biden should he have survived and succeeded. So, I mean, again, it's not staged because the shooter themselves was already a wild card. So that's why I don't think that. But yeah, let's listen to. Are you gonna fucking play? What the hell?
Bravo! Tonight.
Thank you.
Tonight is the first time in history that a sitting congressman has moderated a presidential debate.
Yeah.
And there's no better person.
Oh, I noticed that your page title tags today have nothing about the global tech outage going on. When I went to pick up lunch and groceries, I had to ask somebody from each place if their computers are down. What on earth happens? Do we have hackers from other countries again? You know what's funny? I totally lapsed on that. I 100% forgot about that. I do kind of want to watch this. But the needs of the people comes first. You know what would be even easier? Global outage. Let's see. Videos. It's not a video. This is a video.
Living.
Hold on. 1 second. Yep, that's what we wanted.
Joining me now is CTV's
Whoa,
Kamal
that's not what I
Karamali with the
wanted.
latest on this. Kamal, thanks for joining us.
No problem, Roger. Yeah, we're seeing information come in minute by minute this
CrowdStrike had an
morning. We
outage,
talked
yep.
about airports, banks, hospitals, broadcasters around the world.
Well, damn. Let's update the stream info. Tags. So when you say tags, do you mean like veteran politics, leftist Palestine, or do you mean tags like in my title? Because oh wait, no, your page title tags. Nope, never mind. I can read. Sorry. Let's see. Honestly, though, what's funny about the global outage and hackers and all that fun stuff is that the technology that we're using for the internet is the same technology that we've been using for 30 or 40 years. And that they're just servers underwater and that they are made from 40-year-old technology. As far as hackers, yeah. The other thing is a lot of our servers, the actual control is like by 1 or 2 companies in the world too. So if you can get in on that, and you could literally shut down the entire government. So, or not the government, the entire internet. I wasn't demanding you do it now, just a notice thing, you know. I'm fine with whenever you can get to it. The title page tags of the day. Yeah, well, if I don't do it now, I will forget. And that's not to say that I'm Biden with dementia. That is to say that I am ADHD and autistic. ADHD? Autism DHD. And I'll have confirmation August 15th, hopefully. And I'll just forget. So we don't want that. We need to upgrade all of our technology and bring that up to modern standards. Yes, which is why my infrastructure policy is on the website. If anybody would love to link that, I guess that's kind of my job, since I'm the one on a computer. I think all of y'all watch from your phones, which is fine. Watch from whatever is convenient, but it would be difficult to copy and share and this, that, and the other. So this is the infrastructure reform, which includes modernization of all of our grids. So we're basically screwed. Yeah. We are, unless we unless we update our stuff. We're screwed. 15 minutes. Tell Sam to scream at me.
World, primarily in the U.S., Europe, and Asia being impacted, but we're also seeing obviously a Canadian impact as well, knowing, for example, Porter Airlines, which flies across Canada and the U.S., has canceled all of its flights until at least noon. You see Sky News there, one of the...
So just to put it out there, though, we rely so heavily on the internet as a society, and our internet infrastructure is so outdated, but the risk of collapse is so high that our entire society can and will come to a just screeching halt if the internet goes down. Never mind Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, which is on the rise. Most of government funding is now digital, so i.e. online. So banking goes away and government activities goes away. It's just unreal how much we rely on the internet, and one wrong thing can literally cripple the entire global market.
UK news outlets and broadcasters that was no longer able to go live and went down, and the chaos at the airports you're seeing on your screen at this hour. Montreal's Trudeau Airport saying it's experiencing flight delays depending on the airline, primarily U.S. airlines. More than 1,000 flights grounded, according to U.S. media outlets, and it could be some time before U.S. customers could customs could process passengers heading into the U.S. The same problem being seen in Montreal as well as in Toronto's Pearson Airport, saying tech disruptions are causing delays and cancellations as well, depending on the airline, especially for those heading to the U.S. Once again, U.S. Customs computers, which uses Windows.
I mean, I got plenty of books too.
Causing delays in terms of
van down
getting
by the
people
river.
Processed through
You know what's
U.S.
crazy
Customs.
though? Like,
there are also long
we
delays
have
at the Canada-U.S. border,
to have
to
free
Windsor
energy,
Police,
right?
That
like electricity should not be a human scarcity item anymore because we have clean energy technology. We know how to harness hydrogen in our vehicles, right? So cars, ships, planes, heavy machinery, trains. We could power everything in this world, all of our technology, with clean energy, and we just choose not to do it. And then, of course, our infrastructure is still from like the 50s, you know, using coaxial copper and all that fun stuff when we should be moving up to fiber or better technologies. And it's just insane. It's utterly insane that we are deliberately doing this because it's not profitable to upgrade. And that's the only reason why. It's not profitable. It is not economically feasible or expedient to do so, which is why no European country is doing it. Why not America is doing it? Why Canada isn't doing it? And it's ironic because Japan and China absolutely are, as are many other developing nations. They're like, we could just skip the Industrial Revolution and go straight to the future age, and that's what's happening. That is literally what's happening all across the globe, is everybody else is modernizing, and Europe and the West are choosing to stay in the Stone Ages. It's ridiculous. Right, there's geothermal. We're also sitting on an electrical source, and they keep being incompetent with it. Exactly. We could install geothermal capacitors at Yellowstone to release much of that energy there. Well, I wouldn't want to go poking around at Yellowstone. Just because it is a super massive volcano that is dormant, you poke enough holes in it, there goes America. And not just the United States, the continent. So, I think we should leave that alone. But yes, geothermal is, of course, an option anywhere where there is land, because if you go deep enough, it starts getting warmer, and guess what? That's how you get the heat.
Border seeing a lot of truck activity as well, so that is seeing some delays. Local health agencies also reporting impacts, including in Toronto, Newfoundland, and Labrador. Also
an
saying
IT outage caused worldwide havoc
to manage patient care
because
and finance.
CrowdStrike is
They are down.
Firewall system, or like
Toronto
a
and
security
Newfoundland and Labrador
software,
saying
right?
clinical activity at hospitals are continuing, but patients are being told to expect delays. Roger, lastly, local financial
in the past 60 minutes. Let's
institutions
go.
as well, they are seeing delays when it comes to bank transactions. Their experts are saying maybe hold off if you can on those bank transactions today, because you don't know what might happen. But many banks like RBC and TD might be seeing some delays as well. So a lot to keep track of. We've been trying to keep this list updated hour by hour, and we're also trying to let you know when things start getting back online.
Now, you mentioned the banks. TSX opened up 3-4 minutes ago. Have we heard if that's affected? Will trading be affected at all?
Yeah, and you can...
Damn. I know in the EU they use biogas plants to create energy with. They take food waste and farm material to make fuel, which makes their energy. Yeah, again, there's an infinite amount of fuel resources at our disposal. An infinite amount that does not rely on or require fossil fuels, and we're choosing not to use them, which is stupid. They know they got to update it, and they refuse. Texas is a perfect example. It is a perfect example. We also had to deal with that in 2003. Fun fact, shortly after power went back on, we got a new puppy, and for years, I wondered how she dealt with being in a pet shop that had no power. Yeah. But that's true. I mean, case in point, Texas's electrical grid cannot handle heat, cannot handle the winter, cannot handle mild breezes, right? And they refuse to invest in it and improve it. But every election cycle in Texas, they're like, you got to vote for Republicans so we can fix the problems that Democrats cause. And it's like, y'all have been in charge for decades. Democrats didn't cause any of those problems. Y'all did, and y'all continue to. Yeehaw. Yippee-ki-yay. And it's just, I don't know how you break the brainwashing other than with counter brainwashing, in the sense that you need your own messaging to be as loud and heard as often as their messaging, so that you can push back against the dissonance. Instead of pouring money into wars, pour money into infrastructure to improve our way of life. That's what Ronan's gonna do. See, right there. Vote for Ronan. Instead of pouring money into wars, he'll pour money into infrastructure to improve our way of life. Bam. There's your 15-second soundbite on TikTok. Record right now. Total disconnect. I kept putting out the word on Twitter during their reflections about the negligence, and they refused to listen to me and keep those clowns in office. I am going to steal that, though. Princess Kayla. Don't know how we're going to use that just yet, but I'm stealing it. You need to write these down. I am. I 100% did. And y'all need to be writing these down, too, okay? This is a group team effort. I cannot win on my own. You can't get me elected on our own. It's a group community process, okay?
You can see the updates on ctvnews.ca, but our talented web team also keeping track on that. So far, they're saying TSX and the stock exchange
pull over.
Not impacted so far. Once again, keeping an eye on that. So are brokers, I'm sure, as well as a lot of people that
it's hilarious
depend on
because
that on a day-to-day basis.
We can't do our stock trading, and that's what makes the news.
Things go back online. The cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, saying a fix has been deployed and they are working on getting everything back online.
That's what we're going to have to do is the
some
notes.
time. So not a firm timeline being given, but experts are saying we should see this fix that's been deployed become as sort of actionable later in the day. So we're expecting a 24-hour turnaround with this fix to be deployed and be implemented.
Okay, that's enough of that. Let's go to the debate, and I'm gonna have to drink some coffee. I just got hit with the sleepies.
Mr. Representative Massey, right? Right? Come on. So tell us, Mr. Massey, why did you agree to moderate this now historic presidential debate tonight here at Freedom Fest in Las Vegas?
Well, let me
I'm
tell you
still
why I'm
taking
very
a shower.
interested in
Hold your
this.
horses, Grandma.
Before I became the hardened partisan you know me as, I voted for a Reform Party candidate for president. I voted for a Constitutional Party candidate for president. I voted for a Libertarian Party candidate for president. And in deference to our Green Party candidate, I've been described as the greenest member of Congress. So I'm looking forward to this debate. When I got to the House of Representatives, I wondered, why is there just two parties? And then I realized they have carved in granite.
I don't care. None of us cares. Let's get to the friggin' debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman Thomas Massey. I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, Joe from Texas, and
shut up.
To welcome
get to the debate.
To the Free and Equal Debates, Dr. Jill Stein of the Green Party.
Finally.
And Mr. Oliver with the Libertarian Party, of course. And finally, Mr. Randall Terry with the Constitution Party.
Wow. Look at that guy. Look at that guy. He looks like he would be in the Constitution Party. Look at that guy. You know what? When I was younger, my hair would actually poof out like that. It doesn't do that anymore. Now my hair goes down. I don't know what that is, but he looks like a mad scientist. Exactly. Exactly. Let's go. Play, you fucking thing. Oh my God.
So we're going to open up with the 2-minute opening statement. Mr. Chase Oliver, please.
He looks like Emmett Brown from Back to the
first
Future.
And foremost, I want to say thank you for having us on the stage here at Freedom Fest. I think it's a great time for us to talk about freedom here on a stage full of those who are fighting for it, who are advocating for free market
the Libertarian
solutions,
already gives me the
exchange
ick.
of ideas
Look
and
at
free
him.
people. Now, I'm a libertarian because I believe that the government doesn't do a whole lot right. They don't do a whole lot well, and we could do a whole lot better if we had our own agency, the most local governance, self-governance guiding our lives. I'm a candidate who fights for the peaceful solutions,
Same
the
with the
peaceful
hair,
exchange of
yeah.
ideas, and to not use violence
Emmett knew how to
push our
keep
ideas
looking like
forward.
he had a
That's
perm.
two-party stuff. The two-party system insists on using the force and violence of government to push their ideas in the American public. I think the American public can do a heck of a lot better job deciding for themselves. Now, right now, we are in a country that has many crises.
I really wish there's the Libertarian, Green Party, and Constitution Party. I wish those three parties had at least double-digit % representation in each of the houses of Congress, because he's right about that, at least, that the two-party system is what's killing us right now. If the other political parties in our country had a little bit more influence and a little bit more opportunity to actually drive debate and reform and discussion, I don't think we'd be having nearly as many problems as we do. But then we run into the problem of the Electoral College, right? If you need 270 Electoral College votes to win, and there's 5 candidates, it's going to be damn near impossible for one candidate to get it without something like ranked choice voting. So it would be very interesting. I would be very interested to see our country with significantly more political parties involved. We do need to start getting third-party candidates elected locally. Yep, we absolutely do. And that's what I'm hoping to build, an infrastructure that will allow them to do just that.
I don't see that it's on, but Congressman Massey usually...
Do any of these other parties ever use the phrase, if you're sick and tired of being let down by two problematic parties? Because let's face it, they let you down constantly with false promises, vote for. They probably don't, because that's not a phrase. That's a mouthful. If you can condense that into 5 words or less, then you're onto something.
Whereas the debt clock, it's rolling faster and faster and faster towards
Ranked choice voting solves a lot of problems.
And that's going to affect our
Universal
kids and our
voter
grandkids all over
registration
the country
solves many
as
more.
they try to seek their place in the world. It's going to affect their prosperity, and it's affecting our prosperity right here and now. Because of the debt and deficit spending of our government, that is what creates inflation. When the government prints trillions of dollars out of thin air, it devalues the dollar that is in.
What's really funny about that is the more you learn about the Fed, the more you realize that that's actually a very false talking point. The government doesn't print money out of thin air. The government asks the banks, which is the Federal Reserve, it's a conglomerate of all of the private banks in America. The government asks permission for the Federal Reserve to print money, and the Federal Reserve says, okay, give us your budget. And the government gives them the budget, and they say, all right, cool, you have permission to go to the Treasury and print the money, but you have to purchase it from the banks. That is an extremely simplified version of what happens, but that is exactly what happens. And it's disturbing as all get out. But wait, Red Overlord doesn't condense his words, he just rambles on and on. Sure, but MAGA, it works, right? His actual catchphrases works. When you're giving a speech, you can ramble as much as you want. But if you're trying to get people's attention, you got to use sound bites. The MMTer in me gets really enraged. You and I aren't going to have good conversations because I'm not a big fan of MMT. A lot of those people end up being cultists and just shove the ideology down their throats when the important thing is to discuss fiat currency and how the Federal Reserve abuses our monetary system. The Fed keystrokes the money into existence much like a scorekeeper at a baseball game. But actually, the government purchases money from the Fed that the Fed allows the Treasury to print. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. That time is up. And that's how the Federal Reserve works. We can watch videos on that too, but that's getting away from the point of this debate here.
Your wallet. That devalues the dollars that you take to the grocery store to fill up the grocery cart, the dollars you use to pay for your rent, the dollars you use to run for your business. And it's time for that to stop. We have to be brave enough to say no more debt and deficit spending, no more government out of control, and no more violence here at home or around the world, certainly not at the expense of the U.S. taxpayer. I'm somebody who's going to fight for the free market solution, for the freedom solution, and for the right for all people to determine for themselves their own future. If you're not hurting anybody with force, fraud, coercion, theft, or violence, your life is your life, your body is your body, your business is your business, and your property is your property. It's not mine, and it sure as hell is not the federal government's. Thank you very much.
I'm pretty sure that was more than 2 minutes, but hey, good for you.
Dr. Jill Stein.
Okay, if I shout into this microphone, for your sake, everybody else listening is going to get blasted, so calm down. I actually love chicken parmesan. I don't know if you know that about me, but I am a fiend for some chicken parm.
Thank you. Thank you so much again to Free and Equal and to Freedom Fest for tonight's debate, including candidates that are outside of the Uniparty. And this is, in fact, what over 70% of Americans are
100%.
calling for. It's time that we make this the norm, not the exception. And thanks to everyone who's here raising the bar. My name is Jill Stein. I'm the presumptive nominee for the Green Party, a people-powered party that does not take corrupting money from corporations or from wealthy elites, not from corporate PACs, super PACs, dark money, or other loopholes for legalized bribery that runs our political system. We're in this election to fight for working people and marginalized everyday Americans who've been thrown under the bus too long. We're the only pro-worker, anti-war, anti-genocide, climate emergency campaign already on the ballot for a majority of voters so we can truly contest for power. We're calling for an America that works for all of us,
thing to
and
say,
we
by
offer
the way.
solutions
For
to
a third
achieve
party
that
in
now,
America?
such as cutting more than half of the huge military expenditures that are squandering over half of our congressional budget in the endless war machine that is impoverishing and endangering all of us. We'll put that money instead into urgent needs here at home. We'll enact an improved Medicare for All that covers everyone comprehensively and saves $500 billion a year by cutting red tape and bureaucracy. We'll push back on the housing crisis with national rent control, a tenant bill of rights, ending the private equity takeover of the housing supply, and building quality social housing. And we can pay for these programs through savings in Medicare for All, cutting the military budget, taxing the rich, and reviving a productive economy. The need for deep change has never been so urgent,
Thank you.
and the possibility of that change has never loomed so large.
Dr. Stein.
That was a lot.
And Mr. Randall Terry.
In October of 1984, I was standing in front of an abortion clinic in Binghamton, New York, and a woman was walking up.
Oshun was like, I think you just turned a spry 932 in 1984, right?
I walked out to say hi to her and said, "Are you going in to see the doctor?" She started cussing me out like a sailor. I said, "I'm sorry, I know this is awkward, I know it's embarrassing, I know it's difficult for me too." And I'm walking alongside of her, she's yelling at me. I said, "Look, if there's anything I can do to help you, please tell me if there's anything I can do." She stopped right at the door of the abortion clinic and looked at me and said, "Did you say you would help me?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "I prayed this morning, God, if you don't want me to have this abortion, send someone to help me." I was there. I was the answer to her prayers. We left, and I was with her. I was the only adult with her in the hospital when her baby girl was born. She named her Tila. We adopted Tila. Tila became a flautist, a singer, a dancer, a piano player. She was a princess. And suddenly, and without explanation, in January, she died of a massive heart attack. 38 years old, left 4 children. But before she died, we were talking on the phone a lot and texting, and she was so excited about this campaign. She said, "Dad, use me as your poster child. Use me as your poster child." Because she hated abortion, and she knew that there were millions of Tilas that were already dead and millions more whose lives were in jeopardy, and she wanted to save them by making abortion illegal again.
You keep making us drink like
And I know
this.
there's people in this room and those watching on television who participated in the death of a child by abortion. I'm not here to condemn you. I pray you find mercy and peace and forgiveness through our Lord Jesus Christ. But I'm telling you something.
My God, this guy is a wackadoodle. Why isn't he running as a Republican? He would fit right in the RNC. Wow.
The message and a mission. Blood talks to God. And the blood of 65 million innocent babies is crying from the ground for vengeance. And one of the reasons we are in so much
this actually makes me not want to watch the debate in its entirety and just skip to Jill Stein's answers, because he's a religious zealot and the libertarian's a libertarian. So,
chaos in this country.
This is going to be a rough. This is going to be. How do I keep finding this rough content?
So the motto for my campaign is defend children, defeat the Democrat nominee, and destroy the Democrat Party. Thank you for letting me be here.
And before we start with our first question, every candidate has up to 4 rebuttals expansions throughout the debate. They can use at any time throughout the debate. So we're going to start with our first question tonight. Mr. Chase Oliver, your question is, 4 candidates, including 2 independents, a Republican and Democrat, declined the invitation to participate this evening. What would you say to the candidates who chose not to debate tonight?
Well, I'll start with the first 2. That'd be the Democrat and the Republican, Trump and Biden. I know you 2 men are afraid to actually be in a debate stage where you're going to argue about something that's more important than your golf score, where you're actually going to have to be coherent and actually have to defend your ideas. And I know that makes you scared. But don't be afraid, because there are other candidates who are willing to get on this stage. You see 3 of them right here. But there are 2 more that were invited to participate in this debate that want to be an independent outside of the 2-party choice for president for you, but didn't take the time to come challenge those ideas on the debate stage. Speeches are great. Speeches are fine. But it's so much better when you can challenge and defend your record and defend your beliefs on a debate stage. That's what the American people want to see. They want to see the passion. They want to see the fire. And if you're not willing to get on a debate stage, I have to question your commitment to actually wanting to be the president of the United States.
You know what? The libertarians found a good one. At least with that answer, that was a good answer. I am actually not certain that I would have given any different of an answer, or that I could even come up with an answer that would have been different than that. That is a good answer. That's a very good answer.
So my challenge to the two independent candidates, and frankly to the Democrat and Republican who aren't here tonight, is get here next time. Don't be a coward. Don't practice the hubris that says, this is too beneath me. This is just the B team. The truth is if you're waiting to be on a debate stage that will only include Donald Trump and Joe Biden, unless you're Donald Trump or Joe Biden, you're going to be waiting a long time because the two-party system shuts you out. Each of us on stage recognizes this, and we take every opportunity we can. There's a huge group of people in this room that want to hear from a presidential candidate. Why can't you get on the stage and debate? And that's my challenge to both Robert Kennedy, Cornel West, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. Get on the stage. Defend your ideas. This is the real debate. This is the real debate where people aren't afraid to answer the questions, where the questions aren't being controlled by a corporate media that wants to spread discourse and division amongst this country. This is a real debate where we're going to answer the questions plainly, honestly, and with our own true convictions. And that's something that Donald Trump and Joe Biden can't do anymore. I don't know if it's their advanced age or their inability to tell the truth, but they just can't do it. And Robert Kennedy and Cornel West, you should be on this debate stage with us, uniting the parties together, saying no more to the two-party system. And if you can't do it, you're just as bad as the two-party system. Get on this debate stage, you chicken.
Okay, that was a bit much. If he had just stopped his answer at the first part, I would have been much happier with it.
Well, I'll agree with all that, and I'll say that one thing about the free and equal
Is too much of a coward.
is
He
that we
is.
have
No, I
very
absolutely
different opinions,
would.
but we're all very respectful of each other. We're not tearing each other down as people. We're learning from each other and respecting each other's ideas. That's not something that we hear on the debate stage with the Democrats and the Republicans. We hear them hurling tomatoes at each other and tearing each other down and arguing about their golf scores and ridiculous things like that, distracting from the real problems that the American people need to be talking about. And that's what we're doing on this debate stage tonight. And I would note that the two candidates who are not showing up tonight, the two independents, have never shown up for debates, though one of them pleads for open debates but is not willing to do that himself. And I'm talking about RFK there, who's been pleading with Trump and Biden to debate with him, has even challenged legally, but is not willing to extend that courtesy to his fellow candidates. So this is a problem. The American people, we know, demand open debates, so it really is an affront to voters and to democracy, and it does demonstrate real inability to stand up and defend your ideas. In particular, RFK says that he's a peace candidate, but he very much supports the genocidal war in Gaza. And I would like to ask him, how can you describe yourself as a peace candidate? Are you saying that the war against Gaza is not a war? That is a war. It has the potential to explode like some of the other worst wars, like the war in Ukraine. Both of these are wars that could go nuclear, that are expanding, that are incredibly dangerous right now. And RFK needs to be here to defend his policies. He also claims to be against the big money system, but he's very much a part of that big money system and has a super PAC, which last I heard had about $50 million in it, contributed largely by two people. So I'd like to hear how that is, how that is outside of the system. So yes, stand up.
Jill isn't doing good on this debate, or at least this answer.
Randall Terry.
All right, so we'll start with questions. For Bobby Kennedy, you made chickens. I saw one right there. You made chickens that you used at where you wanted to go after Biden and Trump. They wouldn't let you on the stage. So my question to Mr. Kennedy, since he doesn't want to be up here with us, is can we just recycle your chickens? Maybe cut them up and make them into Bobby McChickens. I don't know. All right. For Trump, here's my question. You see that as you've toned your rhetoric down over the last few weeks, your poll numbers have gone up. Do you wish you had learned this lesson sooner? For Cornell West, who does your hair? Help a brother out here, would you? And then for Biden, Joe, how many fingers am I holding up? 4. I'll give the creepy whisper. Now to the serious questions. Dr. West, you know the numbers. 12% of American women are African American, but 36% of dead babies by abortion are committed on black women. It's grotesquely out of balance because abortion was always targeted at black people and at minorities. It is black genocide, and Cornel West knows it. And how can you possibly tie it together with other issues? To Trump, thank you for giving us judges that overturned Roe versus Wade. Thank you. But why did you mock DeSantis? Why did you throw the babies under the bus? Why did you change the party platform? Do you really want to wade through the blood of innocent children to get back into the White House? And to Biden and to Kennedy, my question is very simple. How can you possibly betray your faith? You say that you are Catholic, and yet
I wouldn't even say it's targeted to poor people. Abortions are a tool of the rich to avoid infidelity or other unfortunate circumstances. And poor people get abortions because they can't afford children, which is an economic issue, is what I would argue.
Betrayed Jesus Christ. You have betrayed the children. You have betrayed innocent blood. And do you not fear
this
God
guy,
that you will face?
we're skipping him.
Clarify, the chickens were funded by the super PAC, by Kennedy, not his campaign at the LNC. And yes, both of them were invited to this debate tonight. I hope that they will be attending our debate this September. So I'm glad that they came and spoke here at Freedom Fest, and I hope they'll be at our 4th debate this September. So, Congressman, the next question is yours.
All right, thank you. How would you fix the inflation crisis affecting cost of living, things like fuel, food, and housing? Dr. Jill Stein, you may go first.
Great. So it's very important when spending money into the economy, that money actually create growth in the economy. Because if you're simply throwing in dollars and you have a fixed pot of goods and services, you're going to drive inflation. So throwing money into the economy without actually growing it is not a good thing. So simply providing corporate tax breaks, or for that matter, the military expenditures have been hugely inflationary, and that is now costing us $1 trillion a year in our military budget, yet that is not actually growing the economy. We need to also trim our expenses, and we need to cut the fat from healthcare in particular. In healthcare, we're spending over $4 trillion a year, quite a bit more than on our military budget even, 4 times as much. Yet we know that 1 out of every $3 in healthcare right now is spent basically on bureaucracy and paper pushing. And by moving to a Medicare for all system, we basically trim the waste out of healthcare, and doing that, we can actually save $500 billion a year at the same time that we massively expand healthcare. Because right now, so many Americans, 87 million Americans, do not have health care, either lack it entirely or are inadequately insured, cannot afford their pharmaceuticals, cannot go to a doctor or an emergency room when they're sick. We have a health care crisis, yet we are wasting so many of our health care dollars, spending twice as much in this country per person as we are in any other in the next biggest spender, actually, around the world. So we can do much better with our healthcare dollars, and we can trim them enormously. Likewise, the fat in the military budget. Is that budget actually making us safer and more secure? No, it's actually impoverishing us and endangering us all around the world while draining $1 trillion. So we will cut the military budget in half and ensure that our dollars are actually used productively.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Randall Terry.
I am a musician, and when President Biden started pumping hundreds of millions and billions of dollars into people's pockets so that we could sit at home during the manufactured COVID crisis, he saved the largest big box retailer of musical instruments in America. They were in and out into this money with. And
I think I know why nobody wants to be on these debates.
Because the opposite of inflation is deflation. Need to do with. We had our motto. The answer is him to jail.
Chase, was that his rebuttal? Did he just use one? Chase Oliver.
How would we boost the economy?
Yikes. Okay, I don't think we're gonna watch this after all. What was said about the military? Jill Stein wants to slash the military budget because it's inflated, and by increasing in government spending in the military, it contributes to inflation, which isn't wrong. I would argue that we're not dealing with inflation issues at all, but we're dealing with price gouging. So I think it's the right answer to the wrong question. But still, this clown, I can't take that seriously.
And get our
And now I think I broke it.
If we had our
by
own,
skipping ahead too much.
We have the greatest.
So I broke it. But yeah, that I don't know that I would want to go to that debate either. If I was gonna have to talk to somebody like that, that just seems pretty damn. I don't know. He's even more unhinged than Republicans, and that's saying a lot. I guess there's a strike. The Empire Rally. Dano's cheesening is so amazing on chicken parm. I hate that guy. Yeah, that guy is some kind of something. Is this actually the conversation?
It's my least favorite part of running for office. I know how hard you work.
Joining us now, NBC News senior White House correspondent Mike Malloy, NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, Politico White House reporter Eli Sokol, and Washington Post national editor and MSNBC political analyst Phil Rucker. So, Mike, what more do we know about this donor call, which is kind of about to get underway?
Yeah, Jose, this is interesting because as NBC News was reporting yesterday, we're not just seeing a defection in terms of lawmakers. That new list today includes 10 who have now said that they want the president to step aside. We've also seen a major slippage in terms of the amount of money the campaign has been raising since that awful debate performance by the president, as raising as much as 25% of what they were expecting to raise over the course of this time period.
Will make your blood boil when it comes to trans issues.
That was sent to some key donors by donor supporters
was that what his name was with the afro? Because he's making my blood boil with
so that they could discuss what they call the urgent needs of the campaign at this point. They're going to be hearing not just from the vice president, but other leaders in the campaign and people out in the field doing the work to try to speak to what is the path forward. Now, of course, the president and his closest advisors are insisting he has not swayed one bit from his intention to see this race through. And you saw that memo I thought was so interesting, Jose, from the campaign this morning about another dynamic that maybe we haven't talked enough about, this idea that there is no alternative plan for the nomination. The president has made clear his support for Vice President Harris throughout this time period as well, and there have been a number of people who have insisted that if the president were to step aside, it needs to be the vice president who fills in. But that is not a given, and some of the mechanics for doing so are also messy and complicated, as campaign leadership has said in the past. And so this speaks to the fact that while the donors and a lot of the president's fellow Democrats might want to see a change here, it's not nearly as easy as it seems, and the president, of course, insists he's moving forward.
And so, Mike, we know that the president is planning to return to the campaign trail next week. Can you also give us an update on his health?
Yeah, we saw that statement from the president today talking about what the campaign wants to be talking about today, which was former President Donald Trump's very long acceptance speech at the nomination last night. The president saying in this statement today that he saw no agenda for the future laid out by the former president, and did include in that statement the idea that he would be out on the campaign trail next week. Now, we don't have any specifics. The campaign saying nothing has fully been locked down just yet. But for the president to get back out on the campaign trail, he needs to kick this COVID that he just contracted earlier this week. We got an update from the president's physician just in the last hour. He said that the president continues to show signs of improvement, that his vitals are all very good, very normal, and that the president still has some of those lingering symptoms, but that he's much improved today, Jose.
And so, Ryan, meanwhile, there are a growing number of Democrats calling for the president to step aside. What's the latest tally on that?
Yeah, Jose, it does feel like every time I check my email, another Democratic member of Congress is calling on President Biden to exit the race. The most recent being Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California. She, of course, a prominent member in the Democratic House of Representatives. She is a powerful member of that committee, someone who's also pretty closely aligned with the former Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi. And this is what she said in her statement. She said, simply put, your candidacy, and this was a letter that she sent to President Biden, is on a trajectory to lose the White House and potentially impact crucial House and Senate races down ballot. It's for these reasons that I urge you to step aside from our party's nomination. And that is very similar to the statements and the calls that we've seen from many of these Democrats in the House and Senate, a respect and admiration even for President Biden, but also grappling with the reality that the polls are heading in the wrong direction and that they view Donald Trump as an existential threat and that Joe Biden is not up to the task of taking him on in November. But within all these statements, Jose, there is a clear understanding that there is really no power that these Democratic House and Senate members have to push President Biden out of the race. He has to make the decision on his own. They are trying to make it as uncomfortable for him as possible to stay in this race by showing that lack of support from the party's most important players. Whether or not it has an impact on President Biden as he makes these considerations while recovering from COVID remains to be seen. Jose.
And Ryan, you know, one of the strongest bases of support for President Biden have always been like the Congressional Black Caucus and certainly the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Today, as far as the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, I was speaking to on my program here on MSNBC earlier today, Nanette Barragan, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. She says that they are all on board for President Biden. Today, however, Chuy Garcia, a representative of Illinois, joined, was it Raul Grijalba, I guess, the congressman from Arizona, as the only two members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus that are asking for the president to set aside.
Yeah, and that's right. You know, those key constituencies, there's a number of these caucuses who have deep connections to President Biden and have relied on him and been an ally of his. The Hispanic Caucus being one, the Congressional Black Caucus being another. He even has pretty good relationships with the Congressional Progressive Caucus. In fact, some of his strongest supporters, Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Bernie Sanders in the Senate, have been the ones encouraging him to stay in the race the most.
So, yeah, that's kind of the thing, too, right? If he drops out of the race, won't people try and invoke the 25th? I think it's pretty much a done deal. You can't run for president, harm your party, ignore everybody that's in your party, and expect to do good. If you have to fight not only your opposition, but also your own party just to win, then you're not winning. You're just not going to. That's not a thing. I highly doubt Hunter and Jill are encouraging him to stay in the race. I highly doubt that. I guarantee you both of them are telling him to stand down and to get out of the race. I cannot imagine that his own family would encourage him to remain in the race against that kind of opposition. That would just be stupid. Now, that being said, I was perusing some of these Project 2025 courses while we were listening. There's actually a couple good ones. And I said we would get into some of the juicy bits, and I thought one of them might have been the monsters in the attic, and that's actually true. Monsters in the attic and actually working with the media, there's a lot of bias in those as well. But they are 54 minutes and 45 minutes respectively, and we tend to start playing Age of Empires at around 6. So I think, honestly, we'll pick those up on Monday. But certainly more to come on that. Let's see. Before we get to a Conspiracy Theory Friday, I wanted to touch on the Olympics and Bronny James, because Bronny James is the son of LeBron James, and he is doing really bad in his debut, except for apparently this one. He finally hit 13 points, because for up until this game, he's been barely hitting 4. And I wanted to talk about dynasty being a problem in not just politics, but also in sports. But I guess this one makes me eat crow because he actually did well in this game. NBA Game Time rips Bronny James' embarrassing performance in the loss to Heat. And he did score 0 in another game. But yeah, he got the 12 points here. So let's
If you thought one napkin for the quarter pounder with cheese was enough,
I think Jill is stealing Joe to say, well,
not enough.
I disagree, but if that's the case, then
every time
yikes.
number 9 touches the ball, there is a buzz in this arena. What a start for Bronny. Rips the cords from the mid-range. Here's Lewis, 40th pick in last year's draft. Colin Castleton, a two-way player for the Lakers. Bronny's got it. 2 more. And Jarkel Joiner's got 8 points off the bench. Here's Bronny, isolated against Gay. Finger roll, rolls in.
We probably had the most traction with inside the arena audience as well as a television audience.
Bronny knocks down the 3. His first as a Laker.
Okay, well, I guess I can't talk about Bronny then. If he can actually play at that level, then either the Hawks are a significantly bad team currently, or he was not having good games and decided to step up. All right. I guess we won't talk about Bronny James. I do want to talk about Caitlin Clark, though, because she continues. Actually, you know what? We should talk about Reese. Now I can't remember her name. Angel Reese. There we go. Because she is kicking all sorts of ass, and I wanted to highlight her specifically because she is not getting nearly the attention that she should be getting. Of course, now here's some negative information, but she's been getting records too, and they're only focusing on Caitlin Clark. So there's an All-Star game, but then apparently she didn't even show up at the All-Star game. That's odd.
Witness the greatness of Anna Hall and the rest of Team USA wherever you are.
I was going to celebrate Angel Reese and bash on Bronny, and it's opposite days today.
Completely deserving of that All-Star spot, especially because, again, probably Ezzy McMcGraw couldn't play, and that's the only... Like, they were in... At the end of the day, every one of these players...
Aubrey Wyatt case. Oh, I do remember seeing that too. Yeah. She was being bullied in school, and like you said, which just goes to show that like kids can be cruel and malicious to each other, and we really need to improve our society. Like, especially when you're that young and impressionable, even though it's amongst peers, it's very difficult to regulate emotion at such a young age, and especially. I don't know the details. Obviously, I don't want to get into heavy topics on a Friday, and I don't want to dismiss it either. So if you want to cover this on Monday, Princess Kayla, we can 100% cover that on Monday and give it the gravitas that it deserves.
People into the fold and speak a broad libertarian.
Anyway, I would like to stick to some more lighthearted content. Lighter content, I should say. And in fact, I mean, it is about that time, so... And my whole attempt to discuss the athletes just completely went awry. Because apparently they were going to team up and then they didn't show up? I don't get that.
It's time for What to Watch. The WNBA All-Star team will go up against Team USA tomorrow in Phoenix. It's a matchup you will not want to miss with players like Breanna Stewart and Asia Wilson representing Team USA and rookies Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese joining forces on Team WNBA. This comes after Clark was snubbed from this year's Olympic team. Women's basketball analyst and insider Christina Williams is in Phoenix for the game, and she's joining us now to break it all down. All right, so I'm kind of like a newbie with this sort of stuff, so you're going to tell me what I should be paying attention to. What I do know, though, is Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, they're star rookies, and for the first time, they're going to be playing on the same team. So I know they're going to put rivalries aside. How do we expect them to play together in terms of sort of their strengths and the types of players that they are?
Right. So Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese have been playing against each other since their AAU days. And of course, we remember that championship game in college where, rivals now become teammates. And so I think that it's going to be special because Caitlin Clark is the single game assist record holder right now in the WNBA. She leads the league in assists. And then Angel Reese, she's been on that double-double streak. She's second in the league in rebounding. And so seeing these two play together on the same team, it's the perfect storm because Caitlin Clark's best asset is her ability to make her teammates better and make them shine and play the best version of themselves. And so I'm excited to see them play together. Obviously, I know fans are excited as well because these two players are responsible for the growth that we're seeing right now in women's basketball. So I think that it's very exciting to see these two on the same team.
Yeah, they'll be playing against Team USA. Which players will you...
I got to admit and agree with that, too. Those two have done more for the WNBA than literally anything else in its history, which is impressive. The second thing is, unlike the NBA, when superstars end up being the dominant scorer or the dominant person on the field, there's an interesting contrast because if LeBron James had been more of an outstanding support to his teammates, he would have never had the same kind of celebrity status that Caitlin Clark has for being the support member of her team. Which is interesting that in the WNBA, her role is to make others look good. Yes, she also has a lot of scoring. She also does a lot of, points and all that fun stuff. But her role, as described here, is to empower the team, whereas everybody else that's popular or famous in the NBA, they need to empower them, right? The star is the one that needs to be empowered, which would be, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant. But in the WNBA, it's actually empowering the teammates to make plays happen, which is interesting. I find that very interesting.
You be watching on that side?
Well, obviously, Team USA is a very experienced team. And so Diana Taurasi is one of the longest tenured players in Team USA women's basketball history. She has 5 gold medals, going for her 6th this summer in Paris with Team USA. So, of course, we're going to be excited to see players like Diana Taurasi and Brittany Griner because they play for the Phoenix Mercury. So it's kind of their home court. But also as a team together, A'ja Wilson is playing some of her best basketball. She's in that.
Not to derail the conversation, but I couldn't say this earlier because I was driving, but I'm really loving the irony that Biden is losing the presidency the same way he won it, because of the donors. Obama got all the donors to drop everyone else and support Biden. Now the donors are dropping Biden, so he's being forced out, and I wouldn't be surprised if Obama had something to do with it. Right, and that just goes to show that Obama is becoming a kingmaker instead of just retiring into ignominy, which, I get it. A former president usually doesn't stay out of politics, but at the same time, I haven't heard a single Republican reference the Bush administration. Not once have I heard a single one of those Republicans be like, thanks to the Bush administration and Bush Jr.'s pep talk, we got things going. It's completely been taken over by Trump and MAGA America. That's the crazy part. Be like Jimmy and go get your ass home. Yeah. And I think the fact that Obama is keeping his thumb on the scales of the DNC is worth mentioning because Hillary did the same thing. And look at how devastating it has been to the Democratic Party. Jimmy only came into the spotlight for good. Right. So, yeah, no. And no derailment. I mean, we are primarily political. It's going to take some getting used to integrate pop culture into our channel. What else do we got? Kyle Grill's Libertarian presidential candidate. All right.
Everyday recycling and waste, regulated waste, One partner does it all. Republic Services.
He even founded
We help
Habitat
you
for
meet your
Humanity
business
and built so many homes
sustainability
for the
goals
poor.
compliantly.
I didn't know that was
Discover
Jimmy
the
Carter
power
who
of partnership with Republic
founded it.
Services.
That's impressive.
Fidium Fiber gives you more than the best internet technology.
Seriously? 15 seconds of unskippable ads? Go fuck yourself.
So, does that viewpoint also cross over?
Holy shit.
But for the so I traveled from state to state, speaking to state delegations at
All right.
their state
Go ahead
conventions,
and
then
pick
went
up
to
on
the national
this.
convention and,
I
voted in
need
rounds of
to
voting.
figure something out for
And
food
we
real quick.
basically eliminate the lowest vote getter until we get someone over 50%. In the next to last round, I beat out my nearest competitor. And then in the final round, because I was just under 50%, I had to beat out none of the above, which is on every libertarian ballot.
So I know that Trump had thrown his hat in the ring and spoke at the Libertarian Convention and kind of meekly asked for the nomination, or said he said something that was interesting, and he was clearly trying to, get on the ballot. And then you had RFK, who also kind of tried to get on the ballot and threw his hat in the ring. My understanding is that they kind of it was crash and burn for them. They didn't get anywhere. Can you speak a little bit to that? Was there in the room at the Libertarian Convention, was there this kind of attitude of who do these people think they are? They're not even libertarians?
Yeah, well, Donald Trump, he did not even qualify to actually even be nominated for our party because he had already been the nominee of another party and didn't even get the qualifying signatures to technically be put onto the ballot for our party. And of course, when he came and spoke at the convention, he probably got the most hostile audience he's ever spoken in front of before. He realized very quickly that he was not a libertarian. Libertarians let him know that loud and clear. RFK also had a few smattering of supporters in the hall. I think he got 19 votes and was eliminated in the first round. And so I can say I did beat RFK at a convention vote. But yeah, so and while he came and spoke, and he was smart enough to say everything that was libertarian about him while ignoring all of the non-libertarian things about him. And so he got a slightly better reception than Donald Trump did when he came and spoke at our convention. But yeah, I think I don't think Trump's ever wanting to speak in front of a libertarian crowd ever again.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly give the audience there a lot of respect, because it takes balls to look at this massive celebrity, former president in Trump and RFK, who's polling at roughly 9%, and to say, look, you're just not, we don't agree with you, and we're going to call that out. I feel like that's very rare. Usually people want to suck up to power when they see the powerful. Tell me about the Mises Caucus. I know that they're viewed as the sort of more right-wing libertarians, and you're not necessarily part of that faction. Have you and the Mises Caucus sort of made up in the sense that they will unify around you and vote for you in a general election?
Well, first I did want to just add one more point to this, which is we did cheer Donald Trump on one thing when he promised to free Ross Ulbricht, which is something that libertarians across the board do support. And so we wanted to make sure that we did support that when it was said in the hall. Now, as far as the Mises Caucus, first off, my running mate, Mike Tremont, is a member of the Mises Caucus. He is somebody who practices the Austrian School of Economics. He's a wonderful running mate. We also have Mises Caucus members working within our party, both as staff and volunteers. And so, to me, we're doing everything we can to try to unify our party with a unified libertarian message going forward. There are people who are always going to have hurt feelings after a convention if their candidate didn't win. I imagine if I didn't win, some of my supporters would be having hurt feelings right now. But all in all, I think we're doing a really good job of trying to bring as many people into the fold and speak a broad libertarian message that everyone across the board can really get around support.
So the libertarian Dave Smith was on the show Breaking Points, and he said that the biggest dividing lines between the Mises Caucus and the rest of the libertarians, I think you could call them more traditional libertarians, is this idea that he says your wing represents more open borders and belief in trans healthcare for kids. So let me ask you, number one, do you believe in open borders, and do you believe in trans healthcare for kids? And number two, what is your perspective on those things, and what argument would you make?
Yeah, I actually think, first off, I support a 21st century Ellis Island. I think if you want to come here to work in this country, you should be able to come through a port of entry, declare who you are, and very quickly get legal status in order to work. This takes immigrants out of the shadow economy. It prevents them from having their labor exploited, which drives down wages for American workers. It also provide safer communities, because if you're no longer fearing your status of working and fearing deportation, if you see a crime, you might actually go to the police and report that, where we don't have that right now in immigrant communities. And so with 21st Century Ellis Island, we streamline the process of getting guest workers here to work, is better for immigrants, it's better for people at home, it's better for everyone all around, and it's certainly better than the crisis that we have on our southern border that has been caused by both Biden and Trump policies over the last 8 years. And so I don't know if that would qualify, as some people might qualify that as a more open border, a more streamlined immigration process, but I don't certainly think it's a free-for-all where you just cross the border willy-nilly. That being said, as far as gender affirming care, it's not my job to determine the health care for a trans child or not. I support, first off, I don't support surgery.
Did you say
because that is a very
that Jimmy Carter was president in your lifetime? I mean, I guess you are a vampire, but I was not aware of that.
Until you're an adult. For the rare instances where other medical interventions happen for young trans or non-binary people, I think that decision should be left between a parent, the patient, and the doctor, not the state. I recognize that this is an unsettled science. This is something where there are some studies that say this is a good thing, some studies that say this is a bad thing. I support parents and not the state making that final determination, because parents are going to have unconditional love for their kids. If you're a parent, you would fight and you would die for your child. And that means you're going to be the best advocate for them in the realm of healthcare, education, or anywhere else, as opposed to a bureaucrat in a state house or in Washington, D.C. on one side or the other of the issue. I support parental sovereignty here. And so I support parents deciding the best healthcare decisions for their kids. That doesn't mean I want to trans the children, which is the moniker that some people have said. I support putting healthcare freedom in the realm of individuals and parents if you're a child.
So on the open borders thing,
So I'm eating the Goyas. I should probably grab a burger or something. I didn't make it out to the grocery store. It was leg day today, and I just wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it going to the grocery store. I should have just grabbed a meal ready to eat or something, and I didn't think of that. But we're already streaming, so I'm gonna do cookies and water. If I drink this coffee, I'm probably gonna get nauseous, so we're not gonna do that. But I obviously missed a few minutes of this, but that answer he gave on the transgender issue, I thought was actually a very potentially interesting answer, in that he wanted it to be parental sovereignty. Obviously, many of you and I myself disagree. Transgenderism is not a health crisis issue, and in many cases, parents are going to make the wrong decision for their children. But that notwithstanding, it was a very good answer. It's an answer that I disagree with policy-wise, but it isn't heinous. He said, you know what? It shouldn't be up to me. It should be up to the parents. And I don't find fault with that argument. Hold on a second. Trans healthcare saves lives. Exactly. And I think what he is missing on taking the trans issues is that trans healthcare needs to be accessible, even if we're talking about transgender children and their parents making the decision. Having better education on transgender issues and healthcare needs to be prominent. And obviously, Princess Kayla, I would have to defer to you and your expertise as being literally trans, so you'd have significantly more information than I do on this. But the way I see it is, we don't have enough education and we don't have enough access to the healthcare in the first place. Resolving those two problems would make the parental sovereignty part that much more equitable. Hold on a second. Anyway, I think trans men and women should also be able to get access to trans healthcare at local health departments. Right. No, I mean, trans healthcare should be part of universal healthcare. It shouldn't be a discriminated part of healthcare. Just Like, for instance, even plastic surgery to a greater or lesser degree shouldn't be outside of healthcare, because there's many reasons why you would need plastic surgery. For instance, you were in a fire, you need a skin graft. You have a growth on your face, so you need that taken out. Any number of things, right? Now, sure, do we need to subsidize, getting Botox injections and a nose job? Yeah, maybe not. I'm willing to have that argument. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think there's going to be enough people that are going to go to the hospital to get a nose job. But even so, it still would fall under a mental health care, wouldn't it? If getting a nose job would help your self-esteem and make you not redact yourself, then I would actually be in support of that. So what I'm saying is his answer was good, but it was missing a lot more context.
View it when somebody accuses you of believing in open borders, do you view that as a smear? Because based off the position you just described to me here, it sounds like your take is kind of similar to mine, where I think, yeah, we should have a border, we should have rules that go along with it, but in terms of who do you deport, obviously you go with like the violent criminals, but everybody else, if they go through the proper process, then there's no problem with having more people in this country, and they're incredibly productive, and the crime rate overall among immigrants is actually very low. So when you hear somebody accuse,
I'm even going to work with therapists and physicians on my trans healthcare platform when I run for Senate. No, exactly. I think that's the conversation that needs to happen. There needs to be, the government shouldn't be putting its grubby mitts on the issue, right, and preventing people from exercising their rights. But the one thing that the government can do is make the information and the healthcare accessible. So, 100%.
accuse you of believing in open borders, does your mind go to, that's kind of a smear because that's not actually my position?
Well, what I think it is I think it is a simplification of a position that allows people to believe what they want to believe. When you hear the term open borders, it can mean all sorts of ambiguous things in the mind of a voter. And so I think it's a political strategy to make it seem like someone doesn't care about the border, doesn't care about people who are here, only cares about immigrants or whatever. And so I don't necessarily think it's a smear. I just think it's a political tactic to muddy the water.
I'd much rather consult with medical and psychological professionals than religious zealots. Well, obviously. Plus, the religious zealots, separation of church and state, right? They have no place in the discussion.
Certainly it's been used against immigration reform advocates for a long time. I don't think this is really new. And, I don't think there's really that much daylight between me and, say, other people in my party who maybe have a little bit more restrictionist policy, who say want to have an invitation-only worker program where, hey, you can come here if you're invited to work. I just don't think that's workable. And I think it actually creates a larger state apparatus to get that done, as opposed to streamlining the process and letting the free market determine where labor goes and where it needs to be.
What percentage of the liberty...
That had nothing to do with immigration, though. His answer had nothing to do with immigration at all. I was waiting for him to get into that part, but his answer actually aligns with my America Works program, and I had to name it Border Crisis, but still, my immigration reform and American Works program is to streamline the process and make it more equitable and simpler for immigrants to find work so that they can immediately get integrated into our society.
Libertarian Party voters, in your estimation, are more like old school libertarians who actually believe in open borders versus the more new school version that's a little more right wing on issues of the border and, like we said, trans healthcare?
Well, I think most libertarians fall right in line with our platform on both immigration and healthcare freedom. I think that's the majority of libertarians out there, both in terms of voters, in terms of delegates, in terms of activists.
Right, which is U.S. foreign policy.
Generally think that we should be allowing people who want to come here to work, let them come here to work, let the free market determine where labor goes, because we are big free marketers in the Libertarian Party. And as far as healthcare freedom, I don't know if where everyone falls on gender affirming healthcare. Frankly, this is a newer realm of healthcare that a lot of people just frankly don't understand because they don't have a trans person in their life or a parent of a trans kid. They don't really understand it. And so I think with this kind of New Horizon comes a little bit of misunderstanding from some people. But generally, I think libertarians want healthcare freedom because they recognize if we give government this inch to regulate healthcare here, we're going to give them the mile that's going to be used to regulate healthcare for all people. And so that is why I fight for the right of people to make their own healthcare decisions, because I know I don't want my healthcare decisions restricted, even though I'm not trans or non-binary. I just know if we give government that authority, it's only a matter of time before that authority spreads to other people in other areas of healthcare. And I would like to see less state restriction, not more.
So
that actually sounds like classical conservatism. I'm actually impressed, because the last libertarian presidential candidate that I remember was in 2012, and that guy was an idiot. This guy actually sounds reasonable. It's a shame that the Constitution candidate was such a whack job, and we couldn't, and that's why why I did not want to watch it, because that was insane. Yeah, Gary Johnson. What is Aleppo?
Does that viewpoint also cross over into your take on abortion?
Ron Paul isn't an idiot, but he is very conservative.
Yeah, so I'm pro-choice, and the reason I am is because I think that the decision should be left to the most local government possible, which is not your city or your town. That's actually your own self-governance, your own decision-making. And I think we need to reinforce bodily autonomy rights for individuals. And that being said, I support the standards of Roe v. Wade and Casey, which is we should have legal, accessible abortion up to the point of viability. Post viability, there should be some sort of.
Oh, he ran in both years. Okay.
Says the health or life of the mother.
I guess he gave up.
Risk, and that should be happening there, which of course is the rarest form of abortion. It's less than 1%. But for the vast majority of those, that should be in the realm of choice, as Roe v. Wade and Casey have put forward. And I would support that standard across the country, because I do believe bodily autonomy falls within the privacy rights of each and every individual. Those are constitutionally protected rights, and those should be constitutionally protected at the federal level. Some people may disagree with me on this and think that this is a states' rights issue, but ultimately, if you're pro-life and you believe that abortion is murder, wouldn't you want that to also be a federal issue?
Right.
So it's inconsistent to me to say, oh, I'm pro-life, so this needs to be a states' issue. Well, if you believe it's murder, you would want murder to be illegal everywhere.
So let me ask you about some of the stuff going on this week. Now, let me just tell everybody, this is being recorded on a Thursday. It drops on a Friday. So by the time this drops, there may have been more movement in, say, the Biden story about whether or not he's going to drop out or stay in. But let me ask you, number one, do you think Biden should drop out of the race?
I wasn't partisan at all in my entire life, and am still not partisan. I don't believe in political parties. I think political parties are a detriment to democracy, period. Dot. End of story. And if it were up to me, and I would even put this on the website as a policy platform position, but if it were up to me, I would abolish political parties as a whole and make elections from the local all the way up to the president fair, free, open, and public, and have nothing to do with money. This is your time to speak. This is your criteria to get elected. Everybody gets their same 5 minutes of airtime. It's up to you to make your case. You get to have a website. That's about it. No ads. No ads. No other talking, whatever. Maybe that's a little too draconian, but like, you get where I'm saying? You get where I'm going with this? Like, at a minimum, candidates should be able to stand on their own merit and not have to sell their house just to be able to run for office. That's insane. That's how regular people are being prevented from getting on the ballot in the first place, or being taken seriously for that matter. It's, oh, well, they don't have the money to run ads. It's like, yeah, because they're working poor like you, and they want to fix that problem. So we need ranked choice voting, universal voter registration. We need free, open elections. And we need to eliminate political parties, because that intrinsically is anti-democratic. Because then it becomes about the party winning rather than the country or your area of responsibility winning. So I'm not saying if you're a Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, whatever, that you're a bad person or wrong. Obviously, that's just the way this country operates. But I'm saying intrinsically, I have never been partisan. I have never been staunchly Republican, Democrat, or any other party. Though I have been told by many people that I would do well in the Libertarian Party. But then I saw Gary Johnson and I was like, I have nothing to do with that party. Now this guy, on the 2 answers that he's given so far, what we have heard from him, he seems reasonable to me.
Performance we saw, Democrats would be wise to replace him. I of course want him to stay in the race because I think it's easier to garner votes if I'm running against both him and Trump, because I think both of them are terrible candidates. I would hate to give Democrats good advice, but the best advice for them would be to replace their candidate with somebody who is not over the age of 80. And I think, post debate, my campaign saw a lot of renewed interest when we were on the ground campaigning, just for people going, hey, you're not 80 years old, you speak in complete sentences, you support my right to exist, or
yeah, but see how low the bar is in America? You're not 80 and you can speak in complete sentences. Let's hear what you have to say. Like, that's pretty damn pathetic for our country, for our society as a whole, if you ask me. And that's one of the many reasons why I think partisanship, I mean, look at it. This right here, this Joe Biden being the nominee for the Democratic Party is purely because of partisanship. He's not qualified. He should probably invoke the 25th at this point, right? That's the whole thing. The party is lockstep, doing what's best for the party instead of what's best for the country. We do need an age cap. Yeah, it should probably be 60. Should probably be around 60. If you're not gonna experience 20 or 30 years of your own policy, you shouldn't be able to run.
support my right to live my life as I see fit, man, that's very attractive compared to what the Democrats are giving us. So I would,
and that's interesting that the libertarians are appealing to Democratic voters, or at least he is.
50-50 on it, because Democrats routinely see the easiest thing to do to win something, and they do the exact opposite, which is kind of.
My dad said it should be no older than 65, which is reasonable. Sure.
Even where I disagree with them on things,
I would almost argue. I would almost argue that it should be the generation between the ages of 35 and 60. That generation should be the only, well, obviously because the minimum age is 35, but like 35 and 60, sure, 65, that 30-year range. Yeah, you know what? I guess I'm agreeing with you, aren't I? Yeah. I was going to say it should be like, we should have younger and younger people running for office because they have a more vested interest in policy positions and platform that'll have longer reaching impact on the country. Now, granted, that could be negative, that could be positive. Preferably, it would be positive. But the idea being a 40-year-old running for office or a 35-year-old running for president is going to endure that legacy for 30 or 40 years versus somebody who's 80 who might not see the end of their administration. So 65, right? I mean, you could potentially live to be 75 in this country, 80. It's reasonable, realistic to expect you could live to be about 80, 83. Although life expectancy in America has dwindled precipitously in recent years. But 65, I would put that at the limit. I would almost actually say 55. Between 35 and 55. Honestly. Me personally, 55. And here's why I say 55. Because you're getting to the age of like focusing, looking at retirement. You've lived life. You have life experience. You may have had a family. You may have owned a home. You have experienced more than likely a lot of what this country has to offer. The good, the bad, and the between. And that does benefit you over the 35-year-old who, sure, has certainly experienced a decent amount of life. But I am old enough to where I could theoretically have teenagers, right? I am old enough to theoretically have a teenage child. But I wouldn't be old enough to have adult children. Well, I mean, shouldn't be old enough to have adult children, and certainly not adult children in their 30s. A 55-year-old could have had kids at 25 and now has a 30-year-old child and sees what that generation is dealing with in the current economy compared to what they dealt with when they were in the same age bracket. So I think having a generation, just one generation between the cutoff dates is more than enough, and anything really beyond that you run the risk of stagnation or regression, which is what we are currently seeing. And it looks like my Mobot announcements just aren't working. So I need to turn those off. Unless you guys are seeing them. Are you guys seeing the Mobot announcements? The one that just passed? Oh, they are working? Then never mind.
I'm sometimes very happy that they lose. In fact, many times I'm happy they lose, especially when they let victory slip right through their fingers. So do I think they're going to replace Joe Biden? Probably not, because it's the better idea. And unfortunately for the country, one of the major political parties, Democrats, rarely do the easiest or best thing to have success. So, I think they're just as incompetent as Republicans. So, yeah, I don't think they'll make the right decision, just like Republicans have.
You're probably not a sports person, Sam, but I just had to share this. Someone manipulated Joe's Twitter when he said he's sick to say, "I'm sick of people not saying Francisco Lindor isn't the best shortstop in baseball. If you agree, pitch in here." That's funny. You're right. I'm not a sports person, and I did briefly try to comment on sports by bashing Bronny James and elevating Angel Reese. And it turns out that the videos regarding both were the opposite. Bronny finally redeemed himself in the NBA, and Angel Reese might be a no-show. So, yeah, Francisco Lindor. Oshun, did you not just read? He is the best shortstop in baseball. Everybody knows that. Gosh.
Made a poor decision by running Donald Trump again. I think both of them have made very bad decisions with their candidates.
Yeah, I like how honest that answer was, because you're like, yeah, if he stays in, that's actually better for me. So maybe he should say it. I like that. All right, let me ask you this. So the attempted assassination on Trump, what's your take on it in the sense that, there is a lot of stuff coming out which either points to just rank incompetence from the Secret Service, but, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I think it's fair for people to question based on all the little facts that are coming out. Like, it's okay to speculate and to think about it and try to go down that path a little bit, because some of the stuff, honestly, you look at it, you're like, this doesn't add up, right? Like waiting 26 minutes, and you had, I forget whether it was local law enforcement or the Secret Service, but they were inside the building that the shooter was on the roof of. You had the cop who went up and he got the gun pointed at him, and then he retreated. You have a bunch of people saying for like 2 minutes, hey, there's a guy right there with a gun, and nobody really did anything in time. So on the attempted assassination of Trump, do you view it as more rank incompetence? Do you think maybe there's something more nefarious going on there? Or what's your take?
I don't think we have enough information to really know that for certain yet. All we do know is there was a lot of failings that happened, and they need to be investigated. They need to be in front of Congress. Congress needs to investigate the failings the Secret Service had here. Frankly, I don't see how the head of the Secret Service is going to keep her job based on this, because the buck stops with the chief of that organization, and she just did not seem convincing with her statements going forward. The whole sloped roof argument is ridiculous. In fact,
I did not know that.
Tremont went right on his roof, which is more sloped than that roof, with his rifle, and was able to actually properly aim. So you could have certainly put shooters on the roof. It was not too sloped. That was ridiculous. I think much of it, you always have to look at stupid or evil, right? Stupid or evil, which is it? It's one of those things here. You're either completely stupid or something nefarious was going on. Either way, people need to be held accountable for that. There were major security failings here. But the thing I will put out there is, to those who think this is some sort of conspiracy theory, false flag that Donald Trump was trying to be shot at, you could be the best marksman in the world, and the fact that they nicked the ear and didn't hit the head is like a grace of God sort of thing. Nobody can make that shot. That is a Marvel superhero level of marksmanship. If you're trying to think that, we're only going to nick the ear. So for people thinking that Trump somehow staged this, don't be ridiculous. Don't fall into the trap of that. Remember Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is most likely the correct one. Most likely this was a crazed 20-year-old with a gun who wanted to take a pot shot at a politician. We don't know the motive yet. But fortunately, he did turn his head at the right moment. It nicked his ear as opposed to going through his head on live television, which I can only imagine the chaos this country would be going through had that attempt been successful.
Yeah, because here's the thing. The assassination attempts in our country, they've been chest wounds, right? Reagan got shot in the chest. Truman got shot in the chest. Wilson got shot in the chest. Abe Lincoln, he got executed in a theater. But the others, they got shot in the chest. So yeah, I can imagine a headshot. That would have been traumatic. Oh, you're right, JFK. JFK was in the head. You're right. I couldn't remember. I was like, I knew there's another one that I was missing. Not that I want to look up the clip, but I mean, I'm assuming it was pretty gory. And I'm sure it was traumatic for that reason, amongst many others, such as the fact that the president was redacted. I guess we can safely assume Chris Christie will speak at the DNC. He has a home at The View as their criticism guy, even though they conveniently forget that he fascistically closed down a beach. Chris Christie. That's what? Governor Chris Christie, the same Chris Christie that ran against Trump in the Republican primary? That Chris Christie? Why would they invite him to the DNC at all? Okay, that is definitely graphic. And I can't blame her, but yes. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it would have been obviously quite traumatic to have a candidate. But to be fair, we've never had a candidate that was running. Well, that's not true. I guess there have been candidates that got shot before, but like, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is this is fairly unprecedented. And in modern times, right, recent memory, the last shooting was Reagan. So the fact that it's happening now against Trump is pretty telling. I would do the same if I was Jackie. Well, if you're my campaign manager and I'm running for president and we're in an open vehicle, hopefully you don't have to run into that circumstance.
So I thank God it wasn't. I extend my well wishes to the former president and to his family for that, because I wouldn't ever want to have to live through that. And Lord knows this country wouldn't have wanted to have to live through the outcome if it had been any worse.
So as a libertarian, are there like any even like very basic forms of gun regulation that you're okay with?
Okay. I will be president of the United States. Everybody on stream is going to make TikTok videos and reels and shorts advocating for me to be the DNC nominee, and we're going to win. I will fix the karma there. Sorry.
Like, say, universal background checks or something like that? Or is it, is your interpretation of the Second Amendment that
sometimes I forget millennial dark humor is too dark.
I'm a 2A absolutionist. Shall not be infringed is the language we have in the Constitution. So that is where I stand with that. If a local government wants to maybe say you have to, be of a certain age, that's more of a local government issue. But frankly, the federal government needs to be staying out of gun rights. I'm a gun owner. I proudly protect myself wherever I can. And I support the right of the Second Amendment. And frankly, it wasn't gun laws that prevented or that allowed this shooting to happen. It was failures on behalf of the Secret Service, ultimately.
So I'm actually a gun owner too, and I believe in the Second Amendment in the sense that law-abiding Americans deserve to have the right to protect themselves or even use it for hunting or whatever, right? But so there's really like no gun regulations that you would support?
Hello, everyone.
Not even like a universal background check, for example, which polls at like 90%?
No, if there's basic background checks that need to happen, that's what we have. But what I don't want to see is increasing of that. I don't want to see databases happening. I don't want to see registries happening. I don't want to see red flag laws. I don't want to see restrictions on bump stocks or pistol braces or suppressors. I don't want to see the National Firearms Act. I don't want to see any of these things because they are restrictions on our liberty. And frankly, that's where the Constitution lies. That's where I lie. And we all have it in here.
Okay, so now we finally have something to disagree with him on. And it happens to be gun rights. Go figure. The Second Amendment, and we've done this before, Second Amendment verbiage. In fact, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. A well-regulated militia. Regulated. Regulated. So yes, if that means registries and use of force training and being licensed and this, that, and the other, then absolutely, that is what is actually in the Constitution. And let's define it. Control or maintain the rate or speed of, so that it operates properly. See all the definitions. Oh yeah, because that's right there. Control or supervise, set according to an external standard, right? Regulate. Very important. All that to say, my firearms policy, responsible gun ownership. You can peruse it there, or I suppose we could go ahead and look at it. Only authorized vendors may sell firearms. To allow the continued operation of gun shows and similar public events, authorized vendors must be present to facilitate the sale of arms and ammunition. In order to purchase firearm or ammunition, the following provisions must have been met. Unexpired firearms training, unexpired firearms license, be 18 or older, undergone a psychiatric assessment for mental health issues, from a licensed psychiatrist within 30 days of purchase, registered with the local militia, and have proof of purchase of safety mechanism and or storage device for firearm ammunition. Now, that is my policy, as it is written. That is what I personally think it should take. That's not what I went through. I did not have to go through this. Obviously, there is no such thing as a local militia, but I was active duty. I was a reservist, technically, which still falls under that. And then I happened to have a storage device, but I didn't have safety mechanisms when I purchased my weapons. And I'm saying, as someone who has purchased weapons without these, I think these are important. Now, getting the psychiatric assessment with a for-profit healthcare system is a problem. This is why my policies all tie together. Universal healthcare opens the door for these things, and these things open the door for those things. And in this case, universal healthcare includes psychiatric care, which would then allow for this provision. Now, am I willing to have that debate? Am I willing to have that argument, that discussion, to either limit or disregard this? I'm willing to have that discussion. If you can prove to me in discussion that this isn't necessary, I'm willing to concede that point. This is not something I'm willing to concede. And then this is something I also am not willing to concede. But the psychiatric thing, within 30 days, I could see how that could be a bit problematic. Especially if you were fine 30 days ago, your dog dies yesterday, and then you go buy a gun and then you redact yourself. I could see how that would be not as useful. I think there's debate to be had here. No debate here, and no debate here. Training, no debate. Licensing, no debate. And then use of force standards, absolutely no debate. The establishment of local militia entities is something that we definitely need, and to stop the proliferation of alt-right wing groups. And then so on and so forth. So back to, was it this one? Nope. Was it this one? There it is.
Our right to defend ourselves. And if the government has a right to have a gun, I have the right to have a gun.
One more thing. So the wording is a well-regulated militia necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So I say that to point out the word regulated is in the Second Amendment. So that doesn't give you any pause in terms of very basic reforms.
There's a new meme going on with Pinky and the Brain asking why they're not taking over the world. Brain says he checked out on the internet. He doesn't want it anymore.
Yeah, that'd be a well-regulated militia, not a well-regulated on the right to keep and bear arms. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's where the language is. Infringement is any kind of regulation that prevents a law-abiding person from being able to attain a firearm. Anything beyond that is a restriction. I would not support it, and I don't believe the Second Amendment does.
So he doesn't understand the Second Amendment.
That's the Constitution that requires, I believe, 3/4 of the states. And good luck with that. But until then, what we need to do is we need to be addressing the actual core issues of what creates violence in our society. That's dehumanization. That's lack of empathy. That's the rise of being able to
well, he's losing points with me on this. He's losing a lot of points with me. You don't understand the Second Amendment at all.
Not used instead.
That's
and other therapies that could exist out there, but are prevented from the war on drugs. Things like psilocybin therapy, MDMA therapy. These things can allow folks with trauma or with anxiety to break through those issues a lot more quickly than just throwing them on psychotropic drugs, which is one of the common factors we see in mass violence.
So on the issue of drugs, do you believe in decriminalization or do you believe in legalize, tax, and regulate?
Yeah, all they hear is right to keep and bear arms, and it goes to their head. It does.
If you're an adult, put what you want in your body. I believe in.
They don't even want to do anything about gun shops charging price gouging level prices for firearms, let alone ammo. The price of ammo is what's really getting you nowadays. It's just like the printer. The printers are super cheap. It's the ink that gets you.
That because ultimately that creates a situation where we can actually address addiction not as a criminal justice issue, but as an issue where we're handling it on the issue of health and needing to get people healthy. I think it's bad to throw people into prison beds, which are trauma factories that re-engage people's addictive qualities as soon as they get out of jail because they're traumatized from prison. What's the first thing they do to seek that comfort? Is go right back to the addiction that got them there in the first place.
Okay, so he's right back to making sense again. So, very interesting candidate, this guy. Jesus. Scared the shit out of me. I am not used to living in an apartment with a buzzer. I am not used to that at all. My lovely viewers, thank you for ordering me lunch or dinner, I guess. I appreciate that. I will make sure to take care of myself better. I kind of want to actually hear the rest of this. So why don't we quickly do some conspiracy theory while I quickly go and grab dinner, and we'll be right back. Yeah.
We're dealing with the biggest story of the millennium. Visits to planet Earth by alien spacecraft, successful cover-up of the best data, bodies and wreckage, for 58 years.
The bottom line is I don't believe the claim of the Air Force that all sightings can be explained.
This is the biggest secret in the history of the human race, and particularly in the history of modern government.
We are being engaged as a planet and as a species by other beings.
The Canadian government is how I actually proved that the U.S. government was covering up their collection of UFO sightings and records.
America and Britain have made it very clear to a lot of countries who have the same sort of sightings and the same resources that this is something that they better not let out, not until we say it's okay.
If we would get off of this ego trip, this Western scientific ego trip, we would not become the virus of the universe that we are. Nobody really wants us out there.
The dependence on oil could be ended overnight.
We're being slowly conditioned to understand that there is life outside this planet and that we probably live in a universe and a galaxy teeming with life.
I had my own UFO sighting and said, well, case closed. There's nothing like seeing one for yourself to end the debate.
I'm absolutely sure that we are not alone in this universe.
We invite you now to come with us upon a great and wondrous journey, an adventure perhaps into your very own past, present, and future. See and hear the real stories, and most importantly, be introduced to the actual individuals who have volunteered to come forward to speak the truth.
So hold on a second.
To come forward.
Aliens Confirmed. That lady is an alien. Look at her. She looks like an alien. She looks like she's wearing a person suit that looks very close to being human. And in the very next one, the very next scene, hold on.
To speak the truth.
Tell me that didn't look like her. It's not working the way I wanted it to. Anyway, thank you for the burger. Look at that. Look at that. It's gonna go straight to my arteries, like it should. Maybe I'll get another napkin first. All right, now that I'm back, though, we can go ahead and keep listening to this debate.
And so I would rather see a deregulated environment, much like they have in the nation of Portugal. When they did that, they saw IV drug use, heroin use drop dramatically, as well as the public health outcomes like hepatitis and HIV rates drop precipitously because of this. It allowed people to actually prevent overdose. If we had
a National Burger Day, you bet your sweet ass we will.
If you're a user of opiates and you think, hey, I want to know what's in this, you could take it to a pharmacy, pay a small fee, and they'll tell you if there's fentanyl in that or not, if you're going to OD on that or not. Coincidentally, that will lead to less overdoses and a more clean quality of drug market that exists for those who do use. That is not a good thing. I don't want people to be using drugs, but I want people not to be ODing on the drugs they're using. And then through mutual and direct aid programs, we can help people get off of drugs and get into rehabs and help themselves. But it starts with decriminalizing and changing this war on drugs policy we've had since Richard Nixon, which has not worked. If we are fighting
look at this burger,
drugs have won the war. Okay, and we need to recognize
their ketchup on it. Is that what all these sauces were for?
It's funny because I feel like on the issue of guns, I'm definitely less libertarian than you are. But on the issue of drugs, I might even be more libertarian because my perspective is more, I would legalize different versions of most drugs that are out there. I think you should be able to go to CVS and get Adderall or get maybe even a regulated amount of cocaine in terms of its potency. I mean, I actually think legalizing is better because that truly fosters an environment more of freedom. And I also think Dr. Carl Hart released statistics
for the record. For the record, I do not support making cocaine freely accessible or heroin freely accessible. I do support making it legal to use.
We can set up treatment centers
so that we can treat it as a healthcare crisis. But that doesn't mean we need to be able to go to the pharmacy and pick up an eighth or something. That I don't agree with in the slightest. That's insane to me. Now, granted, the countries that do legalize the drugs is, again, so they can treat it as a mental health crisis, or as a health crisis rather than causing overflow of prisons.
For those types. But so your take is just decriminalization. I assume legalize marijuana, but decriminalize the rest. Are there no others that you would legalize?
Well, by decriminalize, I mean there should be no criminal penalty for use, possession, or even sale of. I don't want legalization because I don't want to create a regulatory framework taxing it, selling it under licensure. I want people to be able to free to use and barter and trade as they want to. Fully deregulated marketplace. I don't think that you should have to
That's
get a
insane.
license to, frankly, really across the market.
The cartels win if you do that.
Larry Sharp, I believe, is the one.
If we have a deregulated drug system in America already. It's called the cartels. That's how people die. Again, if you want to prevent people using drugs, you legalize the use and small sale, local sale of it. But you don't necessarily endorse or condone the distribution and stuff like that. Or you regulate it by making it only purchasable from authorized sources that are vendors, so that the cartels can't compete. Like, that's...
When he said this, he's the former gubernatorial candidate of New York, that we should regulate cannabis like we do onions. You know, it should just be something you can go buy from the store. I really feel that way with about any other drug. You should be able to regulate it for adult use for just about anybody.
By the way, that is some
tax and regulated
that's
framework
medium
of
rare,
what
all
can
right.
be sold and who can sell it.
That's medium rare in
Ultimately
Texas.
Decriminalize the entire marketplace, but allow for free trade of these things. Yeah, you should be able to go to a CVS and buy a small amount of cocaine as an adult if you want to. I just don't think that the government should have to get their take on it. I don't think it necessarily should be taxed or it should be incentivized to say, hey.
False. We do really need national days, and we should make them national holidays that get paid federal days off. And guess what? As president, I can do exactly that through executive order.
You buy this cocaine, it'll help pay for schools.
Yeah,
Okay, I don't like that.
We're closer than I originally thought on the issue. I do believe in some semblance of a regulatory framework. Like, for example,
Yeah, this
I
burger
really want somebody to be able to go get
was
crystal meth
literally
because
still attached to the
there
cow.
are safer versions of uppers that won't also rot the teeth out of your mouth. So I'm okay with regulation to keep like the worst versions of drugs off the marketplace, but I do want safer alternatives. So, but we're not too far apart there. I just believe in a little more of a regulatory framework than you do. All right, so now let me ask you about your views on healthcare. This actually might be our biggest disagreement. I noticed in your healthcare plan that you want to deregulate big pharma. My question to you is, how do you do that and avoid a situation where some totally unregulated drug ends up killing a colossal amount of people, and then only after the fact we realize, hey, this should probably be off the market?
Well, I think what we need to look for is, frankly, alternatives to the FDA model of the government deciding safety and efficacy of drugs. Frankly, we've seen that two things. One, they don't always get it right. They're not perfect. They're not some sort of infallible institution. And B, they take too long.
And often the FDA is complicit.
So what I would like to see is actual safety and efficacy being done in the free market, where consumers can actually see what these organizations are doing to test the safety and efficacy of drugs, who is being transparent, what the trials.
Okay, so this is where libertarians lose me again, and this guy especially. Sachan, I didn't do any work today. I feel bad. Oh, we changed our name to Samuel Ronan, so it's easier to talk about the channel. Deregulating pharmaceuticals and trying to hold them accountable and transparent and hoping that that's exactly what they'll do is exactly how we got the tobacco industry to say that smoking is harmless. Even though they had studies showing that it caused cancer, they still were publicly saying it was harmless. So this is outright stupid.
Look like, what information looks like, so we can be informed consumers. Our doctors can be informed doctors to know what drugs are the best for us. Now, this may sound crazy to people, but this is exactly what would happen. We would still need to test the safety and efficacy of drugs if we didn't have an FDA. Consumers would demand that. That's something that people
consumers do demand it, and the companies don't because there's no regulation authority.
I don't think
there's no citizen oversight.
As a libertarian, I know that we can have free market options that would provide safety and efficacy and actually provide competition amongst firms.
So, debating Trump. This is how you debate Trump. Anyway, back in reality, to answer your question, this is how you debate a libertarian. When has the free market ever regulated itself and not lied to the public? To answer your question and the policy topic at hand.
We're judging safety and efficacy of drugs to ultimately see what goes forward. But as long as we have an FDA, frankly, we need to be removing the efficacy factor of things and just really looking at safety of what's safe and not safe for someone to be putting in their body, and then be
today's libertarians don't know this.
Trials and other things to be able to determine.
All they have to do is look in the newspaper.
Disease.
So in a situation like with the drug Vioxx that came out in the late 90s, I mean, I would contend that if anything, the government needed to never approve it in the first place. But they did approve it, and then later on they realized, okay, this is leading to a tremendous number of strokes and heart attacks and all sorts of issues like that. And in that scenario, would you say yes?
And never mind the fact that the price gouging
on the market, because it doesn't do the thing that they say it's supposed to do. It actually hurts people.
Yeah, so this is why
that smells spicy
removing tort caps and creating really stiff liability penalties for malpractice or for bad drugs out there. Because, okay, in a world with a libertarian world where we don't have the FDA, what happens if one of these private firms says this drug is safe and effective, and then it goes out there and kills a whole bunch of people. Well, you're going to get sued because either your process was flawed for testing it, there were things you did that were wrong in the process that can be proven out in a court of law, and you'll be bankrupted by a civil penalty. And then no longer will you be deciding this.
That's not how that works. If you're not regulating industry outright, if you're not regulating the industry in the first place, then it's not breaking a law, which means it can't be sued and it cannot be held liable. Your statements are contradictory, and this is where the libertarians continue to lose me.
Safety and efficacy of drugs. This is actually a free market incentive for these firms to be much more thorough than, say, the government, because you can sue the FDA, but the FDA will still exist afterwards. And so this is actually creating a true market incentive to have the safest and most effective drugs being put onto the marketplace. Now, in terms of what happens after that, these drugs harm people, absolutely, consumers should be able to sue a drug company for saying you didn't take the good enough steps to determine that your drug wasn't going to harm people because you went to some flawed testing facility that wasn't doing their job either. Sue them both out of existence. Remove tort caps. This is what creates the ability for giant corporate firms to basically build into the cost of business of we're going to screw up a few times, we'll get these maximum penalties of $200 million, but we sneeze that and it just falls out the couch cushions. And so what we need to be doing is removing these tort caps, allowing citizen juries to bankrupt firms that do harm directly to people. What will happen to these organizations? They will fall by the wayside. Their assets will be liquidated and absorbed by another firm that will do a better job of providing safety and safe and effective drug.
I wish his delusional belief of the free market is how that actually worked. I really wish, just like I really wish that the Republicans who think Joe Biden is a communist and a socialist was true. All of these people live in their fantasy worlds. The free market will be sued out of existence. False. The free market is the most fascist, totalitarian structure in existence ever invented by man, to include dictatorships. Because a industry that's big enough and powerful enough can buy governments and buy influence and then have laws written to protect themselves. We've seen it happen throughout history. And it's worse now because we have global conglomerates and finance firms and these international banking systems that can literally stop countries' economies. And this guy thinks that Big Pharma is going to be held accountable when we are literally seeing today in the deregulated market that currently exists that they aren't, that they're just not, and that they pay the courts, like the courts are in on it. Oh, the maximum tort penalties. It's like, no, that's just what ends up happening. They argue and they argue, they drag it out for 10, 15 years, the people keep dying, the money dries up for being able to fight back against them, and then the litigation settles. That's the free market. That's how it actually works. And it's only going to get worse if you make it harder for government and regulators to govern and regulate. All medicine should be publicly owned. If it is necessary for life and living, electricity, power, heating, cooling, etc., it should all be publicly owned. And then, of course, we should be heading towards clean energy regardless. One time, they asked Ron Paul, how would drugs and food be regulated without the FDA? And he said that if there's anything wrong with a food or drug, enough people will get sick or die, and then people will know not to buy from them. So what if I die from a bad drug? How am I going to sue? My family can sue, but I'm still dead. And what if you don't have family to sue on your behalf? And then what about your children? Or what if it's your child? That is literally the dumbest response and solution to a problem I've ever heard. Oh, if people die, eventually the people get outraged. Oh, really? You mean like protesting and trying to shut down an oil pipeline, protesting and trying to shut down development, and then these firms hire either goons or police officers to attack, intimidate, arrest, or murder the protesters? Like that? even if you don't die, what if you're permanently damaged? What is the point of suing? I'm still permanently damaged. No, you're absolutely right. And the fact that industry literally will use force to implement its designs and then lie to the public or intimidate public from acting out against them, that's the whole reason why unions formed in the first place. And never mind banana republics. Holy crap. This guy, he's a really good on social issues, an absolute clown on actual economic issues, an absolute clown. That doesn't give me confidence in his ability to lead a nation. Exactly. Oh, and you said the same thing, Oshun. Exactly. Usually libertarians are good on social issues and war. That's yeah, because economics, they are living in an absolute make-believe world. Make-believe. Straight up, that's not how anything works.
Yeah, I guess I fear that any sort of private ability to test these drugs would be funded by Big Pharma, and they have every incentive to sort of lie about it. And then only after the fact, after X number of people die, then it's like, okay, yeah, we got to take this off the market. So I kind of want to try to nip that in the bud up front. But let me ask you about
I like how Kyle is being very gentle in this interview too.
On the budget deficit and taxes. So I know that as a libertarian, you both want to cut taxes and you also want to balance the budget. But which of those things would you prioritize? So which is higher on the list? Because historically, when Reagan and George W.
Right now, jumping off your point about no FDA for Ron Paul, Project 2025 says goodbye to knowing what the forecast is for you to plan your week of what to wear outside. Yeah. Well, and they're deregulating pharma anyway. So it's also, in that sense, a libertarian's wet dream, economically speaking. Although, of course, the social conservatism is antithetical to, well, normal human beings.
Bush and Trump, when they cut taxes massively, they had exploding national debt and annual deficits. So which of those two things is a higher priority? Would it be cutting the taxes or balancing the budget? All right, guys, what you just saw was a little piece of my interview with Libertarian presidential candidate Chase Oliver. It was a great interview, and we went really deep on policy. So you're going to want to see the whole thing. Again, you're only seeing a little piece here. We got into the economy and foreign policy and social issues.
Leia is Googling everyone, including me, as she should.
Social security.
Don't just take me at my word because Mama's watching this stream. Hold me accountable, little girl. That's right.
You're definitely going to want to check it out. You can sign up below on Substack for Crystal, Kyle, and friends. You can pay $5 a month and get the full video of every interview or discussion or debate, or you could sign up for free and get the full audio podcast delivered right to your email inbox. But definitely sign up. You're not going to want to miss this one.
All right, so that's the end of that video. All right.
Folks, I hate asking for money. It's my least
and
favorite
we hate
part of
listening
running
to
for
you.
office.
You're about to no longer be running anyway. So, aliens. It's time. It's time for Alien Conspiracy Friday. Now that I'm no longer in danger of passing out at my desk from lack of food. All right. Age of Empires and aliens. I think that's how we end the day. And obviously it's really close to 7, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling energized. Let's do this thing. Let's do some Age of Empires and some alien conspiracy theory. She's reading articles about you. Don't let her go to page 2 on Google. It's scary on page 2. Page 1 is fine, page 2. D. Snyder says we're not going to take it was in response to MAGA's beliefs, and then using the song looks ridiculous. Yeah, no, we know. Alright. So, we are gonna... Oh, I'm sorry. We are gonna pick up where we left off yesterday with the Fine Hair campaign. All right.
For nearly 60 years, denial has been the only official position of the governments of the world relative to UFOs, alien abductions, and extraterrestrial
Doesn't it feel weird to be playing this while there's no more convention live footage? I know.
Over the thousands
Which
of
is why we're doing
cases that have been brought forward without
because although it's still out of
recognition.
this world batshit
Some have been
bonkers,
monumental
it's at least
incidents
fun.
Involving hundreds
And not,
or even
you know,
thousands
existential
of people.
crisis inducing.
Roswell, New Mexico, USA. July the 4th, 1947. A flying disc crashed. The debris
I just realized
were flown to Wright Field Air Force Base in Dayton, Ohio. Suffolk, England. Rendlesham Forest, December the 26th to 28th, 1980. A triangular-shaped object illuminated the entire forest with white light. The object had a pulsing red light on top.
Otherwise, it's going to be
and
very
bright
loud
blue
for
lights
everyone.
underneath. It left ground traces and radioactive anomalies. This was a multiple witness
Alien
sighting by
lady.
military
Is it
personnel.
weird that if she was an alien, I'm kind of attracted to her? Listen,
Belgium. The Belgium Wave.
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say nothing.
1990.
I'm not
Hundreds
saying
of
nothing.
reports of lighted objects frequently described
And
as
it's like an
enormous and
anime when you see the
triangular in
demon
shape.
lady with the
Air
wings,
Force
the horns,
F-16
red
chased many
skin,
of these objects.
and just
The Belgian government cooperated with civilian UFO investigators. Arizona,
Nothing wrong with that.
USA.
Interspecies
The Phoenix
love.
Lights. March the 13th,
Except for, you know,
1997. A huge
animals.
V-shaped
We're not gonna
object
go Greek
hovered
here.
over Phoenix for 10 to 15 minutes, observed by tens of
If you know, you
thousands
know.
of people. Mexico. The Mexico Flat. Hundreds of objects appearing alone and in clusters appear throughout Mexico, observed by tens of thousands of people.
Flying saucers are real.
On the Black Vault, you can download documents that prove that the United States Air Force bases have been breached by UFOs. They're restricted airspace.
Vault.
That missile silos have mysteriously been shut down
bestiality.
due to UFOs hovering over the base.
That's the line we draw here
I think
with
you
kink
download
shaming.
that
Let's
and you
go.
read it, you conclude, yeah, okay, UFOs pose a national
Demons,
security threat
zombies,
to the US government.
angels,
in 52, I was an eighth grader
aliens,
and old enough to read for myself the big scream headlines
goddesses.
that July about UFOs flying over the nation's
not
capital.
the
and
animals.
Air Force
Leave
planes
those
not being
animals
able
alone.
to catch them.
They're there and they're paying attention. Incidents happened in the Soviet Union before it collapsed. Incidents happened all over the northern U.S. Got ICBM bases where they came down, hovered over the silos, played hell with the electronics. Pictures were taken. Hundreds of witnesses watched them. It's highly classified. You'll never hear that, except from whistleblowers and big mouths like me.
Well, while I was attending Northrop Aeronautical Institute and working for
Like people are attracted to me even though I'm a vampire and a goddess. Jesus.
I had heard about George Adamski and one of the
Good thing you're not doing
Sunday
a stream. It would be
newspapers, he had
Ego
his story and
Central.
his pictures of contacts plus pictures of his
Kidding.
ships. Well, I had by that time seen so many during the day and the night that I felt I would like to go up and meet this gentleman. On the weekend, he would entertain people who would come to see him, military people, engineers, scientists, people from all walks of life. He had taken some beautiful pictures of the scout craft as well as the carrier ships. I went up to see him. He had a 6-inch telescope that he used to take the pictures of the flying saucers.
I got a 6-inch
And in
telescope to
using
take
that
pictures
scope,
with.
when I finished,
It's called a phone.
I was just about to take
6
my
inches.
eye off the eyepiece when there was a blue-white streak that went by, and I jerked my head up to see if I could see it, and I didn't. And I looked at his 15-inch telescope dome, which was a couple of hundred yards from his house. and there was a big flare-up, blue-white light, and then it kind of closed back down. No noise. First I thought it was an explosion, but it was a little slower than that. And there was an elliptical flying saucer. It looked to me like it was hovering above the ground. So I heard it increase its frequency, and it got brighter and brighter, and it was really pretty hard to look at. And it shot straight up until it looked like one of the stars. If you've ever been to Mount Palomar at night on a dark night, boy, they're big and bright. And it stopped for an instant, and then it shot over the horizon over San Diego.
We have more than one witness who have been involved in the tracking of these objects on radar. You know, many people say, well, look, if this stuff was real,
I don't like the
why
idea
are
of
there no radar
sacrificing
reports?
a
I said, we
villager.
have them. We actually have the radar tapes.
That actually just makes
from
me
the
feel
FAA.
really bad.
This is not just
And I don't
UFOs.
want to do that.
This is not just not being visited by guys from
What
other
would be the
planets.
benefit?
I was to learn later that our security, our intelligence people, our military people concluded and learned we were not merely dealing with
Yeah, we're not doing that.
interplanetary visitors.
We're just not going to do
We
that.
were being visited by guys
Although,
from other star systems.
I know it's an
which
achievement.
technologically, you know what that means.
Or maybe
They're
it
not
is
just
achievement.
from another planet like Venus or Mars or somewhere. These guys are from other stars.
I'm convinced after studies since 1958 that the evidence is overwhelming that planet Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled extraterrestrial spacecraft. In other words, some UFOs are alien spacecraft. Most are not. I don't care about those. Most isotopes aren't fissionable. I don't care about the ones that aren't if I want to build a reactor.
If somebody who had the clearance to carry nuclear weapons or launch nuclear weapons saw these objects over a nuclear facility and reported it and have documents to prove it happened,
vampiric
this
demons.
is dispositive. That's what someone
knows
who
what the
is
real
wanting to
intro
look
me
into
looks
this and
like.
says, well, could this really be true and I don't know about it? They need to look at that, and we've assembled it.
I
We have a
do
600-page
remember
book
them
of
talking a lot
top secret
about these
documents and
nuclear
transcripts of these
weapons, and
witnesses.
that's where
We
a
have
lot of
videotape.
So I began watching
the
the
aliens
newspapers for any
find
newspaper
themselves.
reports. I started buying magazines that had a UFO article in the magazine and collecting these, and from those I would get names and
is
addresses.
that the aliens are trying to prevent nuclear proliferation.
Then I'd
That's
go
the
interview
main
those people
takeaway
myself,
that
and
I
if they
get
took
from
pictures,
that.
I'd try to get a copy of the picture, and frequently did. And then I began trading the pictures that I already had with other people that had pictures to get more pictures, and
like Pokemon
eventually built
cards.
a library of pictures, probably the largest in private hands in the world, is over 4,000 pictures of real UFOs. Now, if I can collect that many alone as a single individual working by myself, how many pictures do you think the government has got when every government employee is a potential investigator? Every agent on trained investigator,
that's
all
some
collecting
conspiracy right there.
and contributing
Everyone
to
in
the
the
government file. They must
has
have hangers full
alien
of things.
photos.
What Air Force Manual 10-206 says is that a U.S. Air Force pilot who sees a UFO has to report it in a particular way and manner. They outline in this form exactly how to report it. They say list the size, the shape, direction of travel, how big the object was, what were the wind conditions like. And you go through this big form and say, you know, your UFO sighting. The manual then goes on to state that you have to forward this to the NORAD installation. This is that one Air Force base that claims, oh no, we haven't collected these things since 1969. The problem is this form was last updated in October of 2004.
In 1977, I proposed and became director of a proposed extraterrestrial communications study done in conjunction with the Jimmy Carter White House. Jimmy Carter, of course, had a
Did you
close
seriously?
encounter with a UFO in the company of 10 members of the Leary, Georgia Lions Club in 1969 while he was running for governor of Georgia. While he was governor of Georgia in 1973, he
We're gonna
had
need to fix that boat.
filed an official UFO report. It's now on the intranet, so
That's
everybody
not
can
gonna go well for
see
us.
it. The 1976 U.S. presidential campaign was extraordinary because it was waged between Jimmy Carter. On the one hand, he's had a close encounter, and the first campaign waged on a platform which included a disclosure plank of sorts. Jimmy Carter was asked on various occasions, and this is documented, once elected, would he open up the extraterrestrial UFO files? And he said, yes, he would.
We have over 450 military and intelligence witnesses. They range from generals and brigadier generals to air traffic controllers and strategic air command personnel in the Air Force to civilian people in the FAA.
Was definitely not expecting that.
To astronauts and cosmonauts. And it's an enormous database of people who have up close and personally seen UFOs or worked in those projects in their capacity as a government or military person.
The possibilities
we need to
are so vast. What their objectives are, I would have to believe from what I see that each
Who
one
are they
has
talking
its own
about?
game,
Which governor?
that there's no common approach to the Earth species. That we're just another species that is being examined by different species because we are different from them in some degree. The humans are examining us because we're different humans. The other species because we're different creatures. And I don't see any peculiar pattern of contact here myself because it appears that we're accidentally discovered by, there doesn't seem to be any program of contact to this planet except by a given species from a given planet at a given time.
The reason
also my salmon was good.
You cannot go ahead and shoot a UFO
Decided to make it blackened and burning. Nice.
You have a quarter of an
burnt
inch.
Toast, yeah?
Perfect vacuum all the way around the airframe.
Ooh.
Totally empty. You cannot penetrate that vacuum. No
Man, they're
weapons
good
on
at
demand
taking
penetrate.
arrow fire, but they
Now,
are
do they
terrible
have
at fighting.
countermeasures where if they were up against a alien craft that was a threat to them that had the same technology, do they have measures where they could go ahead and neutralize it on the enemy spacecraft? I don't know. But I do know that right there is the one thing that protects them and also provides for them to travel through our atmosphere at a speed far greater than the speed of sound without breaking the sound barrier.
I've got to believe that our planet, our sun even, is off in the boonies. It's not a part of a regular traffic system. We don't have regular visitors. The ones that find us are happenstance, and they appear here occasionally when they discover what appears to be intelligent life on this planet. And I find evidence in the way that develops that many of the alien visitors only encounter other alien visitors here. That space is so vast and the cosmos is so vast that they just don't encounter each other until they're both in the same place at the same time doing something related. So the Reticulans met the Pleiadians here.
Even with the massive amount of pressure governments can exert to maintain the ongoing cover-up, people continue to come forward and tell what they have personally experienced.
Like that, 15 miles in a fraction of a second. I disengaged the autopilot to push the nose over because we were at a collision course. And when I did, I just saw it head on. It's 300 feet in diameter. We knew that. We had a knowing, like somebody was telling us, 300 feet in diameter. So at that time, I heard a hell of a noise. And I said to the friend, what the hell was that? He said, well, the navigator and the radio man ducking fell and hit their head,
fight under a tower,
hurt their arm,
and you just not be
scrambling on the deck.
stupid
So
for 5 seconds.
I thought it hit us underneath. So I said, well, where the hell did it go? And Fred said, right over to the right. I can see it. I couldn't see it. So it drifted forward about 5 miles from it. It never got to the altitude that we were at, a few hundred feet below. I began to watch it. Well, we knew then it was a friendly encounter. It just wanted us to see it. So then I went to engage the autopilot again. The magnetic compass was going like this. And the bird dogs, which is direction finders, the two bird dogs, they were pointing right at this thing, just vibrating like this.
No?
And there was a lot of electrical things in the airplane that went haywire. So I told Fred, did you see that coming? He says, anyway, it was close, it was doing this. And so I went back to the vacuum operator. That's the old airplane, the vacuum operator, hydraulic operator control, so I go back to that.
I want macadamia nut cookies now.
Because it just paced us, stayed with us.
That sounds great.
The other crew, when they landed,
I ate a burger that was mooing. It really was. I mean, that sucker
which was the original
was
plane,
pink.
Took my seat.
All right.
And
P-I-N-K with a capital P. It had booty written on its back. That's how pink it was.
And so he disengaged.
The best I got right now is some Chips Ahoy.
I wanted to see how the passengers were doing. They're all on the right-hand side. They could see it underneath the wing. And then I recognized the doctor back. He was a psychiatrist out of Bethesda Naval Hospital.
Forgot I had some missing military
I better
here.
talk to him first. So Cornell said, "Did you see what we saw, Doc?" He grinned at me and looked me straight.
You want to go down
he says,
here?
Yeah, that was a flying saucer.
Thunder it all.
I didn't look at it. I don't believe in such things.
When I was 16 years old, I was walking down the street in Arlington, Virginia, and saw 7 red light type UFOs over Washington that made headlines around the world. And since then, I've seen 8 alien vehicles on 8 occasions.
The sightings I've had are more
See,
things
these
flying
clowns
by
get
or
8 or
birds doing
so
weird things.
alien
I've had 5
encounters.
sightings.
I've never seen one.
reported them
I
because
haven't
don't
been
need the grief.
invaded. I haven't
But
been
the trick
probed.
is,
I haven't
you
been
can't mention the company
stolen.
name or be in company
Nothing.
uniform. 2 of my friends.
But these
excellent
clowns get to
pilots.
see
One
like
of them
8 or
was,
7 or
a famous
whatever.
pilot, and they both got
That's not
fired
fair.
for doing interviews like
I
this.
want
but
the
they were in
aliens to
uniform.
come to me too,
Since
damn
I've
it.
been a child, I'm looking up into
You want
the
me to
sky
freeze these
thinking
leftovers and
that
ship it to
they're
you?
more than just us human beings.
I even
beings
throw
in
some
this huge
Oreos in there.
universe.
Yeah. No,
And
you're.
now I
It's
do
fine.
believe there is more life forms,
I appreciate
different life forms, and more
consideration.
dimensions than we can perceive.
I've had several sightings. Probably the closest sighting would have been
Safe Space News
back in
Agency. Let's go.
1974. I was driving back between Ottawa and Montreal, going towards Montreal, and I remember going on the highway, and we came within literally probably several hundred feet of a huge ship. And at first, we were driving away here, and I'm thinking, am I really seeing this? And we slowed down and sort of peeked out, and an enormous ship. I would have to say that it was two, three times the size of a 747. And it completely silently glided over across the highway, and we saw it go off into the distance. So there was no mistaking that was not anything at that time that would have existed conventionally or
So
militarily.
we'll go ahead and build a navy.
I was a lieutenant from the Bulgarian Air Force. My plane was MiG-21.
5
What
is
I
12.
believe there is much more going on than we can see with our naked eye.
10, 22.
Being
Yeah, I
in
think we can
the
build a
3rd
couple
Battalion,
more.
7th Marine Regiment, we were pretty active. We were on the East Coast in an area called the Punch Bowl, which is just down the road from Heartbreak Ridge. We had a lull in the fighting, so we just sat around and played poker. And somebody looked up and said, "What the heck is that?" We all looked up, and there was, it looked for all the world like a chrome hubcap setting up above us. And if you looked at it, it kind of had a watery, shimmery look and a little bit bluish white periphery. And from time to time, it would appear to be elliptical and sometimes circular. So I imagine it was rocking a little bit.
I was
And, it's just
actually
a
thinking
hint
of doing that, but
a
I need
dome
bigger
sometimes
space, so
of it.
hopefully soon. Maybe us girls can
But
do a
we
trio
watched
cooking
it,
show.
and our
You
colonel
up for
came
it?
out, took a look at it.
I should do a
He
cooking
made a
stream.
phone call.
Nobody's going to want to watch me nearly burn down my kitchen. I can assure you of that. I was like, what the hell? That doesn't sound conspiracious at all.
Pretty soon, 4 F-86D model Sabre jets came out, and they tried to get to the object, and it appeared that they hit some barrier that you couldn't see because they would stall out and do a 1.5 turn spin and then pull out at the bottom. Flying saucer finally decided to leave and got very, very bright.
All right.
And it was pretty difficult to look directly at it. But it rose straight up.
We got ourselves a
and it
navy.
went through the overcast. Now, when
We
it went
have
through the
2 full
overcast,
ships of soldiers.
there were 3 black rings that radiated from the flange
we'll
of the
do
craft.
one more.
And went from the flange of the craft all the way over the
Oh,
horizon with no sound
more
at
ship.
all. And what it looked like was somebody dropping a pebble in a glassy pool of water, and the rings were spreading out.
In January of 05, 5:24 in the evening, I was driving south on Interstate 25 south of Denver, and I see this black object coming up
Why is it going to be blue?
above the road. In the
You could be our guest, Sam. Be the guinea pig who tries
and
the
I
food.
thought,
Now
curious. What is that?
That
As I get
sounds
closer,
appealing
as
to
we
me.
close, I see
All
that
I
it is
have to
a
do is eat. Let's go.
solid.
I'm down for that.
I thought it might have been Canadian geese for a start. I thought it might have been a piece of plastic blown up in the breeze like a kite. But I could see it was a solid object. It was not affected by a breeze in any way. It was flying on a straight course. It looked black. It may have been some color, but because it was silhouetted against the sky, it looked very dark. It looked like a plank. It looked like a board, an oblong shape. It was bizarre. It had a couple of little bumps on the leading edge on one end. I thought, well, if it's just junk, that would be random, perhaps. It certainly wouldn't be symmetrical. And I looked at the other side, and sure enough, it had the identical bumps on the other side of the leading edge. So it was an anomalous object. Could I identify it? Heck no, I couldn't relate to it. It had no sweep back, no anhedral, no dihedral.
We can take over for the channel if that's what the people want.
Wings or no tail empennage, flight control surfaces, or probes. But if you wanted to look at one case, for example, that would be dispositive. Look at what the third highest ranking member of the FAA, John Callahan, brought to us. This man, during the Reagan years, was in charge of accidents and investigations for the FAA in the United States, the Federal Aviation
Did I
Administration.
lose 2 units?
He was called into a case, which is the Japan Airlines case over Alaska, where an extraterrestrial vehicle the size of a huge ship was being tracked on military radar, civilian radar, and onboard a 747's onboard radar for a prolonged period of time. This was given back to him. He did an analysis of the data. He determined that it was a real structured object moving at enormous and unusual velocities. In fact, it would be one point in the sky and then instantly would be in another place 40, 50 miles away. And this thing was the size, as he said, of a destroyer, a battleship. Big, huge. It wasn't like 30 feet around. It was hundreds of feet. He was called in to do a briefing for Ronald Reagan's science advisor, people from the CIA and FBI. At the end of that meeting, they turned to him and they said, "You were not at this meeting, this event didn't happen, and we're confiscating all this stuff." What they didn't know is that they confiscated duplicates. He kept the originals, and when he retired, he gave them to us. Question is, if you have one case like that, it proves it. But we have hundreds of cases like that. So I would say to people, look at the evidence. The evidence is there.
A search of the term fast walkers on the internet immediately reveals references that fast walker is a code name used by various government agencies to refer to UFOs, or, as they are sometimes called, non-referenced targets.
Okay, this holding pretty well. Craft that I recorded that did the 180-degree turn down on this portion of the screen, they're called fast walkers because of their speed. The whole episode took about a half a second to perform or less. You're talking milliseconds. And that kind of lets you know that it's not an Earth satellite that we're looking at because it's moving so fast. Plus the fact our satellites don't change direction 180 degrees without changing speed or 90 degrees. And I have seen many of the shadows go up and do a 90 degree right across the screen. And sometimes you'll see 3 or 4 objects in formation. It was like formation flying, and one will branch off to the left and one will go to the right.
See, this is the stuff
Somebody
that's exciting.
coined the phrase fast walker, and it's appropriate.
There is a body of evidence that shows that there are bases on the moon, you know, all over the place, backside of the moon, front side of the moon, that the moon is constantly being mined. There are objects that travel back and forth across the moon, but once again, is it us or is it them? There have been records from the London Royal Observatory back through the 1700s.
Can you get in the boat?
Of lights on the moon and bridges on the moon and all kinds of crazy things on the moon. In 1955, there was a bridge over a chasm that was something like 100 miles long that just appeared overnight after a series of red and green lights were seen over that particular area. Again, was it us? Did the National Security Agency really land on the moon in 1953? Is it the Germans with their technology? Are they the Fourth Reich? Are they Hitler's last battalion that will tip the scales when the final battle of East meets West occurs, as Hitler had said?
This guy is drinking some juice.
Again, what's being covered up, and you know,
the Kool-Aid
ships
this
out there
man
and
has
flying.
consumed.
Is it us or them?
Yikes.
I've talked to a number of individuals. I'm talking brilliant individuals with real credentials. They're real people. They're not fictitious people who are plugged into the national security community pretty well, who have said to me, for what it's worth, that yes, they are aware of bases on the far side of the moon. Now, one hears this in this field, believe it or not, one hears this a lot. There's no way I can prove this at this point. Really, all that it is a bunch of stories. I'm at the point where, although I could never openly say, yes, this is the case, it's one of those things where you have to collect the evidence and then maybe wait for the day when you can confirm or deny it. That's where I think I'm at in relation to the whole moon issue.
The fast walkers are these very rapid moving electrogravitic and anti-gravity discs and craft of various shapes. The National Security Agency actually for a long time
simulation. It's saying simulation.
And from the military,
where's the real footage?
And
the footage that they don't want us to see,
as opposed to slow walkers, which are satellites, because they move at enormous speeds. For example, they've been tracked at going tens of thousands of miles per hour in the atmosphere and make a right-hand turn without decelerating. Well, you can't do that with a conventional system. You have to correct for gravity and mass inertia. That's what these things are doing. So these have been tracked on dedicated and classified radar systems. Occasionally, people who are on an ordinary system will pick them up.
Today, the internet is literally alive with websites that are filled with detailed reports, many of which include convincing videos and pictures of unknown crafts and alien-like creatures.
I live in Phoenix, Arizona. I am a sky watcher, a UFO hunter. I have a website called seeingufos.com. I had an interest in UFOs my whole life, but officially got started on April 15th of 2004 when I walked my dog in the middle of the night, looked up in the sky and saw some strange lights. I've got over 200 UFO video clips on my website. I'm more interested in the day footage. Now, the day footage is completely different because that's harder to dismiss, so I would have to say every other month it seems like I'm catching something. And I go out every day, pretty much 6 days a week, a couple hours a day. You add all those hours up and that's a lot of time just to catch one thing for 20 seconds. But that's more than most people see in a lifetime, so I think that's better than nothing.
Well, I'm involved in the political resolution of what we now call, I prefer to call the truth embargo that the government imposed on the facts regarding an extraterrestrial presence. That presence has been established, I think, many times over by the citizen science research that's been going on since the 40s. The government did studies, but they were primarily for show. And the issue from a government standpoint has been managed very intensely since 47 at minimum. Managed in the sense that the government was going to deal with it, but deal with it within the national security structure and never acknowledge that there's anything to this. But in fact there is. I mean, we are being engaged as a planet and as a species by other beings, possibly multiple species. This has just been proven beyond any doubt at all. Anyone who reads the research who isn't compromised by being either an idiot or in the employ of
if you don't believe me, you're compromised
and an
idiot.
Conclusion. The evidence is overwhelming. Videotape.
I love the conspiracies, though. I really do. I do think they are very entertaining.
Pilot sightings by the thousands.
I just think that
millions of sightings around the world.
They're just as cult-like as many of the other things that are out there.
And of course, you've got an entire contactee body of evidence that's now in the tens of thousands of reports.
Now, like never before, astounding events are transcending national and geographical boundaries, currently happening in Brazil and Mexico. Unprecedented UFO sightings are sweeping the entire area of South and Central America. Does the key to understanding UFOs and aliens and their relationship with each of us lay in being able to simply perceive what is in a higher spectrum, like seeing the infrared range or other dimensional frequencies? Images gathered from infrared cameras in Mexico
You're thinking of the
and the special
electromagnetic
cameras
spectrum,
used in
not
Brazil
dimensional.
seem to indicate that the aliens and their crafts may in fact be all around us. Jaime Maussan is one of Mexico's foremost journalists. Internationally known and respected for more than 3 decades of journalistic work, his investigations and reporting in the UFO field have made him an icon to UFO researchers worldwide. Jaime's weekly network television show, 60 Minutes, in Mexico reaches millions of people each week and regularly carries segments on the subject of UFOs.
This flap has been recorded in video. It means that we have evidence to prove that something is really happening in the Mexican Republic. The video camera had become the most important instrument to really capture this new reality. Even the Mexican Army, the Air Force in Mexico, recorded UFOs. That the video was given to me, and I released that to the world. In that case, that happened on March the 5th, 2004. The soldiers were able to record something that they couldn't see with their own eyes. And that's amazing. That was the first time.
I tried finding these videos on the internet, but I can't find them for the life of me.
That they weren't able to see.
With Jaime Maussan aboard a plane coming from San Antonio to Mexico City, flying over a place called San Luis Potosí to film a UFO, following the plane. It was detected by the radars, and I have everything on film. So for us it's normal. Maybe because we're searching for it, maybe because we are trying to look for this reality, maybe they are following us. I don't know, but it happened to me that at least 50 times, maybe more.
There are objects that we cannot see with our own eyes, but they are there, they are watching us. In the last months in Mexico, after thousands of videos, we have been registering some of the most spectacular videos. You can see hundreds and hundreds of objects making formations and flying together, exactly the same thing that you can see in the military video. These formations moving at the same speed, in the same direction, at the same altitude.
The extraterrestrials actually
I feel you. I have severe anxiety and depression, but I can't afford the meds, so I'm raw dogging it. Okay, I was making sure I understood the context before I assumed what you were saying.
Vehicles
with
that
raw
were
dogging.
based on the extraterrestrial sources or the flying sources of the ETs, and that these atomic-powered shuttles were capable of making short trips throughout our solar system, such as to the Moon and to Mars, in a reasonably quick time, and much quicker than what we understand through conventional propulsion systems. So that kind of advanced propulsion device necessary for having vehicles travel regularly from the Earth to remote locations such as the Moon or Mars, that technology was given to the government by extraterrestrials. We also know, for example, that the government has been working on anti-gravity propulsion systems, and that a lot of this was given.
Well, evidently the anti-propulsion systems have already been created, and it wasn't the government that created them, it was
time and space.
inventors, and then they had their technology stolen
exactly
by
like
the government.
You could create microwaves to heat your food, as an example, and apparently at somewhere like Area 51 they had broken that. It was a rather exotic technology that was powered supposedly by this element that did not come from this planet, element 115, but supposedly powered these ships. And
oh damn, these guys
more.
have been chilling here
Whether
this whole
or not
time.
it was aliens or human beings inside them, I don't know. But I mean, I saw them, I got them on film, disappearing and reappearing and doing 90-degree turns, and I had one almost hit my car and land like a top and glow with a kind of a brilliant aura around the outside of it. Me and my pal got our faces burned chasing after this thing.
You think these highly sophisticated
they get out and say, hey,
vehicles wouldn't
that when they were dealing
crash
with
into
some
cars
of
on the road?
Challenges in terms of advanced propulsion systems that would be necessary for kind of interplanetary flight, that an extraterrestrial would actually come into the meeting room where the engineers and the scientists were congregated discussing this problem. He would come in and would answer questions, would basically give them enough information so that the scientists could solve it for themselves. So it seemed that part of the agreements that were reached between the Eisenhower administration and the extraterrestrial races was that the extraterrestrials would supply whatever technologies and also the information or the know-how for how to utilize these technologies and even come up with some new understanding in terms of whether it's physics, atomic propulsion systems, or whatever that technological area is.
Not officially diagnosed with it, but I'm pretty sure I have it, but yeah. Same thing.
The idea
I'm not officially diagnosed, but I'm fairly certain
technologies that
I'm somewhere on that fair
given
spectrum.
to the government and have been extraterrestrials have actually assisted the government in implementing these technologies and developing those.
And there is an
Wilbert Smith
achievement for
memo,
this.
They mention these 4 things that he was briefed about, and then he says,
which is,
there was also discussion about mental aspects of the flying saucers, and we don't know exactly what that means, but
all
it could
of the
be
leaders'
referring to
ambitions.
telepathic communications,
Oh,
which is very
that's gonna
interesting
suck,
because
I
I've
can
never
imagine.
seen that in any other document. You know, of the
Main
thousands of
objectives.
UFO documents, I've never seen.
Find
that
the
mentioned.
heroes, destroy the
But they were
wonders,
talking about this in
have 5,000 gold,
So it
explore
seems
for
that
secondary.
Very soon after
So we're going to be
the
doing
Second
this
World
for a
War,
while, it seems.
the major governments realized that
Oh, and it's
what
more
was
of
going to be
these.
very important
Wonderful.
for them to be able to advance
And I
their
can't
own kind of
build
infrastructures that are based on extraterrestrial technologies while maintaining a lid on all of this and ensuring that
Why
the
can't I
general
build
public
fishing
and the media and their own congressional officials don't understand
Then
what is
instead,
happening
it would
is to
probably
make
make more
sure
sense to
that
do that.
any technologies discovered
And,
anywhere on the planet, that those technologies
as
are
many
very
Norsemen as
quickly
possible.
taken into the under control of the national security
least I get to
agencies
start off
that
with
are
them.
responsible
Huh?
for these extraterrestrial technologies and kept away from the prying eyes of the mass media and Congress. And so when we get to a place like Iraq, what we have is a lot of evidence that what motivated the US intervention was not indeed a search for weapons of mass destruction, which is what the Bush administration claimed to be in existence, but instead a search for exotic technologies, extraterrestrial artifacts that would somehow be a threat to the national security agencies that have been monopolizing information on extraterrestrial artifacts and technologies.
A sighting in
That's not great.
1986
Get in there.
involved a Japanese jumbo jet over Alaska. The pilot of that craft was grounded for several years afterwards, even though he did nothing wrong except report this event. If people in some field of endeavor, like newspaper reporters or pilots, feel that they're going to be disparaged for making some sort of a report, they're not going to make the report.
As the more one researches, the more one discovers that literally tens of thousands of very credible people of every age, occupation, and nationality are claiming that they have had personal contact with either aliens or interdimensional beings.
Credible researchers now say that as many as 60
IDMs,
different
huh?
species of intelligent, superconscious beings have been interacting with humanity for millions of years.
Get out of the boat! What the hell?
They're humanoid. Their skin is as white as a piece of paper. Throughout much of their adult life, they're the same height that I am, 5'11", 6 feet tall. Their eyes are perhaps twice as large as ours. They're typically blue eyes with white pupils, although when they get older, especially the men, their eyes take on a pink shade. Their eyes stretch further around the sides of their head than human eyes
I can't
do.
even build
And
anything.
Their ears and their nose are only about half the size of human ears and noses, and their ears lay back along the side of their head more than a human does. Their lips are not as prominent as humans, and they don't have teeth, they just have ridges, because they're plant eaters, they don't eat meat.
Working from known data, they found that about 1/3 of the visitors to this planet were humans just like us. Different morphology.
This is super annoying already.
Appearances.
I love it.
Bigger ears, smaller ears, changing them out. Bigger eyes, less hair, no hair at all on the body. But human creatures. Placental human creatures like us. There are a lot of grays. There's only one gray species that comes from reticulum. and that's often confused. But the second category being those gray types, they are non-placental creatures. You saw one on the autopsy table in the San
Are you
Diego
kidding
show.
me?
They don't have any gastrointestinal system. They don't have any sex organs. They are a different class of being altogether. We don't even know for sure whether they're animal or not.
I have been face to face with visitors from other planets other than here. I had one that's very, very close. Like I say, it stays with me. That individual is called Ronan. It was made clear, always spell it with a K. I don't know what difference it makes, but I was told,
of course, it's behind a damn tower.
My name is Corona with a K. So that little entity, it's about 4.5, 5 foot tall. A lot of people tell me, well, can't you make him gray? No, I can't. He has a greenish tint to him. He has a very unique feature of his face where the skull is larger out here, then it comes into a smaller cheek. The eyes are like teardrop, but with the top of the teardrop.
How are you losing a foot race with a damn monk?
2 small slits
This
for
is
a nose.
Stupid.
And a slit for a mouth. Lips are not dominant or anything like that on this particular entity. But yet, you can see emotion within his face. And I say him because during the times that we have had interaction, we have even talked about family situations. Most often, we don't go ahead and think of them being anything like us to where they have families. We think of them as being genetically created. That there's no longer that bonding between the female and the male of the species. Well, there is love there. It's not something that is missing from their society. They work towards the common good of their society. Unlike us, where a lot of times we are pulling at one another. There's competition, but the competition is working towards the common good.
The nature of contact with this planet is infinitely varied. None of the species are the same. None of the humans are exactly alike. None of the grays are exactly alike. And all of the exotic different species are all different from each other. So that would also tend to confirm the fact that they all come from different planets, from different sources, and they have different technologies and doing different things. Yet they're intelligent enough to produce vehicles and be traveling in space. And that ought to be interesting.
How can we know for sure exactly how many extraterrestrial races are visiting us or interacting with humanity? I mean, there are different sources disclosing some of that information. I found the most credible to be whistleblowers, people who have worked in these various secret projects who in some way have kind of been given information that gives them an idea of exactly how many races are here. One of those sources is a sergeant who worked for 22 years in the Air Force, Clifford Stone, and he was involved in these top secret projects that involved the retrieval of crashed discs. And in that process, he was able to get quite a bit of information on how many extraterrestrial races are visiting us. And he came up with the figure of 57. Others have come up with slightly more. Another prominent whistleblower or a former employee of the CIA is John Lear, and he talks about over 60 races that are visiting the Earth.
On one night, I saw between 200 and 300 different tall white individuals. There were so many I couldn't count them, lined up along the mountains to the east of, up along where the ammunition bunker was. On the night that the tall white lady known as Pamela was supposed to finish her final exam to be head of the technology transfer team to go into Livermore. In amongst those 200 or 300 tall whites, and that's just an estimate because I couldn't, it was a crowd of people and I couldn't count them all.
There were also
There's a headline that says Joe is angry, betrayed by top D's. Look out, people. He's red overlord, but blue.
There was like a
It's okay because in Joe we trust.
There were several of them. There were also
without Joe, you ain't black.
Civilian clothing.
Could it be possible that our universe is not only immense, but that it is full of life, and that there is a great diversity of this life spread throughout our own local galaxy and even our solar system? Equally outstanding is the recent revelation by the government of Brazil of their intent to turn over the official UFO files dating back to as early as 1954 to the people of Brazil.
Well, the Virginia case
oh my God, there's
probably
a cast.
the best, well-documented case that we have in Brazil, probably in the world. Yeah, you know that over 80
I think we're just going to have to destroy this church for now.
First-hand witnesses came forward during the first weeks, and they are still coming after it happened. During all these years, we still keep getting witnesses that come forward and tell us pieces of the big story that we know that comprises the capture of at least 2 alien creatures in the city of Virginia. We know for a fact, because we have it all documented, plus the witnesses have confirmed and cross-confirmed that one alien was captured in the morning of that day, which was a Saturday, about 10:30, by a fire department and some personnel from the army. Another creature was seen at the same day by middle afternoon by 3 girls. It was them who called the attention of all the city to the fact that strange creatures have been seen. Because when the first one was seen and captured in the morning, it didn't draw too much attention. But at the afternoon, when the girls saw
all I'm doing is sending these units to the meat grinder.
To everybody. We saw the devil.
That cannot be the way this is needing to be done.
Of the Saturday, January 20, 1996, that second preacher, probably the same one saw by the girls, was also captured by a police troop, a police car, actually a military police car, with 2 policemen inside.
How is a scout doing that much damage?
The one who was sitting in a passenger seat was Marco Elixerezi. And he was lucky enough to be the one who spotted the creature and grabbed it with his own bare arms, bare hands, got back to the car, put the creature in his lap, and took it to the hospital. 25 days after that, he died on February 15th of some bacteria attacks, proving that his immune deficiency system was absolutely destroyed. And army personnel and authorities kept it all secret for lots of time until the UFO researchers started protesting along with the press.
Explore for
and
secondary
so much pressure that eventually information was released about it.
The exobiological aspect of the probability of life out there has actually increased over what it was in 1950. And the indication that there may be ways of traveling faster than the speed of light so that, hey, they can get here from there. Doesn't mean that they're coming in 5 minutes or they're coming every hour or every day, but you know, they might be able to traverse this huge distances.
He won't realize that?
Months or something instead of spending hundreds of thousands of years. Well, look at the UFO sightings. Maybe they provide the answer that they are here.
There was talk in the war room about a study that was underway. And this study became initiated in 1961 as a result of an event that occurred early February in 1961, where a flight of unidentified objects were flying from the Soviet sector to the east over the Warsaw Pact, toward the west over the NATO lines. These objects were very high, they were very fast, they were in formation, they appeared to be circular in shape, and they were obviously under intelligent control. They came in a formation of what appeared to be almost 100 of them. And they flew in formation at a high rate of speed from the east over NATO, over the Channel, southern coast of England, where they turned, flew north and disappeared from NATO radar over the Norwegian Sea. We found out that the Soviets had gone on alert, the Warsaw Pact had gone on alert because they picked them up. All of our Air Force and radar sensory devices picked them up. NATO thought those objects belonged to the Russians. We found later that the Russians thought they belonged to us.
Russians.
Both forces were to find out.
What
later
the hell are we
that they
supposed to be
didn't belong
doing?
to any of us.
I am absolutely jacking these people up.
Of course, the big question is, who the hell do
I'm
they
getting my
belong to?
goal.
Who are they? What are they? Where are they from?
And it does
They
not seem to be
demonstrated
accomplishing
incredibly high
squat.
technology. They were not jets. There were no contrails. They were circular. They were metallic. They were in formation. They moved, obviously, under intelligent control.
Fresh agave taste. From fresh pressed agave. For deliciously refreshing margaritas. However you enjoy them. Ornitos, a fresh take.
NATO.
Come on, you guys. Let's just stand in castle fire. Let's find the most disingenuous way to move around.
Which was underway when I arrived in '63.
Please tell me destroying the blacksmith is going to give me something useful.
That part of the briefing for Jimmy Carter was a 15-minute color film of the Holloman Air Force Base landing.
Speaking of aliens, did you see the head on that guy?
To back up the fact that this guy was telling the truth, even though he denied it later, because this friend of mine had told me
I destroyed a blacksmith,
he'd already talked
and
to,
it didn't give me anything useful. Are you
Ford,
kidding me?
And he talked to Bush Sr.
I destroyed the market thing. That didn't give me any useful.
Briefings, and they'd both confirmed to him that they'd seen the Holloman Air Force Base film. And the Holloman Air Force Base film is a story that Bob Amenegger, and I know Bob Amenegger very well, I've talked to him, been with him numerous times, heard the story 20 times, is a story that happened in the Nixon administration where they were green-lighted a study, and they were basically given access to everybody. Everybody talked, all the Blue Book people talked, and they were given a film, and they had it in their possession. They had this film, and it purported to be a landing. There was 3 crafts had come in. The film cameras were all set up at Holloman Air Force Base. They knew these things were coming in, and the one came down, the other 2 stayed up, and it landed on the tarmac. And a bunch of high-ranking officials came. These aliens came out of the spacecraft. This is all being filmed. And then they walked down the tarmac to a building on Mars Avenue at Holloman Air Force Base, and they had a meeting or whatever they did there. And so Bob Amenegger had this film, and these 2 presidents claimed to have seen this film. And this is what this fellow was actually researching. So he asked, for example, he asked Ford, and that's the key thing is the briefing. He asked Ford, he said, well, when were you briefed? And Ford says, I'm not going to tell you. Don't even go there. I'm not telling you when I was briefed.
Some experts now claim that societies exist in our universe at every conceivable level of social and spiritual development. Societies and civilizations that express themselves in countless manners of physical forms and spiritual ways.
Have great wars and conflicts occurred within our own solar system? Does our true planetary past include rebellions and disputes that
are you kidding me?
Our heavens? In our distant
Stop
past,
being
have
annoying.
massive spacecrafts rained destruction down from the heavens, ravishing continents and destroying advanced civilizations. Genesis 6:1. When men began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them they chose.
Grief.
The historical record is plain. This has been a phenomenon.
I guess we're going to have to
since our recorded history.
do something
The
else,
Vedas, the
because
Hindu
whatever it
Vedas,
is we're
which are
doing
among
is
the
not
oldest
working here.
writings in the world talk about the flying Brahmas and how that they were used to launch weapons and blow up cities.
Actually, you know what?
All this
Let's
stuff,
go ahead and
you know,
destroy.
Again, we've got Ezekiel, and it just goes all the way back. So they've been here all along. If their game plan was like an Independence Day type invasion where they're going to blow up everything and eat everybody or whatever, it would have happened long before now.
My main question was, is God out there too? If God's on this planet, is he out there too? And those questions were answered by reading the Bible. And that really set me on this journey to understanding the abduction phenomenon.
You know, us neurodiverse people, we get the
Who's
shit
doing
end of the
this?
stick
and
all the
all
time.
those questions that we all ask. We think of aliens and we think of angels as divine beings that we have no idea of and we don't see, we don't communicate with on a daily basis.
But it is not only the Bible and other holy works that are filled with references to UFOs and extraterrestrials. Drawings, paintings, stone carvings, and even coins reflect strange humanoid-like creatures and their flying crafts.
How do you tell people that you and I and we, all of us, are genetic hybrids? That we are not the product of evolution? Evolution is real, it exists, it happens. But human beings...
So,
there
Christians,
have been
humans didn't evolve from animals. Alien conspiracy theorists were descended from aliens.
In the development of the human genome, that the human being today, what we call Homo sapiens sapiens, the thinking ape, we are a hybrid and we have been genetically manipulated into who and what we are by advanced extraterrestrial intelligence. There are people who are not ready to hear that. Most traditional Darwinists are not ready to hear that. But there has been intelligent intervention, and we've got proof.
Serious researchers now say that the real question is not whether there are abductions occurring, but are there abductions to help or to harm us?
And the Greys were authorized to, sort of like a Noah's Ark, to develop a full genetic and DNA bank of all flora and fauna on this planet so as to replant it centuries down the road after the catastrophe.
Can you imagine any president, whether it be Bush or Clinton or whatever, standing before the public and saying, yes, I am aware that we have this joint program with some aliens to upgrade our biological computers, to build better bodies to house our souls in future incarnations. You can't talk about things like that. He wouldn't be able to do the job we hired him to do.
What we know of the reptilians by a number of abductees, contactees, and also whistleblowers is that there seems to be a lot of evidence supporting the existence of this race of beings on the planet for thousands of years. In other words, that we might consider them to be an indigenous Earth species, an advanced non-human species that has lived on the Earth for thousands of years and actually may have played quite an important role in the genetic manipulation or engineering which supposedly has happened when it comes to humanity.
There are various groups, individuals, species who from time to time come and visit this planet, zoop around, and I think that to try to ascribe any one particular motive to them is tantamount to us looking up at the air at a Boeing 767 aircraft and saying, are those people good or bad? You know, you just can't ask that. It's a group of people, a group of intelligent beings. Some of them are good, some of them are not so good. But I will say this, I don't think there's any reason for great fear and anxiety.
As for actual extraterrestrial encounters, researchers point to credible cases of alien abductions. Recent polls indicate that up to 6% of Americans claim to have been abducted by them.
6% of Americans? That's 330 million people, right?
On November
in our
5th,
country.
1975.
6% of 330 million
22-year-old Travis
is
Walton,
a lot.
logger. Walton and 6 other loggers were being driven home from their logging site in Sitgreaves National Forest when what appeared to be a saucer-shaped object was seen in the forest. Walton jumped out of the truck and ran towards the object, which reportedly zapped him with a beam of light. His frightened comrades sped away, leaving Walton to his captors. 5 days later, Walton reappeared at a local gas station, saying that he had been held aboard a
Where
UFO
the hell
by
did this all
aliens.
come from?
I agree with Carl Sagan when he says extraordinary claims deserve extraordinary evidence. From the time I got out of the truck and left the crew You know, they were yelling at
You
me to get away
idiot.
from there.
Please walk down
It was
this
a rather
way.
impulsive thing to do, and I was regretting it almost as quickly as I did it. And the things that they were saying and the feeling of impending danger, you know. Even some of the guys in the truck said that it just felt like something was about to happen, you know. The sound was just extended off of both ranges, the high and the low of human hearing, you know, to where the lows were something you really felt more than heard, and the you know, the highs were kind of like something that was like inside your head rather than coming through your ear. And, you know, when I finally got where I could focus my eyes and saw them, is when I just flipped out, because, you know, seeing these things was just a real shock, because, you know, I'd never seen anything like that, and at the same time, I'm having all this pain and this feeling of suffocation, which just kind of gave me a panicky feeling to start with.
Right.
I was looking for a way out.
Now we're
eventually taken out.
getting
by
somewhere.
a person I took to be human, who may have been. All they did was want to apparently get me unconscious as quickly as they could. There was a room in which there were points of light against a dark background. Now, I don't know whether this was like a planetarium where you're projecting points of light on a dark surface, or if this was some sort of a device of projecting a view of what was outside the craft at that moment. But I do know that when you moved the controls on the chair, it could cause the pattern to move. All the stars moved in unison. They didn't rearrange their pattern. They moved.
What is something that's
really
missed
disorienting,
is
because
that
it was all around. It was
a
projecting
lot of
even on the floor,
times
so,
they talk about these encounters as actual dreams, and I don't think they've mentioned that yet.
Authority figure around me.
Going to go game for the rest of the night since I'm kid-free. Mom, I need a break. You can always listen to us in the background.
My mind told me it did. You know, as time went on, you know, more of the outside evidence, independent evidence, came back to me. You know, a lot of it was kept away from me, things the sheriff was aware of, and things that went into his file that, you know, people who were in the area, hunters and campers and people who had seen things that he was aware of, he never told me about. As time went on, it got slowly better, but it's something, the trauma of which has just never completely left me, and you know, there's still a certain amount of coping to do, even to this day.
Most recently, 2 new terms have emerged that also describe human-alien interaction. The most widely used is the word experiencer for those who have had some sort of experience, good or bad, and participator, which has been coined to explain the cases where the individual may have been an abductee originally, but has transcended that situation by now volunteering to participate with his abductors.
My contact with extraterrestrial intelligence occurred
But I've
when
heard
I was
you all
aboard
week.
my
I'm gonna need a break
sailing
from you
boat
too.
in
All right.
Hawaii in the
That's
Honolulu
fair.
harbor, and it was early one morning. It was about
Just wait
5
until I'm
o'clock, and I
president.
had gotten up early.
Then you're not
and
gonna
I had gotten a
be
cup
able
of
to
coffee,
escape.
and I'd gone back to my bunk, and I was just laying there completely dressed, trying to just look at the beautiful sunrise that was occurring through the large skylight above my bed. Then suddenly the most incredible energy enveloped me, and the whole room began to like glow and glisten, and a beautiful woman materialized right next to my bed. And at first I thought I was dreaming or hallucinating, and I said, "You can't be real." And she said, "Well, I am." And I said, "Well, why are you here?" And she said, "I'm here as a representative of a group of friends that want you to come to a briefing."
The room was lit up completely, but my eyes were closed.
I wish I could have been invited to a briefing from a smoking hot alien.
There was something telling me, "Don't open your eyes."
Daily press briefings, baby. Because I am going to inform the people, damn it.
I could hear noise in the room. There was like scuffling on the floor. I opened my eyes. There were 3 small grey beings with big black eyes and big heads and very skinny, spindly limbs. They pulled me up out of the bed, and then with one behind me and one each side of me holding my elbows, walked me towards the window. And I'm thinking, well, the windows are closed, guys, so you better open them before we go any further. So there was this rationality and irrationality going on at the same time.
I boarded what could be called a saucer. It was some type of an interdimensional vehicle that took me to the briefing that was occurred.
Why do you guys say such hurtful
things? The local
things?
planet here in our system, it was
Wow,
Jupiter.
I see how it is.
And the whole planet just radiated with the energy. And I spent time there with these incredible people or beings, and I got a glimpse of mankind's destiny or future as it was possible.
Ooh.
And as we
He saw
approached the
President
window, I
Ronan
closed my
2024.
eyes.
Let's go.
And as I did, I felt this stickiness. It was like, it was a stickiness and a feeling of something being pulled very slowly across my face. It wasn't painful, it was just very, very weird.
Something sticky poured across his
I opened my eyes
face.
because I felt cold, I felt wind on my face, and I was aware
Felt
that I
weird
was now
on his
floating
face?
outside of the window, 3 stories up, looking down at the car park with a very bright light above my head. I couldn't really see what was above my head. I was just aware of this very bright light. One little grey on each elbow. I was aware of them, and we floated up into the craft.
And people have said, well, then you were abducted. And I said, no, I went very willingly.
I went
they've
very
also
willingly.
Asked, how can you tell if you were to meet an extraterrestrial? And I would have to say the energy field, because when they're in your presence, they absolutely resonate at a frequency that's so much higher. And it can only be described as, dealing with them could be described as ecstasy.
I had been taken in the middle of the night while I was asleep, and I was asleep through the whole thing until all of a sudden
at least there aren't castles
I felt
on either side.
some pressure going up my nose, and it startled me so much that I opened my eyes. And when I opened my eyes, I saw this large-headed being with gray skin, large black eyes, and small other features that was looking down at me.
Other
and
features, huh?
He had long fingers that he was using to hold this instrument that he was using to shove up my nose.
I feel knowledge is power. And someday, maybe next week, maybe tomorrow, maybe 5 years from now, we're going to get all of the proof we need that somebody exists. Hey, an ET might show up and I might actually get an interview. The point
I
is
would love to be
that
interviewed
the
by
more
the
we know about
aliens,
the subject,
even if
the
it's the weird
less
ones that
legend
want
can take
to
over.
stick things up my
If you
nose.
see a craft hanging
At least
near
then
you,
there'd be confirmation.
don't get out of the car. Don't stop the car.
Oh
Don't
my
see
God!
what's happening.
OMFG.
If you see
that
one
was
coming
almost
towards
bad.
you don't
Who
have
puts
to
a castle on the
be
coastline?
an abductee. If you don't want to be.
Gosh.
They go away, evidently. We have tens and tens
So
of people
we're gonna have
telling
a
us,
very hard time
said,
taking
I don't want to do
Frankia.
that anymore. And they let them
Be
go.
very clear about that.
What we call abductions, or certain categories of abductions, took place as a result of an authorized genetic upgrade of the human race, trying to get us out of our warlike ways and ecologically ecocidal ways.
See, okay, here's the thing. If the aliens really want us to stop committing war and want us to evolve as a species, then they would want to elevate me into the presidency, because I would ensure that we don't wage war needlessly and that we would take care of our people, and that would incur things like improving our infrastructure and going clean energy initiatives. So if the aliens are watching right now, or if they're listening, or if they're transcendentally participating in this stream, help me win. Aliens 2024, let's go. Oh wait, forgot to unpause
Strong
that.
interest in the biosphere of Earth being stable, that it's not jeopardized unduly, and some who have kind of analyzed what the reptilians have been doing or had some kind of interaction believe that this is because the reptilians view
I don't
humanity
understand
as a
how
resource,
we're gonna
and
take
they don't
any
want
of
that
these
resource
buildings,
to
though.
damage itself or damage the biosphere.
They had
There's
about 18
stone
scientists
walls.
that
I have
all had been
25
working on the project,
population.
various stages of the project, gathered around a big oval table in the Los Alamos headquarters,
with Edward Teller, the head of the Atomic Energy Commission, sitting at the head of the table. One of the aliens on the opposite side of the table from my engineering friend, put in a white shirt and slacks so he would look less alien, but he still had his alien bigger head, bigger eyes, black eyes. And he was sitting in the conference, and the only people that he could understand everybody else because he was telepathic. And the only way he could communicate, though, was with the signs that he had developed with my engineer friend to answer the question. But here's a man, an alien from another planet, sitting in a conference in 1968 in Los Alamos headquarters on the progress of learning how to bridge the gap between the alien technology and ours.
They were going to suggest to the American generals additional technology exchange projects, and I think they were using me as the test guinea pig to take me on board the scout craft, and then they could test my reaction to what I was impressed with and what I wasn't with.
My life changed, and I was never ever quite the same. So the study itself was not as complete as it could have been. They concluded what they wanted to conclude. One, there was not a threat involved. Two, they weren't the Soviets. Three, the evidence was overwhelming. They were extraterrestrial. Four, there were 4 groups involved. 4 different groups. And they were all humanoid, but they were not human. Only one of the 4 was what we considered to be human. One group out of the 4 looked so much like us. I mean, almost identical to us. They could have put on these guys could have put on a suit and tie. And for the females, because we encountered some of them as well, they could have put on a dress, suit and tie, coat, jacket, sit down with you, next to you in a restaurant, sit next to you in a theater. You'd never know.
Sono persone come noi, che hanno un corpo come noi.
That have a body like ours.
In questi UFO,
And these extraterrestrial
che io prendo poi quando parlo,
vehicles.
lo prendo in senso largo, cioè anche delle persone che o sono dentro
He says, I'm using this in a large sense. Or the people are inside the craft.
ma questo è molto molto difficile pensarlo, oppure comandano, ma sono distanze enormi. Se si fanno vedere
So at least the aliens aren't just bothering Americans, they're also bothering Italians.
No, 1000 chilometri ci
It's
sarebbero
very
già
difficult,
arrivati.
but they make themselves seen and known to people on Earth.
Quindi è molto ragionevole che siano dentro.
So it's probably logical that they're inside a craft instead of coming from somewhere else without a craft.
E quindi sono persone come noi, composte di una parte spirituale, che la chiamiamo anima. Gli UFO, io non ho mai parlato con un UFO e non ho avuto...
He says they would have to have a soul like we
ma
do.
che abbiano anche un corpo, devono averlo un corpo.
They'd have to have some kind
If the
of body.
Catholic Church approves of them having souls, it must be true.
Cases that I was involved in, 12, 3 actually involved crash retrievals.
Can I go to the feudal age?
3 crash retrievals.
Oh, don't tell me I
with
could have
them,
gone to the feudal age and I just...
some of the entities were still alive, which was necessary to treat them, which is why there's the catalog that deals with the various species. The catalog exists because rendering first aid to our visitors is quite unique and different from what
Are you serious?
we would consider first aid.
We
Get
had another
out
crash come
of
down
the fucking
about 8
boat.
miles north by northwest of Kingman, Arizona, the old Kingman Air Base. And that one was successfully recovered by teams from
And why
Area
aren't we attacking the
51
Cataphragm?
using Area 51 equipment. There were 4 living aliens in that. All 4 of them were evacuated to Los Alamos, where they had already prepared a habitat for such events. And when they recovered, when the Area 51 team got the ship back to Area 51, it was beeping the whole time it was on the ground. When they got back to Area 51, it was still beeping. They couldn't figure out how to stop the beeping. And after a week of this irritating beeping that they just couldn't seem to turn off, somebody says, well, why don't we get the occupants to come back and turn it off? So they drove the occupants back from Los Alamos in a carryall The Area 51 indicated by sign language what they wanted them to do. They acknowledged and they said they'd have to go aboard. They didn't want to let them go aboard. They thought they'd take the ship off and fly away. But they finally consented. That's the only way they're going to stop it. They sent a guard in with them, and the guard came out vomiting in just a few seconds. And the crew is in there together alone. Craft didn't start up and fly away. Probably couldn't anyway. They turned the sound off and came back to the door. The carry-all backed up, and they loaded them, took them back to Los Alamos.
First aid, the way we give first aid, could actually cause their death. So we had to know how to administer specifically the things that was needed to preserve their life, if at all possible. The other thing is, when you went to a crash retrieval, you always was going against the clock, because just like us, when we have a plane go down, there's an emergency beacon sent out. When one of their craft go down, there is an emergency distress call goes out to their people, and immediately
why
they try
can
to
I not
recover.
build more
And
fishing?
on more than one occasion, the military and their people have gotten there at the same time. The best thing to do when that happens is for us to back off, because they are going to do everything they can to protect their people and recover the bodies and recover any of the injured or those that are still alive.
They don't eat alimentation such as ours. They brought alimentation from their home planet that we had to learn to culture here in Area 51 to provide a food source for their diet. Our government was charged with the responsibility to produce the food from their products continually for alimentation for the guest visitors. Now those guest visitors arrived in an operational vehicle that they still keep operation of. They can go and come. They fly in and out of their habitat facility at will. They're not restrained in any way. But my engineer friend was one of the several engineers that were assigned to work with the extraterrestrials to try to bridge the gap between their technology and ours. And in
they
20
bother
years
Latinos
of
a lot in Latin
research trying to
America.
do so,
Yeah.
they never succeeded in
Aliens
closing the
make
gap. We're never able
conspiracy
to
theories
convert
and
that
Age of
technology to
Empires.
ours. And the reason given by the aliens themselves
An
is
extremely
because
frustrating
they, in order to
quests,
operate their equipment, they
specifically.
have to impart a certain mental input. And we have never learned to impart the input that's necessary to make the machines work. So their equipment responds to mind, to thought, and we have never learned to impart the proper thought to make any of it work.
We had a disc almost hit our car, and bounced around in the desert and chased after it, and a big group of people saw it, and it wound up on the front page of the LA Times, and then I found a hilltop that looked down on the base and
two-handed swordsman's
videotaped
gonna be
Area
any
51 for the
closer
first
to that.
time. John Lear had taken some photos of it back in the late 70s, but I'd actually videotaped the modern base. Kind of kept it to myself for a while, and then I came out with it in December of '91, and then that started all kinds of people going out there, who I'm sure have claimed they discovered it or they found it, or everybody wanted to lay some claim to fame to, the Whitesides mountain spot.
I had an officer, and a lot of you people in the field know it. When I talked in Washington, D.C., he was involved in an incident. He came up and he asked me, how did they talk? I said, you heard them in your head. I said, it was just like you and I talking right now. And you thought you were hearing voices, but you heard them in your head. And I told him that during the event that you went through, you probably heard them say something like, do not be afraid, we are not going to harm you.
Do not be
Nothing
afraid. So
bad
the aliens
is going to happen.
were the angels with
But
eyes
it is
and wings
necessary
confirmed.
we
And then they're
show
like, you
what
know what?
we
That
could
scared the shit out of these humans.
If we were really
Maybe
here
we
with
should
hostile
not do that ever again. Do not be afraid. Yeah, you're a 14-foot tall being with only eyes and wings.
One of which actually borders with the
Of course
United
I'm not gonna be
States,
afraid
be
of
having UFO visitations by the hundreds, when other major nations of our world insist that they are not. And even more importantly, how can these countries' governmental policies, both official and otherwise, be that they never have had UFO or alien contact? The only logical explanation is in fact that governments are willing to lie.
For the past 9 years, I've been researching into the United States government files on what they have on the UFO phenomenon and all sorts of different conspiracies. And I've reached 183,000 pages of government documents on the internet.
There is a political block, what I call a truth embargo, instituted by the government, that they are not ready to formally acknowledge this, quote, presence.
Anything that involved absolute proof, like hardware and bodies, was siphoned off completely into another track.
So I just spent all that time and energy to build a navy, and it just got blown up.
Demand that something be done about it. They stonewall it, deny it, lie about it for 30, 40 years, and then finally just announce it as if it's fact, and everybody goes, yeah, okay.
It's clear we're dealing with a cosmic water.
That's going to be a problem.
Meaning some few people within major governments have known since at least July 1947, when 2 crashed flying saucers and several alien bodies were recovered in New Mexico, that indeed some UFOs are alien spacecraft.
The government set up Project Blue Book, the Air Force did, in order to investigate this subject on you might say, a low level.
Researchers, mostly.
I think we're going to go to the Castle Age instead, because it looks like every time we age up, we get more
the evidence is overwhelming.
Population.
And in some cases, you can actually point to where the Air Force explanation completely contradicts what's inside the sighting report itself.
The word UFO is actually a disinformation term that was invented after they knew that they weren't unidentified and they knew they didn't fly. So it's sort of a mind play.
When the first evidence of ET visitation and hardware and so on came along, the U.S. government took the attitude that we couldn't release this to the general public because it had extreme implications for defense. We don't want our enemies to know that we've got one, because then they might try to get one. To the extent that we might be able to back engineer the technology, we don't want to tell somebody else that we're trying to do such a thing. Gus Grissom, who was probably the person I was closest to, felt that they were spam in a can, that the astronauts were just a public relations campaign for a secret military program that was spending much more. The military space program was getting, was a gleaming jewel compared to the junk that NASA was getting at the time.
You can get a certain amount of information out through the large media, but it's very superficial, very brief. That's what we found. The in-depth sort of disclosure of what's really going on, who's behind it, what the agenda is, that is almost always stopped. Or if they try to do it, it gets turned into something ridiculous.
I almost hate the term UFOs because they really aren't unidentified to the people that know what's going on, or the researchers too. But it's what a lot of people that have the answers felt it was safe to come out of the water, so they're putting out their information on the internet, disguised or whatever. But so these
that's
other
only
agents,
for the militia line?
per se, they're scanning all the time to counteract what's being said by other people from Intel
Okay,
that
so
think
now
it
we
was
can
safe.
get some knights.
We can put this out, or they feel like it's the right thing to do now. Enough is enough. Mankind has a right to know type thing.
When I worked for Douglas, I was assigned to the Douglas Skyrocket. They wanted me to wire up a camera out on the wingtip that looked through a quartz window back at the canopy so that they could monitor the pilot to see what he was doing. While I went through the hangar, which was secured, there were two
These
gentlemen
missions
in there. They
suck.
introduced themselves. One was
They're so
Naval
slow.
Intelligence, the other one was CIA.
Oh, they bought it.
And I started working, doing my job, wiring up.
Sorry, I'm not paying attention to chat as much as I should. I apologize.
Talk and became very
Oh,
apparent
and
to me that they were there
thirsty
for that
nerds.
purpose to talk. They knew about all my flying saucer experiences all the way from Korea. They told me intelligence, CIA intelligence group, had 3 intelligence digests, flying saucer photographs, witness documentation from all over the world. And they said that I should probably try to get those 3 copies, and that's when I wrote Admiral Freeman. And wasn't able to get the documents, incidentally. But in addition to that, they told me that I should tell people what my experiences have been. And said, tell everybody you can, because they can't.
they were not allowed to talk about it.
There's this curtain of ridicule that's been drawn up around the UFO phenomenon. And as long as that curtain of ridicule holds solid, the scientists will be afraid to contribute anything to looking into UFOs. And part of that curtain of ridicule involves the fact that hardly any decent papers have gotten into the refereed scientific literature. So that curtain of ridicule may be slightly opened up now that they have a paper that they can refer to, and if they feel like writing their own papers on UFOs.
Well,
secrecy
that's not
has
going to go very far.
Invaded like a cancer many institutions, including the media, government, corporate.
Okay, if Rakia is going to be
and exotic
Yikes.
subjects, I found myself a journalist without a journal. There is definitely very tight control over the flow of information in certain topics through our corporate control mass media. They seem to take it upon themselves to be the gatekeepers of information. Part of this information that they are keeping from us is the just absolutely immense wealth of information concerning the UFO phenomena and the fact that it can be tracked and documented all the way back through history.
How is this cover-up contained and maintained through international borders? And if it is, are their motivations the same? The best guess is that since America has such overwhelming economic power, the only worse thing than America being mad at you is for America to ignore you. There are so many countries, economies depend on America that I think that they take their orders from America in some ways. When it comes to the cover-up, I think that's one of them.
The U.S. government is not only pressuring Brazilian government, but it's making pressure
that doesn't work.
over almost all countries that are somehow aligned, politically aligned to the United States. Now, all South America, except maybe for Chile and Venezuela, who has Chavez, who's a rebel, all the rest of Latin America is very aligned to U.S. politics. So all these countries will do just exactly U.S. president tells them. It is keep this under wraps.
Recent media polls show that over 100 million people in the United States alone believe that there is some form of extraterrestrial life.
So
45%
we're going to be able to get
Earth
Rams
has been
to take
visited by
this out.
extraterrestrial beings. Nationally
Then,
known
obviously,
journalists
the rest.
continue to turn a deaf ear
This
to
seems
the
to be the
public's demands
easiest
for
one.
true investigative reporting on a daily basis.
Keyword.
Accepting
How
instead
dare
the
ignore
dribble of
us?
denial from numerous
We need to pay
government
attention to
agencies
chat
as fact,
button.
while refusing
You know what?
to
I'll make
interview
that
the legions of researchers
for Monday.
who have made serious scientific investigation of UFOs
A loud horn.
and alien
Just
contact
redeem
their
something,
life's
doesn't
work.
they all have sounds?
So, the Roswell mystery has gone on.
But you're right. Maybe I'll make one
we
that's
don't know
specifically
what
a
all the government
horn.
did. We don't have any classified reports. We do know,
What?
having worked under
Now all of a
security,
sudden I
say
can build
this.
other things?
When you're faced with a situation like that, a couple of important points. You're going to get as much help as you can, as quickly as you can, from people who have appropriate clearances and appropriate competence. There's plenty of competence here in New Mexico. Los Alamos labs, one of the finest labs in the world. Sandia, on bodies and biological stuff. The Lovelace clinic outfit had government contracts to do classified work, biological work. So they had the competence. The head of the Lovelace clinic was chairman of the Aviation Biology Committee at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. So you know who to go to, and you take action now. And so what you do later is another story. But you have to find out what's going on.
I talk to people that make these giant drill bits, these huge wheels that are like 100 feet across. And the guy says, we're working 24/7 and we're shipping all these things down to Australia because they're building a gigantic underground facility in Alice Springs, which is in the center part of Australia, which many believe has been the most geologically stable over the course of millions of years. Alice Springs is called the Australian Area 51.
But I ignore it. You're right. It's probably not loud enough is the problem.
who knows?
You're right.
These
It's
power
not
elites simply
like
destroy
the drink you thirsty nerds. It's just a water drop plop sound. It's not enough.
Bunkers.
You're right.
Can they use the technology at Area 51
You are
to get to bases on the
absolutely
moon
right.
or possibly bases on Mars, that have been there for many, many years? Certainly they seem to have some sort of economic agenda that seems to be designed to turn the entire planet into a Orwellian 1984 style nightmare, sort of Eurasia, East Asia, and Oceania, where you have 3 warring countries and 3 major currencies with the euro and the Federal Reserve note and the yuan, and they are months away from collapsing U.S. currency, collapsing the U.S. stock market, doing a number of nefarious things to actually break the United States of America for introduction into this one world superstate.
Because cover-up implies
Oh my God!
that,
Nice.
there's been an effort
We finally
to
got to the
conceal
one world
fundamentally
government.
illegal activity.
Nice.
And I do not believe that the suppression of the extraterrestrial reality from the American people and the world's people in the 40s, 50s, and 60s was illegal. Now, as it happens, some illegal things were done, I think, it served that fundamental goal. But that doesn't mean that the fundamental
Well, we
policy
almost
was
have our
illegal. And so
military.
it wasn't a
That's
cover-up.
good to know.
It was an embargo for national
We need to
security
make 7
purposes.
more units.
Well, the transfer of technologies from extraterrestrial races that
I
have
think
reached
this is going to be
agreements
plenty
with,
to do what we need to do.
The secret government or the national agencies responsible for this whole extraterrestrial phenomenon is really a fascinating one. We know that there were agreements reached. We have a reasonable idea that this began under the Eisenhower administration in 1954, that there was the first concrete agreement reached as a result of a series of meetings that Eisenhower had with extraterrestrials, and that these agreements then allowed for a number of technologies that the extraterrestrials had to be exchanged or given to the national security agencies or to the Eisenhower administration in exchange for such things as basing rights, where extraterrestrials could build bases in remote locations. For example, we know that there have been some bases built in the
Although now I'm wondering if 3 is going to be enough. Maybe we just destroy a castle first.
There are also
just to be
reports
safe.
of underground bases in places such as Dulce, New Mexico. So we have reports
Now
of
I'm
these
really
kinds of underground facilities that were made
Here,
possible
we'll let
because of
the
the agreements
Rams go
reached
first.
between the Eisenhower administration and extraterrestrials.
I have had meetings in town where people
Are
who
you
are pretty
shitting
well
me
connected
right
have told
now?
me flat out that there's an extraterrestrial presence. I've had intelligence officers tell me that. I've had scientists tell me that. Astronauts have said this, some in private, okay? And so you have this ridiculous sort of almost tabloid reality where you can go to a cocktail party and find out there's extraterrestrials engaged in the planet, but you can't find it in the Congressional Record or the Washington Post. This is ridiculous. And it makes us look stupid, particularly to other governments like France and England, all right, and Mexico and Belgium, and even to some degree
Right,
Russia.
we're at least taking down one castle.
Right, who look at this great power,
That's
who clearly
definitely
they've deferred
reassuring.
to on this issue, make a fool of itself.
What the controllers, the disinformation controllers, want the public to believe is that it's about silly stuff like, oh, you know, an alien took me on board a spaceship and I have a baby floating in an incubator around Alpha Centauri. What I call the silly season of all this. And that disinformation is put out there through the UFO subculture, through the media, through documentary makers, through filmmakers who don't know the difference between information and disinformation. 90% of everything on this subject is disinformation, designed to do 2 things.
Well, at
Either
least we
engender
got
fear,
through
because it's very frightening information which shuts people down.
And I
or to
destroyed
make
the
it look
castle and
silly
it didn't give me
absurd,
anything?
So that
Are you kidding
serious
me?
scientists, policymakers, intellectuals, and academics will just dismiss it out of hand. And it's been done consistently since the 40s and 50s. Most people in government, even high officials in government, if they even know this could be true, if they make an inquiry about it. This happened to President Carter.
We destroyed one of the
It happened to
wonders, didn't
President
we?
Clinton. It's happened to many high officials. They are basically told, we're not going to tell you.
And we
Sometimes they'll
only
just
got
be denied
800 gold
that it
for our
exists at all.
troubles?
But sometimes they will flat out say,
So
we're
we
not gonna
destroyed
tell
2
you.
castles, got
Everybody
nothing.
is probably
Destroyed a
guilty
wonder, got 500
of not
gold.
accepting this to some extent because who wants to
Okay.
know it's real?
Sure, I guess.
The one press guy that we talked to many
I
years
guess we'll
ago
go in
said, I
and
can't
see
write
what,
a story on
what
this.
we see.
It's too it's too big, and it has the implications are tremendous. You know, for religion, philosophy, politics.
What the hell? That was
war,
barely
anti-war,
even
you
worth it
name
then.
Everything's going to be impacted by saying that, well, there are creatures flying around out there. We don't know what they're doing, or maybe we do know what they're doing. and there's nothing we can do about it, whether we know what they're doing or not. So
the deadline is passed in New York, but they didn't quite make the requirement. But I think they're challenging it in court, which they should. I hope they get on the ballot. She was on in 2016. I collected signatures back then. Apparently, Jill only needs help gathering signatures for access in Mass, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut, but not in New York.
They realized that, well, if they report a sighting, they're likely to get this big psychological evaluation and then told they're going to fly a desk for a few years.
When we put all this together, that we have a pretty compelling case that the US went into Iraq not for weapons of mass destruction, but to get knowledge and technologies related to the extraterrestrials. I think one of the first things that the national security agencies did was that in 1953 they passed a joint Army-Navy air publication called JNAP 146E.
I can't believe that we did that.
All information
and we didn't
concerning
even
UFOs would have to be reported to the responsible agencies, and that anyone reporting this outside of those agencies, anyone reporting information on these UFOs that were currently under investigation,
better be able to build trebuchets or something,
was subject to penalties.
Otherwise, what is the damn point?
$10,000 or 10 years jail. So this was back in 1953. So you can imagine $10,000 in 1953 is quite a sum of money, as is the deterrent of 10 years in jail. And people were silenced. Those that were investigating the UFO phenomenon, investigating the government conspiracy to keep all this quiet, regularly found that when they began to question servicemen or people who had any information on UFOs, that these people would clam up, because they would say, well, because of JNAP 146, that they've got to keep quiet because they don't want to be put away for 10 years in Fort Leavenworth or kind of subjected to these funds.
It's very important for us to try to identify intelligence sources who are courageous enough to come forward and speak the truth and put that information out to the public. Because I think nothing less than the future of planet Earth is hanging in the balance.
Because if the truth were to come out, and the knowledge, the fact that we now have some of the goodies that they have in energy.
Find and bring sources. 5 princesses to the Wonder?
0 point energy is the point I'm trying to make here. If that were to come out, the world economy would collapse, because our economy is based on oil right now. You cannot introduce another energy system without shaking up the whole house of cards, you see.
Now, why would they keep the secret? You want to figure out how the darn things work. They make wonderful weapons delivery.
Well, we haven't found green
you got
yet.
Wreckage. You set up your secret project. Rule number 1 for security, always, you can't tell your friends without telling your enemies. They listen to the radio too. Second problem, what if the other guy figures out how they work before you do? And everybody's got another guy, because weapon, counter-weapon, counter-weapon, it's an old game that's been played for a long time. The third problem, if there were to be an announcement made by highly trusted individuals around the world, saying indeed some UFOs are alien spacecraft, what would happen? Church attendance would go up, mental hospital admissions would go up, stock market would go down, anything that's, you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
And you know what?
We do have 5 princesses in chat, and I appreciate you all.
Wants its citizens to owe their primary allegiance to the planet instead of that individual government. Nationalism's the only game in town, and you don't need to look far to see that. There's a fourth problem. Some fundamentalist religious groups have loudly maintained that we are the only intelligent life in the universe.
But I do like how they pointed out that it would hurt the stock market, so aliens can't be real.
That this is the work of the devil.
Confirmed.
And I think that's an insult to the great glory of God, that this is the best she can do, frankly.
The whistleblowers that I have spoken to or communicated with all discuss different ways in which they have been silenced, where, for example,
so we're going to need to find more gold.
Teams of agents, military intelligence agents,
we're going to need to
simply
avoid...
told to be quiet. That if they don't get quiet,
another castle.
That they'll be harmed. That if they themselves don't have any
more ranged
harmed,
units,
for example,
perfect.
They're retired, then their families will be harmed. That the careers
Can
of
you
their
just
sons
kill
or their
them,
children
please?
will be harmed. So. I think that this is how they silence the
That's
whistleblowers.
another castle.
As far as the mass media is concerned, I think that there's been enough research done on identifying exactly how it is that the mass media is kept away from this whole phenomenon where, in collaboration with the owners of the media conglomerates, senior editors, that any enterprising journalist or who wants to discuss UFOs or anything concerning the cover-up or how the money is raised to fund these projects, enterprising journalists would find themselves out on a limb.
The government's covering up the knowledge that they have that some UFOs are in fact interplanetary spacecraft, are interdimensional, multidimensional craft. Both can be one and the same. But we have a sentient life, much more evolved, much more intelligent than we are.
Oh, we found a
that are visiting
princess.
our planet.
Nice.
And we're keeping this information.
Too bad.
I can guarantee you a laugh from an audience when I show the blacked out
Seriously?
CIA UFO documents. It took me 5 years to get.
Oh
you
my
read 8
God.
words on a page. By their definition, they're UFO.
These missions are so fucking
the
stupid.
NSA, National Security Agency. No such agency is the inside joke, or NSA never says anything. Got 160 pages, 156 pages of NSA UFO stuff. You can read one sentence per page. All
And
the
I
rest
don't
is
even get a
supposedly
marketplace.
Sources and methods.
And I probably can't build one either.
97% sources and methods,
Nope.
and only 3%
Can build
UFOs. That makes
towers
no sense at all.
in woodcutting
Many young
areas.
people don't realize that we killed 50 million of our own kind during World War II. We destroyed 1,700 cities. How does that look to somebody out there who's a little more advanced than we are? We're not nice guys. We're wasting the resources of the planet on killing. We don't feed our poor and starving.
Yo. 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 Did you pick up milk?
Do you see milk in the fridge?
No.
Then I didn't pick up the fucking milk.
Wonderful. Thank you.
We build more bombs, more airplanes to destroy people with.
We really don't know whether this secrecy and withholding the information, withholding the technologies from the general public arena is really for the best interest of all of us. I mean, for example, we know that there are technologies in existence that don't require fossil fuel energy sources, so we could replace fossil fuels, so the dependence on oil could be ended overnight. We could have advanced technologies whereby individuals would have kind of unlimited energy by which they could do things such as travel from different parts of one city to another or across a country or even intercontinentally, that there could be unlimited energy for fueling their houses so that they don't have to pay these hefty energy bills during the winter. So there is very direct consequences of these technologies being withheld. Also, when it comes to medicine, I mean, it seems that extraterrestrials have superior medical technologies that they could be shared with humanity, with the general population. These also are being withheld. That this is being withheld ostensibly because if this information were released to the general public, that the general public would learn that this was not developed through conventional science, that this was somehow handed down by some advanced race. So it would blow the cover on the extraterrestrial presence.
I know for a fact that our government, along with other governments, have some type of social intercourse with our visitors. But at the same time, I know that our visitors are partially responsible for why full disclosure is not taking place yet.
Really?
And that's easily proven. Given that they are here, what power on earth could stop them from making themselves known if they wanted to? That being said, I feel that governments need to find a responsible way to start getting the information out that we are not alone in the universe.
The only institution that is more corrupt than what I'm describing as this rogue transnational kleptocracy is the major media. Worse than the Congress, worse than the White House, worse than anything at the normal level of clearances at the Pentagon is big media. Big media does not
on the
report the truth
fucking
about these
transport
things
ships.
because they are not free to.
Move!
And we think in the United States and
God,
the Western
why
world,
are you
we really
fucking
have a free
idiots
press.
so
We have a
goddamn
free press
stupid?
on everything that's not important. On the really important issues, it's very controlled. And this is the most important issue. This is the biggest secret in the history
Jesus Christ.
of the human race, the known modern history of government.
This is infuriating.
They have cooperated with keeping this
Absolutely infuriating. How are we supposed to get any sort of process done here?
Plane crashes had occurred, according to the New York Times, which means there was probably more that they didn't know about, between 1951 and 1956. 200. These are fatal ones. This isn't just plain old accidents. This is where pilots were killed. And we found out that 5 of those pilots had over 100 missions in Korea. That means they're pretty good pilots because there were MiGs trying to shoot them down. And so they leave Korea, they come back to the United States, and they have an accident, a fatal accident. That seems a little strange. 1 maybe, 2, but 5? And the New York Times in several instances used words like disintegrated and disappeared. I think we're talking the tip of the iceberg. These orders to shoot them down. We have proof of that. And we have the head of the American Rocket Society, a man named Farnsworth, writing President Truman, thinking that was not such a good idea.
The rank and file are often very interested, but then from somewhere deeper and higher than they are, it gets killed if they try to do anything in depth. So that's what we have found. And so the in-depth information, I think we have to put out through the internet, through other documentaries and through other means. Maybe eventually there will be a media interest that is large media that will do a true expose of this. We stand ready to work with anyone who is willing to do that, and we certainly have the evidence to do it.
I mean, think about the state of UFO research today, compare it to any field within academia. All right? We've done a great job as UFO researchers, considering the fact that we don't get an income for what we do. We don't have any institutional support to speak of. We're just out there on our own doing our thing. Whereas in the academic world, it's very different. You're able to devote yourself full time, you have a salary, you have grants to do research. That is what's really needed. Because this problem is so complex, it's so big, it demands the resources necessary for a lot of people to go in. I don't pretend that my word is the final word. I'm trying to provide a good first word so that we can continue this conversation down the road.
We're dealing with the biggest story of the millennium. Visits to planet Earth by alien spacecraft, successful cover-up of the best data, bodies and wreckage obviously, for 62 years.
But most people in the world are still asleep. They have no idea what's going on. They have no idea what we're facing here.
What else are the governments of the world not saying?
What if there is positive proof that UFOs do in fact exist? What if that proof has existed for years, but has been hidden neatly within the fabric of a system of lies and grand deception?
We need to be very concerned about the way in which this whole area has been managed by the National Security Agencies responsible for maintaining secrecy, keeping people in the dark. It means that we really don't know whether this secrecy and withholding the information, withholding the technologies from the general public arena is really for the best interest of all of us.
The problem has been since the early 50s, and I have the government documents. The United States government has instituted a policy of denial and control over the information. Nothing happening there, folks. Nothing happening there, folks. And if somebody persists in saying, but I saw it, then they're ridiculed. You've got a screw loose. Something's not right with them. This is absolutely just unconscionable.
Oh, that's
in a country
great.
That's,
they got to upgrade
pays
as well.
Service to
Awesome.
freedom and individual liberty. Because there have been so many people whose lives have been wrecked.
So how are you? This literally spirals out of control.
Of denial and ridicule.
This literally spirals out of control.
That has happened worldwide for centuries.
Disclosure has a very defined definition. It means the formal acknowledgement by the governments of the world of the extraterrestrial presence.
As fellow inhabitants of planet Earth,
what the fuck
we
am I
live in a
supposed to
rapidly
do?
changing world. The advent of modern communication networks and the internet has made maintaining the UFO cover-up a difficult and demanding undertaking.
Especially considering they are going after my
UFO. It's the #1 UFO website to send information
my
to.
siege rams directly.
Him and Rents and UFO Casebook are the 3 places that I always send my footage to, because they will only put verified sightings on their site. They just won't put junk up there. And I know they get over 3, 4, up to 10 million hits a month.
For over half a century, the United States, Great Britain, and a host of aligned countries have been able to maintain a vast web of secrecy over what is actually happening worldwide relative to aliens, or what are generally known as EBEs, extraterrestrial biological entities. But that is rapidly changing, and disclosure, the lifting of the truth embargo, is now taking place.
I'll be getting over 500,000 hits this month. But the interesting thing about that is that a couple of thousand of those hits each month are from the military. As far as sharing information on the internet, that is the best way to do it, and probably the safest way, only because I know I've sent DVDs to people and they haven't received them. And I would email them and say, look, I'm going to send you a DVD. Can you analyze it for me and let me know what you think this is? And 2 weeks later, they'll email me and say, I never got it. I'm just waiting for that day when they come knocking on my door and want to talk to me about it, but until that day, I think they know who I am. I think they know we're here. I think this is the way it's going to be done from here on out, because the military definitely doesn't want to talk about it anymore. Everything at night to them is a flare or an airplane. On the contrary, we have all this evidence that shows otherwise.
DigiCert Trust Lifecycle Manager helps you do what your organization needs PKI to do. Prevent outages, manage risk, and enforce policy. That's digital trust for the real world.
Pick up, pick up, pick up! Come on, come on!
Eyes on the battle, not your screen, Commander.
I was thinking we could use some backup. Yes! Now, Ryan!
Steal your pride, Wolf. The fish girl is winning.
Sorry, I forgot that was a
We're in this
commercial.
strange reality, which we're caught between 2 worlds, between 2 paradigms. And the bridge between, or the door between these 2 paradigms is what is now called the disclosure event.
Recently in Washington, D.C., a press conference was held in conjunction with an international event, the X Conference, where a panel of eminent scientists and researchers broke the silence and spoke out and called for a full international disclosure and an end to the truth embargo relative to UFOs and extraterrestrials.
If I was an in-the-know person, high up in government or finance, and I knew about the extraterrestrial issue and I knew about sequestered technology, and I knew what it could do when it was released, my position would be this. Let's keep that technology under wraps as long as possible, while we sell as much of the rest of the oil as we can for as much as possible. And then we'll take that money, and we'll use that to own the extraterrestrial technology, right? The point is, there's always people in the know and out of the know. Sometimes it's about stuff, and you're in or you're out. But there are some things you can't have the in the know and out of the know.
Basically, what we're calling on today is for the government of the United States to take the issue of extraterrestrial life, where it has been stuck in conflict and for the last 60 years, and take it out of the military intelligence agencies and put it into the Department of Education and the scientific departments where it belongs. Take it out of the threat scenario agencies where it is funded as a potential threat, and put it into the opportunity agencies where it is funded as a matter of education and advancement of knowledge for mutual benefit.
There is an overwhelming mass of proven, real government documents that have been released largely through the Freedom of Information Act that show
Are you going to get in any of these
decades
boats?
of,
Are you going to get in the boat?
Airspace violations
very sensitive places by objects doing what appear to be the impossible. We have these documents from the 1940s, we have them from the 1950s, we have them from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and beyond. So these airspace violations continue. They are provocative, they are at times seemingly confrontational. You have pilots who have been charged with going up to get these things, and they have described them at times saying, yes, it appears to be a metallic disc-shaped, there it goes.
I began on this topic by trying to do reverse engineering on gravity control devices in 1968, but now I'm officially looking at leaked question documents. And some of the documents tell an amazing story. One of the leaked documents started with FDR, and FDR had set up, through Vannevar Bush, a committee called the Non-Terrestrial Science and Engineering Committee. These were guys, after the recovery of a crashed flying saucer in 1942, who were given the parts and told to figure out how they work. They came back to FDR in 1944 and asked for money. And he said, no, we gotta win the war first, beat the Nazis. And then in 1947, it was Vannevar Bush who went to President Truman, who didn't know about all this, and said, by the way, we have these craft, we could do some reverse engineering in order to improve our country, to improve our culture, to improve our standard of living. And that was when the money started to flow.
July 2002, right here in the Washington, D.C. area, there was yet again a airspace jet chase by two F-16 jet interceptors, which were chasing a bluish object right outside D.C.
My opinion right now is the person who's going to wait for hard evidence is going to be left behind when the deluge comes.
Exopolitics offers a bridge out of the permanent warfare state, the permanent warfare economy, out of the permanent warfare industry, into transforming the permanent warfare industry into a cooperative, peaceful, space-age society, integrating with universal society.
So I began to look outside of the kind of conventional sphere. I began to explore theories for what it is that really is driving international politics. And so then I came up with this area of an undisclosed extraterrestrial presence that is kept from the general public. So that really did help me understand what was going on and what is driving international politics.
What's important is the structural blinders and the structural belief patterns and the structural paradigms. If the exopolitics model can come in and
so they hold up. The IT director at my job had this thing. They fixed it.
Such that structurally within academia, the Earth is no longer flat. It is now round. Intelligent life
so
no longer
allowed
ends at the geostationary orbit. The universe is now
am I gonna get
highly
just
populated.
absolutely
Is that
there
sort
it
of
is.
sea change?
There it is. I'm gonna get absolutely spammed
public
again.
Investment
awesome.
And private explosion of creativity and cooperation to turn our spaceship around to be able to survive the environmental pressures that are coming now, which have been the result of the embargo.
What am I supposed to do
that
with
we've
this?
been under.
Are we, the people of Earth, on the verge of technological destruction? Has our use and testing of nuclear weapons already triggered an interdimensional countdown that is now moving us as a planet towards some kind of interstellar intervention?
Berserkers, why not?
Clearly no evidence, I want to emphasize this, that these extraterrestrial civilizations are hostile towards us. I think they're very worried about our hostility. I always turn this on its head because most of these sort of documentaries are always like alien invasion and all this stuff. No. The issue is that, if they were hostile, we would know it by now. It's clear to me that what's going on is that they're very concerned that at the time that humanity reached the ability to go into space, early space exploration, 50s, we also had already developed weapons of mass destruction and thermonuclear and hydrogen bombs and stuff. And that the coincidence of that, the coming together of those two things, put a big red flag over Earth. And so if you look at the databases from the 50s, 60s, 70s on forward, not only in the United States, but in Great Britain, in the Soviet Union, in China, that wherever we had space, aerospace, and nuclear facilities, there were a lot of these so-called UFOs being seen.
These groups.
Yeah, sorry, this is an extremely boring mission and one that doesn't seem to be giving me much room to
step in and keep us
actually
from blowing
achieve
the hell out of
anything.
ourselves if it push comes to shove.
From the onset of the whole UFO phenomena beginning about 1946-47, and that I don't think it's coincidence that coincided with our development of nuclear weapons. And I think that out in the universe, they were horrified. They said, oh my God, the kids have found the matches.
Looks like I could probably land
well,
here.
They don't want us to destroy ourselves, and they don't want us to destroy this planet. And yet they're prohibited from directly intervening in our affairs and in our evolution. So I think that we've got crop circles and animal mutilations and abductions
and I can't build another
and increasing
thing.
sightings and all like that, so that it's not directly impacting
this is absolutely
on us. And yet over this
stupid.
conditioning period, we are coming to understand that we're not the only ones in the universe, and I think they're trying to kind of
This is extremely
the evolutionary ladder so that we can grow to be full-class
And even
members
if
of
I
the
could build a
intergalactic
navy,
community,
these
instead of destroying
long ships
ourselves through our
are useless
petty bickering
against
wars
fast
and
fire
nuclear
ships.
holocaust.
The longboat.
Like the dawning of a new day, the internet is quickly
Where is
sweeping
it?
away the
Longboat.
darkness. The truth will not be stopped.
We're now seeing this wall of censorship cracking apart in the United
only
States.
strong
Just
against war
recently,
gallons
we had a major
and buildings.
TV network special, and I found it absolutely amazing because Peter Jennings of ABC just very matter-of-factly told a national audience that the Robinson panel of the 50s and the Operation Blue Book, Project Blue Book of the 60s were not really scientific-based investigations. They were just public relations efforts to try to get people not to be thinking about UFOs. So in other words, all you folks out there who are old enough to have seen all the newspaper reports on the Robinson panel and hear what Blue Book said, it's just hogwash. Never mind.
The non-human intelligence presence has been here for a long time.
This is dumb.
That Colonel Philip Corso said there are 57 different races, and that some accords were made to talk about their presence, whether it be Hollywood, movies, or whatever, including the ABC special, that if it isn't done soon, they will probably do it.
Extraterrestrials are not a national security issue. They're an educational and social issue for our society, and they may be a spiritual issue.
When I retired from the military, I went to work for the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and I worked with them for 14 years. So I've got 42 years of government service behind me. And
are you going to
throughout all
sail
those
right
years,
next to
I
the
had
castle?
very highest
Yes, you are,
security
because you're fucking
classifications.
stupid.
Top secret. When I was at NATO in 1963 through 1967, I had cosmic top secret, which was and still is the highest level of security in NATO. That's how I got involved in this crazy UFO field.
Through the 50s, and 60s, and 70s, we referred to aliens as extraterrestrials. But now that science
the point of that?
has been catching up with us,
If killing them and breaking buildings
degree,
doesn't give me
we
gold,
have
what the hell?
changed our definition of an alien. It's probably more accurate to call them extra-dimensional beings, because that would explain their ability to traverse vast distances. They operate in more dimensions. I mean, even the current theoretical model of the universe is upwards of 30 dimensions. So we're living in a multi-dimensional universe, and so it's not uncommon.
Check it out. Sam Adams made a light beer, crisp and easy drinking.
Your cousin from Boston.
I don't think I've heard my cousin from Boston in
Theorize that
a
we're
long
going to encounter
time.
beings that operate in more dimensions than we do, and that would
There's a
explain
castle there.
a lot of the phenomenon related to UFOs, how they're able to appear and disappear, move very fast, do all the things that the ETs go, walk through walls, have remarkable psychic abilities and communicate telepathically, it would really go a long way to explaining the phenomenon surrounding it. What looks like magic to us can really be explained through extra dimensionality.
Are any of us really prepared for the kind of paradigm shift that would come with not just disclosure, but with contact and communication with intelligences from other worlds? Is it possible that as a species we have reached the point that our minds actually filter and generate acceptable constructs, which all too often become our day-to-day realities?
We live in a universe, apparently, that's teeming with intelligent life. I mean teeming with it. Planets, star systems,
Heard of a
solar
right-wing
systems,
dude from there called the guy from Boston?
everywhere.
Yeah.
Life forms from the lowest level to probably the highest level, which we would refer to as a divinity, maybe. People are not ready for that yet. It's going to take another few years. It's going to take some more schooling. It's going to take what I always said was an expansion of human consciousness. And one of the reasons I spoke out and still have speaking out like I am with you is that I have always believed that understanding some of this, becoming aware of some of this, opening your heart and mind to this, would bring about an expansion of human consciousness, which might bring us together as a species and as a race, because we are all the same.
There is so little of your reality that is really based on truth that it's just stunning.
Ho sentito dire che ci sono altri mondi abitati.
I've heard that there are other worlds that are inhabited.
E Padre Pio rispose:
Padre Pio answered,
perché vorresti che solo noi, in questo piccolo pianeta che è il nostro mondo, amassimo Dio, ma ci saranno tanti altri mondi nei quali ameranno
Can
il
you
Signore.
please kill this fucking galley?
Would you believe that it would just be our tiny world that would be giving glory to God? There has to be many more worlds, many more planets that exist with inhabitants that would be giving glory to God. It is not just us.
If I told you that, the very nature of the moon and Mars and most of the planets in the solar system is being kept from you for specific reasons, to make you think that you're completely alone and that these planets can't be colonized.
Back in the 50s, the big question was, do they come from Mars or do they come from Venus? And by the 60s and 70s, we had gotten a little more sophisticated in our intellect and our thinking, and the question became, well, do they come from Alpha Centauri or Zeta Reticula 4, Well, and then now we're up to today, and we've got even more sophisticated, and now the question is, do they come from another planet, or do they come from another dimension? Or are they perhaps time travelers? Do they come from another time, okay? And in my study of all of this, I have kind of come to the conclusion that the answer is yes.
The more you know about this field, it becomes almost paralyzing, because the more you know, the less you know. The more you know and the more open-minded you are about this, the more you realize that every answer you find just leads to a thousand more questions.
Vast sums of money are being siphoned through these different agencies into the coffers of the CIA, which then forwards this money on to the DOD, and this money is funneled through the DOD and goes into the black projects which the DOD has direct oversight over. So the CIA is kind of like the bagman. It collects the money, it goes to the Department of Defense that actually administers how this money is going to be spent on different black projects. So the size, how much are we talking about? I think the best indication for just how much we're talking about here are the auditing irregularities that the Inspector General of the Department of Defense has himself identified. He identified in 3 years, it was 1998, 1999, and the year 2000. In those 3 years, we identified on average $1.7 trillion could not be accounted for in the Department of Defense budget. In other words, this was money that was was being moved around in ways that could not be accounted for. And I think what that indicates is the true size of the black budget. We're looking at an infrastructure that is funded by as much as $1.7 trillion a year. Now, when you consider that the whole Department of Defense budget officially is just over $400 billion, we're talking about a vast infrastructure that is 4 times greater than the entire Department of Defense budget.
As Jack Nicholson would say, you can't handle the truth.
Is it possible that ancient and secret societies exist that have always had the real but hidden information? And have they, as a result of their ongoing familial knowledge, been manipulating and governing virtually all countries down through the centuries? Researchers point to the Illuminati and the power elite and their use of propaganda as carried by the mainstream media. Many believe that these powerful few actually control almost all information by implanting false knowledge and beliefs into our human collective reality.
Essentially everything that you would want to know has been covered up. From the electrogenetic magnificence of your DNA being a spiritual antenna to the Creator, to the most amazing Pythagorean mystery school mathematics that is essentially freeing to humanity, in essence also very, very clear that everything in our world is a divine creation, and as the math is the expressive tool of the Creator for creationism.
The United States government, the leader of the free world, is totally controlled by a wealthy oligarchy. A small handful of people that are just super rich. Most of them are not even in government, but they tell the government what to do. These are the people who are behind the UFO secrecy.
That's the one actual thing that is actionable and correct that they have said
if you
so
know
far.
There's ETs out there.
Aliens are controlling everything. No, it's the oligarchs.
That there is alternative technology. And this could upset their monopolies over energy, fuel, transportation, communications, pharmaceuticals. That's what they don't want. After all, who would continue to pay all these ever-increasing prices for gasoline that's polluting the air, choking us all, killing our kids? Why would we do that if we knew beyond any shadow of a doubt that there was non-polluting energy sources out there? This is what it's all about. It comes back to the old journalistic adage, follow the money.
Everything has been covered up. The toxicities of the pharmaceuticals. You're not learning the truth about vaccinations. You're not learning the truth about various medications. The pharmaceutical industrialists, which I prefer to call the military, medical, petrochemical pharmaceutical cartel, essentially has control of the media, the mainstream media, and so it has control over the mass mind. And as a result of those powers that they assert, people are not given factual information upon which to make informed decisions. They're given propaganda, and as a result, the choices that people are making are genocidal. And I say genocidal with a strict definition, meaning the mass killing of people for economic, political, and/or ideological reasons. And those pharmaceutical industrialists are intimately connected to those people who wish to control populations. They've published the literature, what their intent is, not only how best to control populations, why populations need to be controlled, but ultimately affecting the technologies that are in place to do just that. Currently, 50% reduction in general of the planet's population that has been targeted for elimination.
The Disclosure Project is oriented towards putting together credible government documents and these witnesses so that there is an undeniable case made that this is real and not fictitious. It started really in early 1990s. And after I had briefed the President Clinton's first CIA director on this problem, it was made very clear to me that the executive branch of the U.S. government did not want to do this because, I'm quoting, the president was concerned he would end up like Jack Kennedy. I'm not kidding. That was said to me by President Clinton's closest friend.
Could it be that much of what we believe is illusion? Is it possible that the history of human civilization is not as we have been told? Have we as people been purposefully dumbed down? And have our governments only served to strengthen the bonds that bind us to our ignorance, not only of our past, but of our present and potential future?
Officials in these agencies no longer represent the best interests of humanity, but are now representing the interests of a particular extraterrestrial race. that they have been compromised by. So we pay a heavy price if we don't make this open, if we don't bring in transparency and accountability into this whole process. It means that we don't know whether or not those that are behind the policies are actually implementing these policies for the best interest of humanity, which is what they claim, or for the best interest of a particular extraterrestrial race.
Some of the questions that we must ask include, are there bases on our moon? Are there structures and life forms on Mars and many of the other local planets? Have our governments made deals and treaties with other life forms that affect the future of all of us on planet Earth?
We have an overwhelming abundance of data, of documentation that prove, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there are objects existing that aren't supposed to exist. Officially, in our world, they're not supposed to exist. Whether they're saucer-shaped, triangles, or who knows what other kinds of permutations they may have. Rectangles. These things that can hover in the sky, silently, take off, often rapidly. These are using principles of aviation or flight that are not in the official books today. But someone has got some answers on this because they're doing something there. So that's something you can take to the bank. UFOs are real.
The issue of this ET engagement is not going to go away. They haven't gone away. The researchers aren't going away, and the public's interest is simply growing. They're going to meet in larger and larger groups, including in this town. And they're going to learn more and more while you sit on your backside doing nothing. And increasingly, you're going to look irrelevant, complicit, compromised, and embarrassed. That the deliberative body of the most powerful nation in the world is clueless or refuses to deal with the issue because they're compromised, and that the political media is violating every tenet of journalism, ethical journalism, that it ascribes to by being complicit with this embargo.
These people will continue zipping through our atmosphere, checking nuclear plants and so forth and so on. They have never been hostile. They pose no air security problems, whatever. The Air Force knows this, and the Air Force has made statements to that effect, that UFOs pose no threat.
It's so
I can tell that she has a
humid
great
out.
sense of humor.
It sure
but
is.
She hasn't told me a joke yet.
It's humid, it's hot.
They are here. Not just the Greys, but the others who look and act like us. Perhaps they are here to instruct us, to help us safeguard our planet.
Definitely rules and regulations that govern everything. And the councils have the history books of all of the planets and all the records. So when a planet reaches the point that it can support life, that's a very momentous time in the history of that planet. At that time, the planet is given its life charter.
We're dealing with a big story. It's not just them. As I said, if it was that simple, it'd probably been out some time back. It's really about us. It's who we are, what we are, how we came to be, where we might end up going sometime.
Life is never allowed to just simply spontaneously develop. That if it did, it would be very chaotic.
If we could integrate, I call it the spiritual, but the esoteric or whatever. I mean true esoteric.
Hey, they're
I don't mean
mentioning my
religion
game now.
necessarily, because there's a difference, I think, between religion and spirituality.
To produce a thinking, intelligent human being would have taken millions more years if it was happening by normal evolution than it would have taken. And it would still not have got to the point we are now. They create life on other planets because this is the way they were created, by what they call the archaic ones, the ones from the very beginning, have been doing this forever.
Mankind was developed as a species, as a spiritual being, and I think we've gotten so far away from who we really are that it's very hard for us to go back there and digest that maybe we have cosmic brothers and sisters. We fight among ourselves for diversity. I mean, if anybody walks in here and looks totally different, we fight among ourselves. And I'm thinking, oh my God, what are the ETs that are involved thinking about the way we handle ourselves with people that are so different from us? They're probably scared to death to appear because of what we might do to them. We have not handled diversity very well.
Yeah, one day, I would hope that the people of Earth would stand up and extend their hand in friendship to these people. We have never done that here on this planet. You know, we've shot at them. We've done everything. We fire radar, we fire lasers, everything. We need to say hi.
There are other extraterrestrial groups who are human-looking, such as the Pleiadians, the famous Pleiadians of Billy Meyer and others, and they are much more intent on trying to assist humanity to become free of this kind of manipulation from other races that really try to use humanity as a resource.
Let's think about it. You can't say, whoopee star kids, these wonderful advanced children have been transformed by contact from people from the stars, when in the same breath you say there's no such things as UFOs.
The question of UFOs and extraterrestrials, most people just think is something entertaining. In reality, it's something that is central to how we're going to be able to go forward as a civilization, because that issue involves sciences, technologies, energy and propulsion systems that could give us a whole new civilization.
It's terribly important the whole thing come apart, because it's all one package and it's part of our bright and very, I think, hopeful future. And I think of these star kids growing up and being our leaders, our presidents, congresspeople, senators, university professors, leaders in medicine and science and so forth. I think what brilliant and expansive future we're going to have, but we have to get from point A to point B. And this cover-up is just stultifying us in a very painful way.
Is it possible that an intergalactic federation exists, and that this collective of different member beings are in the process of offering the people of Earth membership in a federation of planets? Most importantly for all of us and our children, some of these researchers say that acceptance of their invitation to federation membership would end all war, starvation, and dependency upon fossil fuel-based energy systems for our entire planet.
Part of the problem with the UFO cover-up coming apart, you've got to uncover the whole thing at the same time. You can't half uncover. People who try to only look stupid.
Degli extraterrestri le fanno per noi specialmente.
But they're doing it for us. They are praying for us.
Siamo la categoria più bassa che esiste e allora abbiamo bisogno di preghiera.
We are the lowest of the category in the evolutionary scale.
Gli extraterrestri.
He really believes that humanity is the lowest of the category of the evolutionary scale, with all the proof that he gave you of the ecological problem, of the war problem, of the choosing evil problem, and all that. This is his belief system.
We all have a responsibility to find out what the truth is about something like this. And it is, people have to take responsibility for looking into what the truth is. We've put together the means for people to do that. Now people have to take the initiative, and we need all the help we can get. I would ask people to help us network this to anyone and any institution that can help. The reason this is so critical is that we've reached a point in our civilization where for us to go forward as a people, we're going to have to end this kind of illegal secrecy. And we're going to have to allow this information and these technologies to get out and begin to fix many of these large problems.
What if you've gone through your whole life thinking that your reality consisted of this, and this, of that ball game, your family, and some of your hobbies and recreations. And let's say this is how you see your life. Simple life, simple everything. The reality of the UFO phenomenon could very well transform what you think you even are as a human being. Because if, let's just say, you have the example of a non-human intelligence that's operating on levels beyond anything you imagine, intellectually, in terms of consciousness perhaps, what that means is that gives us an example of potentials that we may not have achieved ourselves. What I'm suggesting is that the UFO phenomenon can be a stimulus for an awakening, a discovery of who we actually are. And on an optimistic note, it might actually spur us into development as a species and as individuals to reach a much higher level of awareness of who we are than we'd ever thought possible before.
I've always believed our destiny is in the stars. That's a hope that I have, that generations yet to come will travel out there and will become a part of that community. That's a dream that I won't live to see, but it's a dream I hold dear, that we'll make it, that we will survive as a species, because I think we've got some, as I jokingly say, we have some good friends in high places.
All set?
Our order has been sent.
With Hannaford to go, do we get the same prices and deals online as we do in store? Ice cream.
Another reason to make Hannaford to go? Your go-to.
Hurry up, Eric.
Get out!
Zihuatanejo, Mexico. May 3rd, 1975. After dropping off passengers at this seaport town on the Pacific coast, pilot Carlos de los Santos embarks on a return trip to Mexico City in his Piper PA-24 Comanche. The weather conditions are clear and visibility is good as de los Santos cruises at 10,000 feet. 1 hour into the flight, he witnesses something unusual. A gray, wingless object off the left side of his plane.
And as he approaches Mexico City, he notices basically a small flying saucer just above his left wing. It's not as large as his aircraft, and he's flying a fairly small aircraft. And he's like, what is this? And then he looks over to his right and he sees another one. And then he looks ahead of them and there's one coming at him. It goes below his aircraft. And he feels a bump under his aircraft. And he's scared out of his mind. Anyone would be. He then realizes that he's not really in control of his aircraft. His aircraft is moving in a way that seems to respond to these objects, not to him.
He goes to move the yoke, and the yoke is moving on itself. The plane starts climbing to 3,000 meters. That's the ceiling of the Piper. If it climbs any further, it will stall out. He will lose control. The plane will fall out of the sky.
He's actually becoming afraid because his cabin's not pressurized. You get to a certain altitude, he's going to have a hard time breathing.
The theory is that the UFO that came under the plane took control of his plane. And the UFO's own magnetic envelope is lifting the plane higher and higher and higher. De Los Santos is in a panic. He's giving mayday calls.
He's telling them, there are these unidentified objects at my wingtips and below me, and I don't know what to do.
As the private plane races towards a mountainous area, the 3 UAPs disengage from Carlos's plane and veer off toward the Mount Popocatépetl volcano at lightning speed. As the objects disappear from sight, Carlos regains control of the plane. But he quickly realizes his ordeal isn't over.
He can't initiate his landing gear because of the impact that one of these objects made on his aircraft. He has to circle around the airport about 10 times, and he uses a screwdriver to push the lever to get his landing gear to come down. And he successfully lands his aircraft. It's kind of an amazing thing there. So he lands his aircraft, and the story doesn't end here. Now, he would have had his whole career, reputation ruined probably with this, except for the fact that Mexican air traffic control tracked these objects also, and this came out to support him. This story became a huge news story in Mexico. Didn't really make much impact in the United States, but it was a very big story in Mexico.
Years later, De Los Santos revealed that in the aftermath of the event, he was twice approached by mysterious figures, warning him not to speak about his experience. The first occasion was just before he was scheduled to be interviewed by a Mexican television station. The second happened when De Los Santos was set to meet with the famous UFO investigator, J. Allen Hynek.
Hynek was into the case. A lot of people were following this case. And just before he was going to meet with Hynek at some hotel, he gets another encounter from one of these men in black, these tall, pasty, white-skinned guys who warned him, don't talk about this. He was threatened. And he did actually stop talking about this for a little while after that, but as time went by, he's talked about it. It's just one of the most incredible aviation UAP stories that you're ever going to hear, and he got out of it alive.
Pilot Carlos de los Santos ultimately emerged from his harrowing mid-air encounter unscathed. But similar confrontations between civilian planes and UFOs have led to tragic consequences, including injuries, crashes, and even loss of life. Yucca Flat, Nevada, May 19, 1953. At 5:05 a.m., one of a series of nuclear tests under the umbrella codenamed Upshot Knothole is set off.
Time to help people customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Forgot my wallet.
Within seconds of the blast, a disc-shaped object is seen rapidly descending from the sky, headed south toward Las Vegas, then disappearing into the mountains. Just 2 days after this event, government officials secretly gathered a team of scientists for a curious assignment. They were to investigate the crash of an unidentified flying object on the outskirts of Kingman, Arizona, a city 175 miles south of the nuclear test site.
There were 40 engineers that boarded a bus, and they took a long 3.5-hour ride from Phoenix to Kingman. When they got there, it was nighttime. There were MPs on all corners of the craft. It's about a 40-foot diameter disc-shaped craft that was perfectly intact. There wasn't a scratch on it. There were 4 beings associated with this craft, and they shipped it to Groom Lake.
Groom Lake is the Area 51 region in Nevada. When Area 51 was just bare bones, they took the craft and the aliens out to that location in the middle of the Nevada desert because it was so remote. And around that, they built Area 51.
Hidden within a ring of mountains deep in the Nevada desert, Area 51 is a top-secret military installation that has long been rumored to hold evidence of alien technology. And there are even stories that a special facility at Area 51 once held a survivor of the 1953 Kingman UFO crash, an alien entity known as J-Rod.
J-Rod is an alien who allegedly worked at Area 51 over a period of years, and it was J-Rod's mission or duty to help reverse engineer technology that was apparently from the 1953 Kingman UFO crash. J-Rod was one of the crash survivors and worked directly with our own government.
Captain Bill Uhouse, a former Navy pilot who later worked for the U.S. Air Force performing experimental testing on aircraft, was assigned to Area 51 in the mid-1960s. And he claims that he not only studied the craft that allegedly crashed in Kingman, Arizona, but also had direct contact with J-Rod.
We had a long period of
introduction into meeting, an alien. And I called him J-Rod. That's the name that the linguist gave him. And he would talk, but he'd sound just like, if you spoke, he'd sound like you. He's like one of the, a parrot, but he'd try and answer your questions, Basically, it was only engineering advice or science advice.
There's also another whistleblower by the name of Dan Burish. And Dan Burish said that he was hired as a microbiologist to basically care for J-Rod, ensuring that he remained healthy. And this went on for years and years and years.
According to Dan Burish and Bill Uhouse, J-Rod was housed in a special underground chamber at Area 51. And there have been numerous other accounts of extraterrestrials working with the United States government.
There's a lot of stories that we've worked with the aliens at Area 51, or some say at a base nearby, kind of in the desert out there. And we've been working with them in underground labs, and they have been sharing information for us to enhance our technologies.
Is it possible that the United States government has met with and worked with entities like J-Rod and other alien visitors since at least the 1950s? According to UFO researchers, there is evidence that extraterrestrials have not only been held at secret military bases, but have even met face-to-face with the commander-in-chief inside the walls of the Pentagon.
Consider this your sign to stock up on signage. Because right now at Vistaprint, all signs are 20% off, so you can bring in business with durable banners, make your message stand out with yard signs, or stop them in their tracks with retractable banners. If you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
The best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
Pilot Theo Chesley has reported one of the most significant and credible UFO sightings in recent Alaskan history. The incident caught the attention of author and researcher David Childress, who traveled to Anchorage to meet with Chesley and examine the evidence of his harrowing encounter.
Hi, Theo.
Hi, David. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I understand you have a very interesting story to tell.
Well, I do, and it happened right here in this aircraft.
You've been flying here for quite a few years, right?
Yeah, about 35 years.
So when was this first occurrence?
Well, we had a flight back in October 2019. We were northeast of the mountain. We were probably 30 miles from the mountain. We spotted something in the sky, and this is what we saw.
Did it seem to have a cloud around it, or no?
It had like a tail on it, a little bit of a wisp coming out of the back. So I'm looking at it going, okay, what is that? As we started to come towards the mountain and fly by it, this horizontal disc turned vertical and came over and sort of parked by the mountain and held its shape.
So it had been moving and then it stopped?
It stopped by the volcano. So I'm like looking at it going, okay, if this is a smoke ring, it's not going to hold its shape. It's not going to stop. It's going to dissipate. It held its shape the whole time.
And had you ever seen anything like this before?
I've been flying, 35 years, 15,000 hours of flight time, most of them in Alaska, and I had never seen anything like this. Then we had something fly out of the mountain. Now the mountain...
A second object.
A second object. So this object flies out of the mountain. And at the same time, we're still watching the sphere that's vertically parked.
And it's like
it's here. Right over here. Matter of fact, I'll show you another picture here that kind of just puts it all together.
Okay.
Okay, so then this appeared on the side of the mountain. This green orb shows up on the side of the mountain in a lower spot. The next picture we take, this is what happened to the vertical sphere in the sky. Something flew inside of it and pulled it out of shape. You see these two little, I don't know, there's like two little wings out there. And we like looked at that and I said, no, we're done here. We are leaving the scene here. And to be honest, you know, my concern level was going about through the roof at that point.
Did it seem like a very large object then?
This is a big mountain, and this was something that caught our eye 40 to 50 miles away.
Okay, that's, you know, it's like 40, 50 miles away.
So this had to be almost, I want to guess, half a mile wide.
Wow, that's fascinating. And, you know, when it comes to UFO-type objects around volcanoes, that's a common thing.
One of the first modern UFO sightings on record involved an entire squadron of vehicles that appeared to enter a volcano. On June 24th, 1947, Kenneth Arnold was flying his private plane near Mount Rainier in Washington when he witnessed 9 disc-shaped objects move at an impossible speed across the horizon, then disappear into a nearby volcano called Mount Adams.
There has been a lot of UFO sightings around volcanoes. And we've seen this in the Canary Islands, in Mexico, in South America.
You have other places like, say, Mount Shasta. And we're seeing it in Hawaii, too, where UFOs are seen and there's a lot of activity.
I mean, it definitely makes you wonder, okay, what's in this volcano? What is the attraction here? And the crazy thing is this was just the first occurrence. We had a second occurrence.
Okay.
6 months later. I'm by myself in a different aircraft. And I looked out of my left window and all of a sudden there is a huge cloud formation that came out of nowhere.
And that's right, kind of above the volcano.
Above and east of the mountain. But I've never seen anything like this in my life.
It was a clear sky without anything, and suddenly you saw this.
Well, you saw the picture. That picture that I took, clear sky, was a minute before this decided.
My name is Darren Tommaso. I'm a Nike NYC trainer, and I'm wearing the Nike Zoom TR1. It's versatile enough to wear before I work out, during.
So the crazy part is, this cloud morphed into several different shapes. There looks like something black inside there, an object underneath this thing.
Yeah.
During the occurrence, I had the aircraft on autopilot, and the aircraft was flying straight and true. My route of flight took me back by the mountain again. As I'm coming back, I have the aircraft on autopilot, and I look down and I notice I'm 35 degrees off course, heading towards the mountain. I shut the autopilot off, reset the heading, set the airplane back up on course, and okay, yeah, we're fine. I'm looking around again, trying to see if there's anything, and I look down, and we're heading back towards the mountain again. It happened 2 times. So at that point I go, oh no, something's not right here. I'm gonna hand fly the aircraft. And worked fine, hand flying the airplane. But I've never had that happen to me on an autopilot, just pull the aircraft, you know, start pulling the aircraft somewhere where it's not supposed to be.
So the autopilot then was somehow sensing some weird magnetic thing and pulling you then out of...
Something internally in the aircraft was feeling a magnetic pull.
This sounds a lot like other things that have happened, like say in the Bermuda Triangle or something, like where their instruments do go haywire or they're being taken off, you know, course without even knowing it. And suddenly they vanish, right?
Very much so.
To me, this is a very important story. I'm so glad that you've been able to get these good photographs. You've got other witnesses. And for 70 years, there have been planes vanishing, even military planes. But this all fits so squarely into the mystery, which is Alaska.
Alaska, November 17th, 1986. Japan Airlines Flight 1628 is carrying cargo from Paris, France to Narita International Airport near Tokyo. The 3-person crew is led by Captain Kenju Terauchi, an ex-fighter pilot with over 10,000 hours of flight time. As the 747 approaches Anchorage, Captain Terauchi notices two strange lights out of his cockpit window.
It's dark. It's very early morning before sunrise. These lights are clearly maneuvering. They are in relationship to each other. One is on top of the other, and they move directly in front of his aircraft. Now, he's flying at about 500 miles per hour. These things are pacing him.
Captain Terauchi realizes the lights are strange oval-shaped flying objects, and they're getting dangerously close to his aircraft. As bright lights fill the cockpit, Captain Terauchi radios the Anchorage Air Traffic Control Center and asks if they can identify the objects near his plane.
Anchorage Center, Lieutenant 1628, do you have any traffic, Federal Cook, Japan 1628 Heavy, negative. Japan 1628, Roger, and we inside two traffic, in front of us, 1 mile about. Japan 1628, Roger, you have, you identify the aircraft? We are not sure.
All right, I think we're actually getting to a point where we might be winning this match.
Attempts a series of evasive maneuvers to avoid a potential collision. The two UFOs suddenly disappear. In their place is another object. One so large, it dwarfs the 747.
His words for describing it were gigantic spaceship, the size of maybe 2 aircraft carriers, just immense. Terauchi sees this massive thing in the sky, and he's scared.
Concerned by Captain Terauchi's report, the air traffic controller calls NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, based at Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage. Communication specialists at the airbase confirm that there is a very large, unidentified object on their radar screens.
Traffic control told them that they could actually take whatever evasive actions they needed to avoid collision, and they even dropped down to 4,000 feet above sea level, and the thing continued to follow them.
Air traffic control diverted another commercial flight.
This is Rome.
Welcome.
And this is wide receiver Justin Jefferson. And his
To come look at this UFO. And
You're
by the time they
10,000
got there,
ahead.
UFO was completely gone.
One of the reasons why the JAL report is such a big deal is because the corroborating evidence is overwhelming. Not only are there eyewitness reports, but there's the records of the communication systems that Terauchi was in touch with. Actual dialogue that happened. Hey, we are up here. We see this. Are you guys seeing this on your radar? All this stuff is recorded.
Once safely grounded, Captain Terauchi, his co-pilot, and flight engineer were immediately interviewed by Alaska Federal Aviation Administration officials and other special agents.
There's an FAA investigation into this. There's lots of documentation. There's no real hard and fast conclusion about this. And so the pilot, perhaps out of frustration, talks to the media.
In December 1986, 1 month after the encounter, Captain Terauchi contacted Kyoto News and said he believed the mysterious crafts were of extraterrestrial origin. The unauthorized statements prompted Japan Airlines officials to remove Captain Terauchi from pilot duty and assign him to a desk job. Around the same time, John Callahan, the FAA's Division Chief of the Accidents and Investigations Branch, learned of the incident and deemed it worthy of investigation.
John Callahan went to D.C. about this, and there was a meeting that was chaired by one of the top people of the FAA. This meeting was also attended by representatives of the FBI, representatives of the CIA, and representatives of President Reagan's White House. They had audio tapes that were played between the pilot and air traffic control describing everything that was happening, and written reports. And at the end of the meeting, one of the CIA agents stood up and said, "This meeting never happened, and we're confiscating all of the data that has been shared here." Now, Callahan, he was a little sly, but he was within his rights. "They never asked me," he said, "if I had a copy of any of this myself." He said, which I did. He had a copy of the audio recordings, if nothing else, and a little over a decade later shared that with the public.
John Callahan came away with the feeling that there was essentially a kind of cover-up. The FAA didn't want the fact that this incident had occurred to get out.
I've spoken to pilots who have seen amazing things out there, but never reported because of the fear of being disbelieved, being
Is this playing over again?
Perhaps.
Is this the same? Oh, these are snippets of it. Okay. I didn't realize that this mission was going to be so damn boring. Or convoluted for that matter, because these siege engines can barely follow directions, and it looks like the alien conspiracy theories are just doing the same thing over and over again. And I don't really know if I need all three of these to win, or if I just need one of them to win. Well, apparently not just one, because I had the gold several times, and that was clearly not enough. The thing about cataphracts is they attack and destroy infantry unilaterally. So there's no real way to beat the cataphract outright with the army that I have, other than a sheer amount of ranged, which again does me no good because I have archers and skirmishers, which would not be enough. I could make cavaliers, but then cavaliers get taken out by pikemen very easily. So it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, and it's pretty frustrating to deal with this, to say the least. I think when we play Age of Empires next time, it's not going to be these missions. I know I've probably said that like 5 times now, but this is incredibly out of hand. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is extremely not feasible.
Grounded.
So we'll keep watching this, but
so what did they say? Most times, nothing.
This is extremely
countless
masochistic.
Commercial and private airline pilots who spend an
What are you guys
exorbitant
doing?
amount of
Like,
time
why are you walking
up
backwards?
in the sky. And in my opinion, I think they're the best people to discern what is natural and what is not.
As far as ancient astronaut theorists are concerned, UFO encounters reported by civilian pilots provide some of the most compelling evidence that there is an extraterrestrial presence in the skies above Earth. And according to some pilots, what they've witnessed presents a serious danger. Mexico City, beneath the current-day capital of Mexico.
Can you please
lies
destroy the
ruins
fucking
of the
wonder?
ancient Aztec
I am
metropolis
hoping that this
known
causes
as
the thing to
Tenochtitlan.
win.
The
'Cause this is
Aztecs
dumb.
dominated much of central Mexico from the 14th to the 16th century AD. And Tenochtitlan is considered to be their first official settlement. An incredibly sophisticated city featuring a grid system of canals
the
and
hell?
causeways. But according to their historical texts, the Aztec civilization did not originate here.
The Aztecs say they started from this place up in the north called Chiquimostoc. It was a cave, and inside that cave, it had 7 different caverns.
At Vistaprint, we print your brand on everything, like t-shirts, hats, totes, hoodies, and ooh, really fancy water bottles. So print your team's signature style or seriously impressive merch. At Vistaprint, if you need it, we print it. Print it all at Vistaprint.com.
FBI wanted my help catching serial killers.
Caverns. And there were said to be 7 different tribes. And the Aztecs say they were part of the 7 tribes that came from the 7 chambers of Chiquimostoc.
While Chiquimostoc was once thought to be a mythological place, some scholars believe archaeological evidence suggests that it really did exist and is located at the site of the ancient pyramid complex known today as Teotihuacan.
The place of 7 caves, we think maybe that has actually been located archaeologically at the site of the main temple of Teotihuacan, called the Pyramid of the Sun, which sits just north of the Valley of Mexico. Underneath it is actually a cave with 7 different spots that it extends out into. And that's where the Aztecs said their original ancestors came from.
In the 16th century, Spanish chronicler
This is why I have severe anxiety. I sold my back, got a letter that my car was abandoned. I always feel like there's something happening behind my
According
back.
to their accounts, the Aztec believed that they were fashioned by a group of stranded gods within these 7 caves.
Mendieta wrote an account of Aztec legend. In this report, he describes a giant flint knife landing on the earth, and the earth was trembling and shaking as this enormous flint knife landed. Then some 1,600 gods disgorged from this thing, and they are responsible for launching Aztec civilization.
The Aztecs talk about the many gods coming down to earth and creating humans. They create them out of bone, ash, and their own blood. And they make them somewhat in their own image, but they make them specifically so that they will honor them and they will serve them.
All of a sudden, there is a description of a giant flint knife that descended from the sky, and somebody emerged out of it. One has to wonder whether or not our ancestors were witness to a landing of some type of a craft. If so, then the Aztec story suggests that at some point in our history, extraterrestrials created mankind. And something very strange was going on at Teotihuacan.
Located just 30 miles northeast of Mexico City, the Teotihuacan complex encompasses nearly 8 square miles and is dated to the 1st century AD. It is the oldest and most sophisticated city of Mesoamerica, an area that extends from northern Mexico down through Central America. The civilization predated the Maya by at least 100 years. At its peak, it was said to have supported nearly 100,000 residents. It was also the largest city in the entire Western Hemisphere prior to the 15th century, and served as the major commerce and religious center for the region.
The significance of Teotihuacan cannot be overstated. It is the Rome of Mesoamerica. The things that Teotihuacan did set the pattern for all other city-states after it.
The central features of the complex are 2 large pyramids, known as the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, as well as a temple dedicated to Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. These structures stand alongside a thoroughfare referred to as the Avenue of the Dead. Over 200 smaller buildings, platforms, and pyramids are found adjacent to the avenue. And there are thousands of living quarters just outside the complex. But as incredible as Teotihuacan is, no one knows exactly who built this metropolis or what happened to its occupants.
The Spaniards.
Teotihuacan,
The Spaniards happened to its occupants.
has no
The
hieroglyphs
Spanish
whatsoever.
Inquisition.
There are other cultures
Hello.
in Mesoamerica that were using writing systems. There's nothing like that at Teotihuacan. So we don't really have a clear history of what happened at Teotihuacan, and we can't
Good
really find evidence of their rulers.
We don't know who were the original Teotihuacanos. We don't know where they came from. We do not know how they were able to develop a complete, huge, complex citadel in the middle of nowhere and able to sustain thousands of inhabitants.
We absolutely know how. It was called that the indigenous actually had technology outside of, you know, what we thought was possible.
Where did it originate?
Good grief.
Where are the smaller versions of this? Well, we don't find any. So we don't have a progression, an evolution to show where this came from. And so we have to ask, where did it come from?
We become
everything we don't understand is
stone
aliens.
architecture and think, oh, primitive people did that and they used primitive methods with primitive technology. But we have to rethink the fundamental assumptions.
They must have looked it up
come
at the
to a
VIN,
greater
and the
greater
state
level
didn't
of
do its due
understanding
diligence.
That the technology required to build these artifacts, in fact, is greater than anything that they possessed.
Well, we should be able to take this castle
We're ready
now.
to help. Apply for the money you need for the school year. The application is a breeze. You can apply in minutes. Get started today. Visit salliemae.com/apply.
Gage, for 5 minutes.
Admiral Harris, it's great to have you back before the committee. Few people know China's capabilities like you do. When you saw this balloon traversing...
How did we get to politics from that? There we go, hunting down UFOs.
Oh my God. What I'm going to tell you is a bombshell. People are hardly seeing flying saucers anymore. You know what they see?
We see this big black thing approaching.
I don't know, it definitely seems like people are seeing
and some witnesses say
the UFOs.
incredibly fast. How would you estimate the speed?
Oh boy.
What I want to know is, what are these?
What the hell is that? All the videos of these things have been taken at night, until now.
We have some amazing rare footage of a giant triangle shot in daylight.
Where are they? It's going behind the tree now. You didn't see it?
So we analyze the video, and guess what we find out?
There's clearly something
straight up power.
Evidence has been happening for thousands of years. A pattern. You know what this might all be about? Gold.
Ufologist strikes gold. Retires early. These stories are great, but I need to see the evidence.
It's the missing link.
This is case number 93105, Giant Triangles.
Can we get to the damn castle, please?
I really want to get to the big picture of flying triangles. I've seen the evidence with my own eyes. I've seen the video. I've heard the witnesses. They can't just be earthly.
Where's the proof that these things are actually alien?
So there's a new guy on the team. His name is Kevin Cook. He's
How are you guys pushing the siege engines out of the way?
Philly. Now, he doesn't always agree with me, it's true. I've got my work cut out for me.
They could just very well be some sort of high-tech military aircraft that nobody's seen before.
Sure, a high-tech military aircraft that can both hover, stay stationary, go invisible, and shoot off at what, Mach 5, Mach 8? Come on.
You know, I like this guy. This similar type of thing happened before about 20 years ago when people were seeing flying triangles in the sky. And it was just a stealth bomber. The same thing could be happening again right now with a different experimental craft. It doesn't necessarily mean it's aliens.
Kevin's coming from that place where a lot of scientists and engineers come from. It's a place of nuts and bolts where they don't believe it unless they can actually see it.
Well, you guys want evidence, that's what we're doing. We're going into a UFO hotspot that's famous for triangle UFOs. And I know it's true because I was actually there a couple years ago where I met with the Skywatcher who actually videotaped one of these daylight triangles while I was there.
So you saw it?
Yeah. Well, no, I didn't see the triangle, but I was with a guy who videotaped the triangle when it happened. So I know the phenomenon is real.
This is going to be a challenge. There's not a lot of physical evidence that I can get my hands on here. I'm working mostly with theories that Bill and Pat are throwing out.
Who saw
Somebody needs to make sure that they don't go over the edge and they stay grounded in reality.
How is Frankie still alive?
That will convince even the most die-hard skeptics that flying triangles are real, that there's an alien connection that's unmistakable, and I suspect we may even discover why they're here. If we can show him what we know to be true, what the documents say, what the witnesses say, what the video says, if we can get him to see that for what it is, we may actually have a real scientific edge to our entire investigation.
Why are you not getting
We are in the
this
grips
boat?
of an unusual phenomenon. All over the world, people have been seeing giant triangles. The most famous, Belgium, 1989. Phoenix, Arizona, 1997. Tinley Park, Illinois, 2004. All of them at night.
Sorry, I
But
just
now
realized
new
that
breaks in the
I wasn't on the
investigation of
screen.
these unexplained triangular craft. We've uncovered rare, never before seen daytime footage taken in an area of California known as Triangle Alley.
Why are you stuck? And why?
There's 3 lights. in
What
the
are you
triangular formation.
fucking doing?
Very bright.
They're massive. They're flying so slowly over us that if it were a conventional aircraft, we'd fall out of the sky.
Looking for an ultra-powerful robot vacuum? Dyson has introduced the 360 Viz Nav Robot Vacuum, which Dyson says packs twice the
Why
suction
are
power
you
of
not
other robot vacuums
listening to me?
and is designed for all
Get
floor
out
types.
of the
You've
fucking
gotta
shit.
check this out. First, we've got the D-shaped body and low-profile design, so it can reach into corners and under furniture. The full-width brush bar provides a wide
Christ.
cleaning path and is effective across different floor types, so it can handle pet hair on carpets or crumbs on hard floors. It has dual-link suspension, so it can climb up to 0.8 inches, like when going from hard flooring to a rug. And it has side ducts for edge cleaning. When the vacuum detects a wall, the suction is redirected to the side ducts. And of course, it has HEPA filtration. With its 360-degree visual navigation, this vacuum sees where to clean and remembers where it has been, able to adapt to changes in your room in real time. The LED light ring here helps the vacuum operate in low light and corners. It maps and remembers hotspots where it finds
we're
higher
just gonna
amounts of
let the
debris to increase
Saracens-
suction power when needed. The maps for your room and cleaning history can all be viewed inside the My Dyson app on your phone. In the My Dyson app, you can also set your cleaning schedule, desired power mode, auto, quick, quiet, or boost, and set areas on the map to avoid. Now, let's talk about the impressively high-level processor. It helps the vacuum make complex calculations to optimize its cleaning path and avoid obstacles. Equipped with 26 sensors that take measurements 20 times every second, it can detect and maneuver around obstacles on your floor, like pet toys or socks. This is crucial for households with kids, pets, or just a lot of stuff. A few more nice features. It's compatible with Alexa and Google Assistant for voice control. It has a nice-sized dustbin and a one-touch ejection mechanism to drop the dust into your trash bin. And it monitors its own battery level to return to the charging dock before it runs out of power. When it's recharged, it'll pick up where it left off with up to 65 minutes of runtime. Use the My Dyson app to turn on automatic software updates, and the VizNav will receive upgrades to functionality and intelligent features as Dyson offers improvements over time. If you'd like more info, you can shop with an expert on bestbuy.com. Thanks for watching.
We all know the history. How we're supposed to wait for our turn. Maybe they forgot who we are. We learn from the legends. And legends don't wait for permission. Neither do we. This is our dream. And this is our turn.
Why are you moving?
So we are going to
away
talk to
from
Mark
the
and
fucking
Jed,
thing I
two
told you
sky
to
watchers
attack.
here in Sonora, California, who had some incredible daytime and nighttime sightings of flying triangles.
It was June 15, 2004, when I was here on that balcony right there with you. We were looking at the sky up there, and you videotaped a real triangle during daylight hours.
Oh my God. I've got 3 lights in a triangular formation.
Are you sure?
Yes, this is, oh my God.
I was right there next to him, and I was fumbling with my camera, but by the time I got everything up and running, this thing was gone.
You missed it.
I missed it, unfortunately, but Mark was there, and I'm telling you guys, this really happened.
Pat's telling me he missed it, which makes me wonder if what he saw was even a UFO, or maybe it was just a plane.
Now, this is Kevin's first investigation, so I understand that he's skeptical. And I'm a little nervous because this is the first time in our years of investigating UFOs that I was actually at a sighting. I'm personally invested in this, and I'd be really embarrassed if this turns out to be nothing but a small airplane.
And these lights, they were equidistant. It seemed like it was from one solid figure.
Yes, and they didn't vary as they moved across the sky. They stayed fixed. What the hell is that?
Are you sure?
It's behind those branches. You didn't see it? Oh my God. The lights did not move away from each other. They were equidistant. All I could think of is, this is not of this world.
These UFOs originated back behind this ridge. Are you aware of any Air Force bases, maybe just an airport?
Over on the other side of this ridge is Columbia Airport. It's a very small airport. They don't even have radar.
What about military?
The only military base is Castle over in Merced, and it's closed.
Well, people might be tempted to ask, why is it that you both see so many UFOs?
I've watched for literally thousands of hours for a few minutes of footage.
This was more than just a hobby.
Oh, for a while there, it became an obsession almost. Just wanting to know what they are.
Sounds like it paid off.
Sort of, yeah, I want to know. I still don't know what they are. I still want to find out.
We have daytime footage. That's just so incredibly rare.
I hope it can be analyzed and independently, and so we can see what these are.
I know that Kevin doesn't buy this, but I was there.
Get
and we
out
captured something amazing.
of the fucking boats.
I know Pat thinks this is real, but I need something more than witness testimony and consumer-grade video. We need to analyze this footage to see what it really is.
The Mark Olson video is really interesting, not just for what it is,
Ads are coming
but
up
because
for
it's
non-subs.
so reminiscent of the video
if you want to
shot
listen
in
to me
Belgium
get
in
angry at this
1989.
piece of shit fucking
Both
mission,
the Olson video and the Belgian video
subscribe
were
quickly.
3 lights in a triangular formation. But the Belgian
this is
video was even more compelling than
infuriating.
the Olson video, because the Belgian video actually showed a physical object holding the 3 lights in place, a triangle. I believe that if Terrence Masson has a chance to analyze this Mark Olson video, what he's going to see is an object holding the 3 lights together. That's our next stop, Terrence Masson's lab.
Terrence Masson is an image analyst, and he'll be using motion tracking software to isolate and stabilize the 3 lights in Mark Olson's daytime footage. We're going to analyze Mark's video frame by frame to get some answers.
So what I've done here first is cropped out the majority of the frame so we can concentrate on the object itself and stabilized it. You can tell definitively here, these things are rock solid in formation. This is a good solid 4.5 seconds, and even the tightest precision acrobatic flying, you're going to see some kind of relative motion over that kind of time frame.
Leah keeps telling me
Can
to
we
tell
eliminate
him to
the
calm
obvious things?
down.
Is this some type of helicopter? Is there any evidence of that?
Well, without
it's
having 100%
very
certainty,
tilting.
I can come up with a long list of things that make this not anything like conventional aircraft. Going away from the running footage now, we've got single still frames, isolated, and I've run some image processing routines on this. And look at what's coming. We see some clear indication of a structure behind and between those 3 lights.
Whoa.
And black triangle. I mean, there's clearly something there.
Is there any other explanation that the darkness around these lights is something other than a solid object?
Many times we've seen in these consumer-grade camcorders, the exposure range for the pixels that capture this information are very, very limited, and sometimes we do get blooming effects. So next to very bright lights, it'll tend to compensate and go very dark. That's not what we're seeing here. It's too consistent over too long of footage.
What's your best guess? What are we looking at?
My best guess would be we're looking at a single triangular-shaped dark craft with 3 very large either propulsion or illuminating lights that's not consistent with any man-made craft.
Success.
We're heading up the Lions Bald Mountain, which is right in the heart of Triangle Alley, and the ideal location to hopefully see what Mark Olson filmed. This Triangle Alley actually extends for 350 miles around the Sierra Nevada mountains. From here in Sonora, California, heart of the gold rush country, to further up north at Mount Shasta. I'll be honest with you. I'm really anxious to look in the sky for UFOs, but I'm more concerned about keeping my footing on these rocks. There's a lot of loose rock, it's steep, there's snow on the ground, and we're carrying heavy packs full of gear. Now, Pat, he's the wilderness guy. Me, I'm more comfortable in the city, so this is a bit more of an adventure than I anticipated.
Well, if this spot is as hot as Mark says it is, there's a good chance we might actually see something.
A lot of people say UFOs don't exist, but they're the same people who never actually come out and watch the skies themselves. So we're going to take a crack at it, and we're going to spend the night out here and see if we see something.
What do you think about this spot right here?
It's a good spot.
Well, here's the ridge. That's the silver mine.
If we're going to see anything, it's going to be from right here.
I don't think you can get hotter than this place right here. So let's set up the camera, and maybe you take the GPS readings.
Yeah.
Right now, Kevin's pounding in a marker that will take a GPS reading.
All set.
So that in the future, we can look back at our records and know exactly where we were should we see a triangle tonight.
North, 38 degrees, 7 minutes, 50.2 seconds. West, 120 degrees, 5 minutes, 45.6 seconds.
Got it.
We're in the right place. This is where witnesses report seeing a flying craft. Triangle Alley, right here. If we do catch something on camera, it's done right. We have the right camera set up, and we'll be able to analyze it very well. That is our goal.
Consider this your sign to stock up on signage. Because right now at Vistaprint, all signs are 20% off.
Do you see that light just above the ridge? It goes white, then red.
Yeah, I see it.
Are we onto something?
I was just looking at the stars and then all of a sudden I see this shape.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Get out.
We've been on top of the mountain in the middle of Triangle Alley, and we've been watching the sky all night long. What we were hoping to find up here is actual proof of these flying triangles, something we can see with our own eyes and capture on film. I honestly think that we should be focusing most of our attention along the horizon instead of up high. Most of the witness reports having them coming from behind a ridge and then disappearing behind a ridge just over the course of seconds.
If we see something moving, I think our eyes will be drawn to it automatically.
I hope so.
It's dark out here, and it's by far the coldest night I've ever spent.
And we lost.
UFOs.
Well,
one thing's for sure.
I don't think we need that many
on you.
of the siege engines, as it turns
Do you
out.
see that light just above the ridge? It goes white, then red.
Yeah, I see it.
Are we onto something? So we found something in the sky, and we don't know what it is. It's bright, it seems to be moving very slowly. Possibly it's a star. It looks like it might be moving, I'm not too sure.
Well, it's right above the ridge. Seems to be flickering. I think it's a star that's coming up over the ridge. Okay, well, I got something actually on my phone, a little application that has a star map on it, and it'll tell us what that little star is, if that is a star.
Tell me what it is.
So let me calibrate here. We're looking at Orion here. So let's bring it down here. And let's see what it says. And according to this, that star could be Pollux.
We've been out here most of the night and we've seen some things, but so far they've just been airplanes and satellites and stars. Our eyes are playing tricks on us, so I can totally see how people can get really excited from things they see in the sky that are just casually explained.
Damn. I'm glad we didn't have our siege there, because that would have been
Multiple triangular shaped objects have been reported in this general area.
That was
These objects
not
were
good.
in view of multiple witnesses. What these things can do is just amazing. Just amazing.
All right, so we're going to need to go full
I'm going to
bore.
meet with Ruben Uriarte, MUFON's Northern California State Director. He has been researching the history of UFOs in this area and has developed one of the most comprehensive databases of data. We're going to get the really big picture of flying triangles, what they are and who's flying them.
Hydrate.
We've been getting so many reports of sightings, an increased spike of triangles especially. We consider like an intersection to what we call Triangle Alley, which is from Southern California all the way up to the Washington border. Nevada's right next door. We have Area 51, which is approximately 260 miles away. Tonopah Air Force Base, another black budget base, possibly 200 miles away.
So the Nevada test site is only about 250 miles away. That's like the blink of an eye for some of the multiple Mach supersonic aircraft we have. In Triangle Alley, there have been over 60 reported sightings of triangle UFOs.
We need to do
only
something
since the
about
year
this.
2000. This is a huge
my
number of
entire-
sightings for such a sparsely populated region.
Everything.
Imagine the number of sightings that have gone unreported.
Here's a triangle now. This is 1986, Bill. This is before they released the B-2 bomber. Obviously, the characteristics are a lot different. They're huge. This thing went right over a freeway, 4 lanes in width.
So where was this?
This is further north up here near Corning. What's really interesting is this thing was just hovering.
Wow.
And the witnesses
Was not
actually
expecting
observed in
onagers,
detail, as you can see.
let alone to be that
over half
devastating.
an hour. This craft in Corning is similar to hundreds of other videos we've seen right here in Triangle Alley. It's 3 lights. 3 lights that may look separate, but they're in this rigid configuration with each other. They hover silently in the sky. Then they shoot off at tremendous speeds. You've got to find out, what is the link among all these different craft? This reminds me of Phoenix.
Yes. All the same characteristics that we keep hearing about. You know, they're large, they're silent.
They make no sound whatsoever.
Lights around the perimeter.
The lights illuminated the object.
Major light in the center.
Lit up as bright as day. When you compare planes to this, when you compare helicopters to this, they behave entirely differently. How long have these been going on?
It goes back probably in the great airship sightings back in 1896, 1897. From San Francisco to Sacramento, all the way to Stockton, around the general vicinity. There was reports from miners that were working and seeing strange objects, strange stars. The other thing that's unique about this area, Bill, is there's a large cavernous system that stretches throughout the state, particularly right here in this area for several hundred miles up toward the Shasta area. This area is loaded with minerals. It's gold country.
When he said gold country, I stopped in my tracks. Gold? Could it be that simple? Whoever or whatever is flying these triangles could be interested in gold.
We've been focusing a lot on extraterrestrial, but perhaps the other answer to this whole mystery is inner Earth.
Gold has very, very high conductivity. We use gold in circuits. So we should be looking down at the same time we're looking up. And if we find something there that can actually possibly draw UFOs to it.
I consider Sonora like the intersection. It's a beacon here.
Here's what we know. It's not just Sonora, it's the entire Sierra Nevada range. It's not just flying triangles, it's all sorts of objects. It's not just now, it's 100 years. Maybe it's the gold in these hills that's been attracting
the gold in them here
well
hills
over 100 years.
is attracting the aliens as well as, well, miners.
So my concern is that tomorrow's headlines will be ufologists trapped in mine after earthquake. Think that's possible?
You got it all wrong. Headline's gonna be ufologist strikes gold.
Oh,
retires early.
We're on our way to an actual working gold mine here in the Motherlode region of Northern California. This sits right in the path of where Mark Olson had his sighting. We'll be testing for high levels of radiation and magnetism, invisible energies that might attract UFOs to this region.
Oh, okay. Looks like that's it right there.
Sweet. We have a magnetometer and a Geiger
go.
counter,
That's
and
why
we're
we
gonna
have
look for anything
Tarkins.
out of the ordinary.
We need the horses.
You think we'll find anything?
I actually do expect to get some readings, at least for the magnetometer. Should pick up some magnetic fields from iron. To tell you the truth, I'm excited that this is a gold mine. I'm very excited. However, my entire life I've been purposely trying to stay out of small places like caves and whatnot, so I am a little bit nervous.
Ready?
It's a little bit smaller than I expected. But as long as I stay focused on the task at hand, everything's going to be fine. Oh man. Why am I thinking about bats?
I'm here meeting with my good friend, fellow publisher, Giorgio Tsoukalos. I've got this gnawing feeling that there's something we're missing. There's something in flying triangles that goes all the way back to ancient times.
I've actually got something that might make your triangle mystery a bit less mysterious. This artifact like here was actually found in Colombia, and it's pre-Columbian, and about a dozen of these have been found. And to the untrained eye, this looks like a fighter jet. Mainstream archaeologists and mainstream science basically says that this is nothing but a stylized insect or a stylized bird. From a biological perspective, wings on a bird are exactly where we have our arms. They're attached to the shoulder girdle. In this example right here, the wings are not attached to the shoulder girdle, so biologically speaking, this is not a bird. The one thing that is extremely interesting here is the upright tail fin. Birds do not have upright tail fins. Their tail fins are horizontal.
This is incredible. Giorgio is actually showing me representational artwork of triangular shapes that the ancients used as talismans. How would a Colombian culture from 1500 years ago even understand aerodynamically what a tail fin does, right?
Unless they saw
I saw a
something,
UFO in Vermont once. I think it had something to do with the Air Force Base. There's also an abandoned one near my mom's
Not only did they
land.
put a whole bunch of stuff in writing, but they also recreated stuff that they said, you know, our heirs should be able to look at these things so that we don't forget what has happened during their time.
Can you say it? It's the missing link between the ancients' vision of flying triangles in the sky and our vision of what flying triangles can be and what we've actually reverse engineered for our own aircraft. Either people from another world came here with those, or, even more stunning, somebody was time traveling.
It's been a long time that I've had doubts about whether there were UFOs or aliens visiting us from outer space. Right over the roof, I saw 3 red lights in a very small triangle, and it was coming pretty fast, and the triangle was getting bigger. From what I saw, I don't think that anyone on this planet has the technology right now to be able to do that.
This is the mother lode.
In the last 20, 30 years, I've probably investigated 400 sightings.
I'm just trying to figure out why they're here.
It's a little bit more narrow than I expected.
Yeah, pretty low too.
We're in California gold country to investigate the theory that aliens are mining our gold to use as an electrical conductor to power their craft. If it's true, we should find high levels of radiation and magnetism, trace evidence which has been found at the scene of several UFO landings. All right, let's go.
We're traveling down this mine, and I have to admit I'm a little bit nervous. It's dark, it's narrow, and I'm willing to bet that there are bats in here.
Oh, this looks like the end of the mine right here. This is as far as it goes. This will be perfect.
We'll start with a Geiger counter, and then work with the magnetometer. Look for anything unusual. A Geiger counter measures the number of radioactive samples detected per minute, and standard atmospheric radiation levels are about 15 counts per minute.
Now, ufologists claim that abnormally high levels of radiation are a residual effect of UFO contact. Now, if there are high levels of radiation in there, I think it's safe to say we're not going to be hanging out for very long. Are you getting something?
No, everything seems normal. Not much deviation from normal atmospheric radiation. Now, in the mine, we detected nothing abnormal, nothing that was any different from standard atmospheric radiation levels. So next, we're going to try using a magnetometer, which measures the changes in a magnetic field in the mine. And it's reported that UFOs are actually attracted to high levels of magnetism.
I'm getting anything from 0 to 5 milligauss on the magnetometer.
Hassan didn't
Is it just jumping around,
stream.
or is it consistent?
He's an alien confirmed. He knew we would reveal
Just like
him
the Geiger counter, the magnetometer
on
readings were all normal.
UFO conspiracy theory
Gold mine
day.
is dry. Just because gold is one of the best conductors of electricity, that's not proof that aliens are coming here to get it.
A number of experts have hypothesized that there is a connection between heavy mineral deposits, particularly gold, and UFO activity. It's just a theory. You're smiling at me like I'm insane. What do you think? Am I nuts?
Pat's suggesting that UFOs are actually hovering above the mountains and somehow extracting the resources they need from the mountains themselves. That just sounds like Star Trek to me. I'd much rather focus on the Geiger counter and the magnetometer and looking for any unusual readings than thinking about Pat's unusual theory. If there are beings from another planet and they wanted resources, I could see it being sensible that they would actually come here and just take ours. They don't even have to fight us. Still, it's just a theory.
Exactly, but you know, one that's worthy of investigation, don't you think?
That's why we're here. That's what's exciting about this investigation. You get a lot of leads, some will take you to a dead end, and some take you into a gold mine.
While you guys were out in the field, I was meeting with Giorgio Tsoukalis. He showed me a replica of an artifact of a flying triangle. These carvings were found in caves. They were found throughout South America. And this is basically, what, 1,000 years old, 1,500 years old? Legend has it that these types of craft were flown by ancient astronauts. We don't know where they came from. We don't know who they are. We don't know if they're from the future, they're from another planet. We just don't know.
You're telling me that 1,500 years ago, there were aircraft in the sky, flying around, and people were making models of them and drawing them, making little trinkets just like this?
Indigenous peoples on planet Earth were visited by ancient astronauts flying craft just like this, triangular-shaped craft, visiting planet Earth and seeding the culture
from his chat,
with
otherwise I
information.
post we know your secret.
A possibility?
You could just make a new account for the sole purpose of trolling
Bill
him.
says that these ancient astronauts are actually time ships from the future. I mean, come on, time traveling, it just doesn't exist, at least not today. This is just science fiction.
Flying triangles from the future, from our future, going back in time. They see them, they're seeding the past, and they did something, maybe something religious, maybe something cultish, we don't know.
Time traveling, you're talking about time traveling here. Some sort of vehicle traveling from the future into the past. That's it? Is there any kind of proof behind this, or is this simply a theory?
I'm telling you that 20 years ago, an Army officer traveled into the future. We have that totally documented. Is there proof that these ships are coming back from the future? No.
I have to say, this is why I love Bill. He doesn't hold back. 100 years ago, people laughed at the idea that we would be able to fly in
What
airplanes.
is wrong with Hassan to ban you like that? I thought Hassan was against that. She spammed my links in his chat,
you know, when
and
Bill
she
Burns
got
proposes
insta-banned.
the theory of time travel, I don't think I can laugh it off.
Regardless what inspired the design of this trinket, it is a triangle, and it does look like it might be aerodynamic. I propose that we make a model identical to this right here, out of styrofoam or something like that. Just throw it in the air like a glider. See if it flies.
You got it. Sounds good.
There's been a long time that I've had doubts about whether there were UFOs or aliens visiting us from outer space. From what I saw, I don't think that anyone on this planet has the technology right now to be able to do that.
We are now in Houston, Texas, about to meet with a pilot with over 40 years of experience. He saw a triangle in the sky that he still can't explain.
And what exactly is your background in flying?
Well, I have 40 years of flying, both military and commercially. I've flown probably 25 or 30 different airplanes.
Pilots make excellent witnesses. These are professionals that are trained to observe the sky. When a pilot sees something and he doesn't know what it is flying through the sky, we have to give it special consideration.
It was the 18th of May, 1996, and it was about 1:20. I caught something out of my eye, and I just looked off to the left like that, and right over the roof, I saw 3 red lights in a very small triangle, and it was coming pretty fast, and the triangle was getting bigger. It was almost like it might have been climbing a little bit because it didn't follow the curvature of the Earth. It just disappeared into infinity.
How
we get in?
Would you estimate the speed?
Oh boy. I've seen the Sputnik and watched it for quite a while. I know the SR-71, and believe me, even a 71 couldn't go as fast as that.
Mike Dasick has seen the SR-71 in person. This is the fastest airplane
I think we go
ever
ahead and
built. It goes
call
up to
it a
speeds
day.
of Mach 3 plus. That's 2,400 miles per hour. And what Mike Dasick saw in the sky was much faster than that.
Way
It's
too
really
long
hard
of
for
an
me to
adventure.
imagine that this experienced pilot
And
with more
it
than 30 years in the
got
cockpit would not be able to identify the
Thank you.
SR-71.
It was also
Did you
very
have any
frustrating
special
for a
training
very
in identifying
long
foreign
majority of
aircraft or
that.
enemy aircraft?
But yeah, our
that
princess was stuck
part
in a
of your
tree.
training. You had these
or in a
black
different
silhouettes
castle.
that flash them up
We
on the
basically
screen, and
destroyed
you would just say
everything on the map.
F-51, F-15. You didn't want to be shooting down your own airplanes.
What you saw that night was not one of the silhouettes you saw in your training.
Oh, absolutely.
We are not going to be doing
It's very
another
exciting
scenario
talking
again
to Mike because he's a
for
trained
stream.
expert in
We're
identifying
not doing
foreign and
that.
enemy aircraft.
Give
And
me
when
a
he says
second,
he doesn't
and then
know
we'll
what's
wrap
flying
up.
up there, I have to believe him. This was a genuine unidentified triangle, and he says it's not ours.
Well, what would you say it was today?
For the first time in my life, I really think that I saw something very unusual. I might not have believed before that there were aliens visiting with us, but now I believe there are.
I honestly don't know what's going on. Before hearing this testimony, I was leaning towards these flying triangles being military aircraft. But now I don't know what to think.
Since our investigation into triangle UFOs, we've received hundreds of emails from people who have seen these craft. Among them was Gordon Scott, who witnessed a huge black triangle flying along the creek bed behind his home. Now, he was reluctant to appear before the cameras, but he's reached a comfort level with us and is now agreeing to come forward and speak about what he saw.
When we first saw this thing going down the creek, we were scared to death. We were getting ready to call 911.
Well, that was the main draw of
This
the
took
alien
place in
conspiracy
2001,
theory.
August 15th
Is that,
at about 8:30
of
p.m.
Conspiracy
We
Friday
went out to our backyard,
was for the,
and we see this big
the
black
alien
thing
conspiracy
approaching.
theories.
The bright red light on the bottom lit up
very
the whole
sorry
creek,
that
probably
the
100 feet
game
across.
was as
And
dry
I
as
assumed
it
it was an
was.
aircraft ditching.
I
could have hit it with a
I
softball
wasn't
underhand.
expecting
That's how close
these
you were?
That's how
scenarios
close.
to be
What
that
kind of
bad.
noise did you hear?
Nothing.
Did you feel any
Like that
heat? Did you
difficult
feel any
to watch.
breeze?
You know what I mean?
Did you smell
'Cause
anything?
those they're not even that fun to play.
He was so
you know what I'm
close
saying?
to this giant
So
triangle.
how could it be fun
yet
to watch?
He heard nothing. He smelled nothing. He
But that
felt
being
nothing.
said,
not a breeze. not
we'll
a
continue
hum,
playing
nothing
Age
at
of
all.
Empires, but
I
we'll
find
probably
it kind of
do.
suspect. He was so close, and this was such a large
probably do
object.
like
Then
team
where did it go?
games or
Followed the creek,
1v1s or
stayed
something
at
like
the
that.
lowest point possible, went right over here to the base of the bridge,
And we
and
can
it
go
just
ahead and
went
save
vert-
this for next time. It's 10:30. We definitely made it through the whole stream. We definitely had a long stream. That's for sure. And I think we had fun. I think we had a good amount of energy for the stream. I think we covered a lot of ground. We got to let our hair down. On Monday, we'll pick up on some of the more poignant issues that you guys brought up that we didn't get to discuss. So we'll kick back on that on Monday. And then, yeah. So for now, you guys have a great weekend. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'm probably going to wind down with some anime since it is the weekend. And then we'll see you guys Monday. Hopefully, Biden has dropped out. I'm being nominated by the Democratic Party, and you guys have made your short form videos to push the narrative. Ronan is the right way for president. Take care, everybody.